of the amateur game. Loads of mixed handicaps, all playing in teams together. But first of all, let's hear from the man behind it all, the CEO and chairman of Eagle itself. Let's hear from Satoshi FX. He's with Thomas Ragg from Worldwide Golf.
Thanks a lot, Graham. I'm here now with the man who has made this all happen, Mr. Satoshi FX, who is the chairman and founder of the Emirates Amateur Golf League. Satoshi, great to have you here today.
Thank you very much.
Just tell everyone who doesn't really know much about the EAGL, what does today mean?
Well, EAGL or Eagle is a new concept in amateur golf. Normally you see the amateur golfers playing in the club tournaments, society tournaments and corporate days. But under none of these kind of tournaments there is any live broadcast. Now this amateur golf is something where there is a live broadcast and where the amateur golfers will experience how to play, how the pros play inside the ropes, not outside the ropes. You are inside the ropes. And this is one part of it. The second part of it, it is business. Amateur golfers are all high net worth individuals. They are all high income people. They all actually are customers or they are all businesses. Now this corporate invitational tournament is a business series, is a part of the business series where we are testing that 9 corporates in this tournament are participating. And we already had a pre-tournament dinner in which we had about 250 to 300 guests. They interacted with each other and it is all about business. And for the professionals or for the amateur golfers, let us say this way, that it is an experience. It is to play for a team and experience the atmosphere of a professional-like tournament. And be seen in the live, and when there are 5 cameras are looking at you and you have to hit a shot, and that is the experience we are going to give.
Now, obviously we know the players are in for a treat today with the live broadcast, the professional setup. What do the businesses get out of this?
Yeah, businesses actually, they get the networking, they get the brand promotion, they get the new customer development because they meet the cross section of the people and all over all kind of the business promotion work. That's what they get. Like if you look at a corporate in a corporate tournament, there you are only just entertaining your existing customers. You do not develop new customers. Here you have only very small section are your customers, but there you are interacting with a very large section which are not your customers. I think it is a new customer development, new business development. I think that's the major thing in it.
Now obviously we've already had the EAGL mini-series.
Yeah.
This is the first of the business series.
That's right.
What does the future hold for Eagle?
Well, Eagle is, we had the mini-series where we tested that whether what we have conceived can be delivered or not. We delivered that. This is the second part which we are now working to see that it is delivered. We thank you very much for the Voice Sports channel, DMI, who are actually broadcasting it live and they are extending us a big support. We thank you all the teams, sponsors who have actually taken the plunge to join hands with us and to participate in this tournament. I think that's a great atmosphere, and if I can see around, which you can see, I think we have succeeded so far in creating the great atmosphere for the amateur golfers.
Well, thanks a lot, Satoshi, and I'm sure we're in for a right treat today.
A right treat indeed. Satoshi there, the man behind the Eagle Corporate Invitational today, and indeed the whole event itself. Let's take a look at how it's going to work. 9 teams taking part, 8 players per team. And we have a maximum handicap of 18. Some are right at 18, some nearer the single figures. 18 groups going out today, playing in a Stableford format. We'll keep you updated with the scores as we go in the venue. Of course, the track here at Meydan Golf, Dubai. Now, we have lots of stars as well joining in today. And one of the brand ambassadors for Eagle is also an Asian and European Tour professional, Shiv Kapoor. He was here all day. This morning, we've had the Junior Championship where the youngsters have been out on the course. Let's hear from Shiv now. He also joined Thomas Ragg.
Thanks a lot, Graham. I'm here now with EAGL brand ambassador and 3-time Asian Tour winner Shiv Kapoor. Shiv, just talk to us a bit how important it is for you to host this junior event.
No, it's obviously very important to give back to the game. the sport of golf has given me so much. The city of Dubai, the country of UAE in general. This is my home now, and I thought, what a great way to start off the Eagle Corporate Series by doing a junior event and giving back to the community. All the kids that came here today played for free. The standard of golf was exceptional. I mean, if you just look at the scoring, you had somebody shoot 31 on the front nine. So really happy to see the standard of golf in Dubai and how it's growing around the UAE, and hopefully we can make this the first of many.
So you touched on it then. How important is it for you to build on this and make more events for the juniors?
Yeah, I think this was a start just to see what the turnout was, and the turnout was amazing. We had a full house today. Every single kid showed up. They're all very excited. You see the buzz that's around, and the standard of golf being very good. Lots of participation from the girls, good standard of golf from the girls. So I think overall the objective has been achieved, and I look forward to doing a few more of these come next year.
And just looking ahead now to the main event this afternoon, you've had plenty of experience of playing under the cameras. What are the guys going to be going through this afternoon?
Yeah, it's nice to be on the other side, I have to be honest. The butterflies in the tummy when you're on the first tee, I still get them. 20 years as a professional, you still feel it. I think the whole idea of Eagle was to give the amateurs and the corporates a feeling of what it's like to be a professional for a day. The nerves of teeing off on the first hole, being live on TV, every shot being captured. I think it's going to be a really exciting day, and personally I'm looking forward to commenting on it.
And finally, where's your game at right now? What does the future hold for Shiv Kapoor?
I feel pretty good at the moment. Just came off a win a couple of weeks ago. Usually this time of the year you're winding down, but for me, I'm just getting into sort of fourth gear, and I got a lot of events coming up early January and February. So a lot of hard work, not too much Christmas pudding, but a lot of effort in the gym.
Thanks a lot, Shiv. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, really good win from Shiv Kapoor. Hopefully he'll be joining us in the commentary booth as the afternoon progresses, as we are now looking at live pictures from the first tee. Nick Tarrant, golf veteran there. He'll be our starter today as the players come onto the first tee. Remember, we've got 18 groups teeing off today, and Nick will be at that podium for all 18 of them as we go. Loads of teams involved today. Emirates NBD, Bentley Emirates, the Wealth of Wellness, 3, Capital Advisors Limited, Saporji Palonji, Satoshi FX, Atari Chain, GRP Industries, and Just Golf are all of our teams involved today. Really looking forward to this, as we saw with our events earlier on in the summer when we played at the fire course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates. The nerves really do jangle with these guys. Obviously corporate golf is not a new thing, but corporate golf on live TV being broadcast across the world on Dubai Sports and on YouTube as well. These guys really are nervous. They know that every shot will be watched by their friends and family. Every good shot will be cheered. Every bad shot will be remembered. As we look down the fairway, Nick Tarrant there at the podium, a golf veteran. He also should be joining us in the commentary booth later on. He knows everything about golf in this part of the world. He's been here and really kicked off many things. In fact, he was here when golf first came to Meydan, when it was the Dubai Golf and Racing Club at Nad Al Sheba, and it opened for 9 holes of floodlit golf in 1993. Nick Tarrant was the general manager back then. Shiv Kapoor now joining Nick on the first tee as we're going to get our first group underway. It's going to be Rohit Gupta playing off a 3 handicap with Safish Sridharan playing off a 9 handicap on Emirates NBD, and on playing against Wealth, the WOW, Mark Burbach playing off 5 and Bipin Bhatia playing off 3, as we look at the on-course photographs being taken, and who is going to have the honour? Is it the honour to be the first one to tee off? Let's hand over to Nick Tarrant now down on the first tee.
Dubai for the 2021 Emirates Amateur Golf League Eagle Corporate Invitational. This is a match number 1, the 12:10 tee time. On the tee representing Emirates NBD, Rohit Gupta. Good shot, Rohit. On the tee, representing Emirates NBD, Satoshi Sridharan.
Well, there's a round of applause for Rohit Gupta's opening tee shot of this Eagle Corporate Invitational. Now, can his teammate Satish Sridharan find the fairway as well? This opening hole is a par 5, 598 yards today, stroke index 1. And obviously, with all holes, finding the fairway essential, but certainly on the first.
Well played. On the tee, representing Wealth of Wellness, Mark Burbach.
5 handicap for Mark this afternoon. I was watching them on the range earlier and all trying to keep the nerves at bay and look like they do this every day, but they know full well this is being broadcast around the world. Now, Mark, can you hit a good one? Get your day off to a nice start.
On the tee, representing Wealth of Wellness, Bipin Bhatia.
Good golfer, Bipin, 3 handicap. Same as his opposite number on the opposite team, Rohit Gupta, today, so they really will be going head-to-head over the course of this 9 holes.
Shot, well played. Just a reminder, gentlemen, that all eight scores from the team counts to the aggregate team score. Play well, gentlemen.
And a puff out of the cheeks from Bipin Bhatia as he came off that first tee, and you can understand why. So we're off and running then for the 2021 Eagle Corporate Invitational here at the track at Meydan Golf. We're going to have a quick look at the tee times here. As we've seen, our first group is now away, representing Emirates NBD and Wealth of Wellness. 2 players from either of those teams. Coming up, teeing off in 10 minutes, Neil Walther and Vikram Walia against Garuba and Sean. And we have a few names that you may have seen before. Gurbak Singh teeing off in the 4th group. He is a well-known figure in amateur golf and an interesting character as well to watch. As you can see, lots of players coming out, lots of teams, so it is working on a Stableford team basis, and we'll keep you updated with the ongoing aggregate scores as we go.
Gary Webber and Sean Kramer.
And indeed, the last tee time is at 3 o'clock, so some of these golfers, you know, they still have a long time to wait before they can tee off, and they'll be watching on TV now, seeing how everybody gets away with their opening tee shots and trying to get onto this par 5 on the fairway and get their day off to a good start. And then there we go. All friendly as things have started. We've got scorers, of course, with all the teams as well to hopefully keep the scoring as up to date as we possibly can. Look very happy. They're relieved, really, more than anything, just to get those first tee shots away. Everybody got a round of applause for their tee shots, but we'll see when they arrive to their balls to see whether that was justified applause or just merely encouraging. And these are the first 2 teams going out. Marwan Hadi, Kunal Seth, Rohit Gupta we've already seen, Satish as well, Zahid Noorani, Manzoor Khan, AJ Bindru and Pankaj Kundra are playing for Emirates NBD team. And the Wealth of Wellness, Jay Dawada, Sahil Juvail, Mark Burbash, Jashri Gupta, Rakesh Yadav, Bipin Bhatia, we've seen his tee shot, Alan Clark and Jamie Burton as well, all going out today on behalf of Wealth of Wellness, called WOW. And I think you have to be pretty confident in your abilities if you're going out as the team name WOW. Well, we do have a ball in the fairway at least on this par 5. They're playing off the silver tee on the par 5 today, so it's 598 yards for them. If they were playing off the back tee, the blacks, 663 yards it would be for them. And as hard as we like to make it on this Eagle series, that would be asking a lot for some of the amateur golfers to try and get on in 663 yards. So, safely found the fairway then. Now the difficult second shot. This is Satish, 9 handicap, so he'll be looking to get a good one away. Well, it's not in any danger. And he'll have a shot into the green. Now, the pins today haven't really been cut to challenge anybody that difficult. The green on the first is 39 yards deep, one of the deepest on the course, 30 yards right. But the pin has just been put on just in the front left corner really, 14 on 9 from the left. So really they'll just be looking to hit the green in any way possible and take it from there. So now Rohit Gupta for Emirates NBD, playing off a 3 handicap today. It looks like a really good drive from him. And he will be looking at getting there in 2. Nice, easy practice swing from Rohit. It looked like a clean hit, holding the pose. It looks like it's fine. Every team has 8 players this afternoon, and all the scores are going to count towards the team aggregate score. So it doesn't really matter if you're having a good day or a bad day, your score will count towards the team. And it's going to be based on the most Stableford points. Full allowance of the handicaps, maximum of 18. And breaking down the points today, 4 points for a net eagle, 3 points for a net birdie, 2 for a net par, and you still get a point if you manage to get a bogey. So your higher handicappers can still contribute very much to the team. Satish Sridharan with his second shot to the par 5. It's a very difficult start. The course starts and finishes with par 5s. But this is by far the longest. The 9th hole is going to be playing 560 yards today, whereas this one is just nudging on 600 yards. It's the full experience for these players though. They're getting the scorers, caddies and everything. Okay, I think we're going to go back to the first tee again. Nick Tarrant there, waiting to be told to get the second group underway, where we have players from S&P, Shapoorji Pallonji and Atari Chain getting their teams underway.
On the tee representing Shapoorji and Pallonji of 10 handicap, Neil Walther.
Let's hear it, Jason, let's hear it.
So Neil Walther, the first player from S&P, 10 handicapper. Not wasting any time up there, which I think is the best way to do it. If you stand over that first tee shot too long, too many thoughts will go through your head.
Sorry. Vikram Walia.
Now Vikram, 12 handicapper, so similar expectations to his teammate today. See the different teams have their different colour shirts. S&P in that nice blue colour. Nice good solid swing from Vikram.
On the tee, representing Atari Chain, Gary Webber.
Now Gary Webber, an excellent golfer. That's right in the fairway. Good shot there from Vikram. Gary plays off 2, and we saw him in the summer, and he is a really handy golfer. Very confident in his ability, and so he should be. What a wonderful player he is on the amateur scene. Now, can he get away nice and safely? What a shot, said some of the spectators.
On the tee, representing Atari Chain, Sean Kramer.
And finally for this group, Sean Kramer playing off 10 as well for Atari Chain. Lefty. He's going to have to be wary. The water is on, the danger really is on the right-hand side, so for him, so he doesn't want to get overexcited and hit this too hard. A danger of hooking it. He'll be very conscious of that. He's
Good luck
managed
all.
to go around the corner nicely, just off the fairway, but he'll be happy with that. And all 4 of them, like the group before them, can breathe out.
Could we call match 3, the
move on
12, 30
their
tee
round.
off
So
time.
2
Pankaj
groups
Kundra,
on the way.
Ajay
Remember, we've got
Bindru,
18
Jai
groups
Dowda,
teeing off
and
today.
Sahil Juval to the first tee, please.
Slow down, Gary. Don't start running yet. You've got a long afternoon in front of you. But it is exciting, isn't it? Playing with the full professional experience. Many of these would have also been doing TV interviews before they started. They have their lockers with their names on as well. And of course the live on TV. Back down the first, trying to negotiate those 2 trees and get it onto the green. Has he hit it long enough? He has. He's hit it too far, too well, but that's fine. Right over the pin, back of the green, but he'll be looking to 2-putt from there. You can see another ball just on the right of the green, just going out of shot now. So we've got 2 balls in decent shape. So we look back down the fairway. Now, right in the middle of the fairway there, on the left-hand side, whoever that is looking really good. Those 2 trees in the middle of the fairway there, they have caused a lot of trouble for a lot of golfers playing on this course. Obviously not very big and not very bushy, but they just mess with your mind a little bit. And if you don't have total control over your golf ball and you're trying to do things you're not used to, they really can mess up your opening hole. Of course, Meydan is where we are, famous for the horse racing nowadays, the Dubai World Cup since 1996. Originally at Nad Al Sheba, now Meydan, really on the same site. Won back in 96 by US horse Cigar. In 2021, Mystic Guide is the latest winner of one of the richest horse races in the world. So we look back down the fairway on the first. As I say, playing off the silver tees today, which is really the middle of the 5 tee options. The shortest one, Jade, would have had this hole at 536 yards. The black tees, 663. Intimidating to say the least. As we wait for these second shots to be completed, let's have a look at some more of the teams. This is the 3 Capital Advisors Limited, Kabir Luthra, Sachin Mahajan, Kishale Bandapataye, excuse me if I'm getting these names wrong, Rajesh Verma, James Park, Hugh Young Jong, Rahul Kitson and Deepak Mandodi. Also Shaporji Palonji, S&P, Anand Lakiani, Chris Badia, Gaurav Anand, Neil Walther, we've already seen him tee off, Oswald Aralano, Gurbak Singh, Vikram Walia and Charlie Amour. Satoshi FX, Stefan Powell, Ashok Kumar, Jonathan, George Riding, Paul Bogan, Kiefer Kelly, Craig Vance and Madhu Bandari. And Just Golf, Randeep Singh, Mukesh Kochar, Sabik Baji, Sanjay Advani, Joggi Bra, Ishu Rupani, Omar Jilani and Wayne Platts. Atari Chain, Wayne Taylor, Gary Webber, we've seen them, Christopher Bagg, Paul McNeil, John White, Josh Kemp, Sean Kramer and Sam Tierney, filling out the 8 players there. And Bentley, they've entered the team as well. Hasnain Dar, Eric Tolsma, Sandeep Kumar, Vikas Satchar, Mark Moody, Andrew Wood, Ryan Yeomans and Khalid Samawi. Back to the first green, missing the green there, making it tricky. Emirates NBD need to try and get up and down. This is Satif Sridharan, our 9 handicapper. Tricky to get this right. Again, the nerves of the first drive out the way, but these little shots will be the testers. He's chipped it on the green, just wants it to roll on a little bit more, but that's nicely played. It's not going to be the easiest of putts, as his teammate nearly walks over his line. He should be pretty happy with that. Got good contact on it, and I think he would have just liked it to have been a bit closer. So now his teammate Rohit landed on the green and just rolled off the back a little bit, but he's happy enough to still use his putter. Tricky one though, you see the pin there, just in a little bit of a bowl at the front of the green, and there should be a birdie putt. Starting it left, hoping it's going to fall to the right as it dies off. Creeping down there again. He would have just liked that to be a little bit further. He's left himself a bit of a knee knocker for his part. We're now with the Wealth of Wellness team. That's a strong putt, that's going to go past. It just needs to slow down. It's confident. Again, I think he would have liked to have been a little bit closer for the return putt. Now Mark Burbach. Five handicap, Mark. Now this would be a nice one to go in. He's just pushed that to the right and it never changed course all the way. Again, a real tricky putt. Had to chip on from just off the green. much wind out there today, very gentle. I'm sure when we speak to Shiv Kapoor, when he joins me a little bit later on, he'll explain how the wind would be of concern to him probably, but the amateurs, it's the least of their concerns. Oh, just misses on the left-hand side. Lovely stroke though, rolled it really nicely. And Satish now will just finish up. Well done, that's the first hole done. Ball in the pocket, breathe out. You can see the flag blowing away. It's not a really strong breeze at all, but it's enough for the lower handicappers to think about, I'm sure. Now we've got Thomas Ragg from Worldwide Golf, who's out and about all afternoon for us, and he'll be interviewing various characters and players to do with the event. Let's find out who he's caught up with already. Thomas.
I am with Kalani, the chairman of Wealth of Wellness, who have sponsored a team today. Kalani, I just wanted to speak to you about the possibilities this brings your business. Why have you decided to sponsor a team today?
I'm basically a banker, investment banker, and I know the importance of wealth. But end of the day, health is important, and the medium of advertisement to reach the people who are more bankers on the golf course. This is the event where Eagle tournament is the best medium of to launch our. We are launching on 15th of January in Jumeirah, so this is the best medium to promote.
And obviously we've got the golf day today, but we've had the race day on Thursday night, a big networking opportunity for you. How special is that for your company?
Golf is more for the bankers, and these are the events which is looked after by the more bankers and the businessmen. And the importance for the health is more for the wealthy people, that is the bankers.
And obviously Wealth of Wellness, you're talking about wealth and wellness. Obviously wellness is a very important part of golf, so it makes a perfect link for you guys.
Wealth of Wellness is the health related. This thing is, it is a holistic wellness center starting from 6 to late night 9 o'clock, taking care of the detoxification, regeneration. We never give the importance of health. We always run away through the wealth, but end of the day, health is important. Health is wealth for us.
Well, thanks a lot, Kalani. Thanks a lot, Kalani. Back to you.
Thanks a lot.
There you are, Kalani. His team already out on the course, Wealth of Wellness. They played in the first group today. Remember, we've got 8 members in all of these teams, going out in various pairings throughout the day. As we look back down the first fairway, as we watch Atari Chain trying to hit their first approach shot of the day. And that was just at the front of the green, just not enough in it, but a good chance to get up and down from there. Now S&P with their approach shot. And that's just on the right hand side in the rough there. Looks like both the Atari players hit the fairway. I'm not sure, they seem to be walking further off there. Oh, it's just, I can just see a ball there, just on the left-hand side. So it was a terrific tee shot from Gary, and he's run out of fairway. So he is going to have that tree problem, is Gary. Gary Webber now. He's going to take his approach shot. He'll be looking to get onto the green. Over that tree. Well, safely on. That would have come a bit round to the left, more than he would have liked. He might have been a bit nervous watching that one in the air, but he's safely on, and he'll be in good shape for his putt. He'll be pleased. Really busy part of Dubai, this Meydan track. Of course, the race course nearby. Loads of construction, in fact, going on as well. As with much of Dubai and indeed the UAE, these resort areas being expanded and updated to include as much as they possibly can. And Meydan is certainly one of those. Now another approach onto the first. Don't think we've hit the green. Oh, a bit strong. Over the back again, he would have been slightly nervous. That water a bit closer than he would have liked. As we head back to the first tee. Going to get the group 4, 12:40. We can hand down to Nick Tarrant as soon as he's ready. I'll just go back to the first. I think currently discussing who's first to play as there's a ball going through the green onto the other side. That'll be disappointing. I think a bit of nerves there. Didn't get the contact he wanted. That's gone through the green. Now, this is a tricky little up and down. You don't want to try and be too cute with this, otherwise you find it just resting on the fringe. But nervous of that one. And we've seen already with the first group not getting as close to the pin as they would like with the putter, in the first putt at least. Now to the back of the green. This is Vikram. Just got to slow down. What a lovely putt. Oh, hits the pin. What a wonderful chip that was from Vikram. And he gets a round of applause from a couple of spectators there. What a way to start your day. And he'll hopefully finish that putt off. And he'll walk onto the second tee with his chest puffed out slightly. Now his teammate Neil. Disappointed he's gone through the green with his first effort here. Now he just wants to nudge it up close. Look at how this hole. Oh, well, who would have expected that? Two members of the same team hitting the pin. Neil's certainly made amends for that chip he wouldn't have been happy with. To take that away. What a lovely putt that was. I think his teammate perhaps gave him a bit of a read as well. Beautifully weighted though, wasn't it? So now Gary is trying to just ease it down there, just falls off to the right a little bit, but that's, again, really nice weight on that one, judged it really well. Can his teammate Sean just finish off and they can move on to the second. The par 3 here at Meydan coming up next, starting with a par 5, then a par 3, and then you're into a run of 3 par 4s in a row. Two earlier groups who had similar putts, they both fell away to his left. Has he done it well? Oh, he has. Lovely. Very tidy. So some good golf from that group. Look forward to seeing them as the day goes on. Vikram just wants to tidy up. Well done. Well, they all seem to be holding their nerve, certainly in that group so far. Really good short game on display from all 4 of those players. So we're going to move on to the second green. Our first look at the par 3 today. Stroke index 15, 189 yards. Again, a pretty long green for them to hit. Trying to chip on, up and down for his par. Bounces nicely. That's a good chip. Left himself a very good opportunity for par.
On the tee representing Atari K, Wayne Taylor.
And again, a very similar chip. This one just falling away a little bit on the left. And that has left a tricky putt. Wealth of Wellness team wearing the red today. This is Bipin Bhatia. Trying to nudge it. Just a little bit tentative, need a little bit more on there. Again, you don't want to leave yourself that kind of distance. Within a dustbin lid around the hole is one of the common ideas of where you want to leave your lag putt. Pete Harradine design course, this one. The track here, floodlit, so it's in use late into the night as well. Pete Harradine has designed plenty in the UAE, designer of the national, the Abu Dhabi Golf Club, which up until next year has hosted the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Next year being moved to Yas Links in January for the first time. Pete Harradine also designed the Jebel Ali course, which has undergone some renovations of its own. That's a nice putt. Is it going to drop? Oh! Good effort. I'd have given him that one. I think that's Satish. That's 2 good putts from Satish we've seen on the first and the second. Now Mark Burbach. Chipped on. It wasn't the chip he was looking for. He wanted to be a lot closer than this. So this is now for his par. low crouch over the ball. Has he hit it? No, he hasn't. See as well, it's not only the cameras, they've got scorers there and caddies with them, and all adds to the pressure, but no such danger there for Rohit. Straight in the hole, lovely putt. That leaves Bipin really needing this. Oh, there's no nerves out there in that first group. Really impressive. And they move on to the third, which is the first par 4 of the day for them. I'd say all 4 of them walking with a spring in their step. When you play those first few holes and it's encouraging and confidence builds, you look forward to the rest of the day. When you start off in a bad way, it can be a slog. And we're back to the first fairway now, Group 3, about to hit their approaches onto the par 5 green. Remember, it's at the front for them as they're looking at it, just 14 on, 9 from the left, so they will be wary. There is a little inlet of water to the left of the green. There is quite a bit of rough between the green and the water, but it's still enough to be on the minds of amateurs. This is S&P taking on Atari in this match. Excuse me, ENBD, Emirates NBD against Wealth of Wellness, in fact. Pankaj Kundra, 14 handicapper. This would be terrific if he can get on here. Just short of the green, short and right, but that's fine. Higher handicappers tempted to use the putter there. Anytime you're on short grass in reasonable vicinity of the green, it's a good idea to just get a putter on it if you can. If you're uncomfortable or unsure about chipping on or pitching. They opened this course in '93 when it was called the Dubai Golf and Racing Club. There's only one other course back then. It's the sand course at the Dubai Country Club. It's taken over by Maidan. Of course, golf now has exploded across the country. There's 12 courses just in Dubai, 10 golf clubs. You've got par 3s, golf academies. You've also got the new arrival of the fantastic Top Golf facility at the Emirates Golf Club, which is proving to really draw in some new people to golf as well. Jaydal Dahir playing for Wealth of Wellness, 14 handicapper, similar to Kundra, his opposite number tonight. Can he get on the green? Just off to the right. But still, no major problems. It's the short game though. Have they been practicing it in the days and weeks leading up to this. It's all very well on the driving range leathering a driver for an hour, but you need to go to the short course area as well. Now, more interviews today. Ashraf is on the microphone now. Let's catch up with him, see who he's caught up with now.
اوكي اتكلم كمان تمام خلاص. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. احنا الآن في الإيجل كوربريت انفيتيشنال ومعانا اللاعب مروان. مروان، مسرورين جدا بلقائك اليوم، بس حدثنا اليوم عن البطولة وعن الحدث اليوم، وكيف الأمور معك في الحدث اليوم.
البطولة جدا ممتازة. جماعة من الكوربريت انفيتيشنال عملوا لنا بطولة طيبة، وبالعكس نحن فرحانين ومسرورين ان نكون ضمن الرعاة في البطولة هاي، ونتمنى ان فريقنا يحقق نتائج طيبة ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. وبالنسبة لتوقعاتك يعني اليوم وبالنسبة للفريق، هل هو يعني شعر انه في جاهزية للموضوع، كله جاهز، كله متحمس للبطولة؟
الشباب كلمناهم قبل البطولة لا تبدأ وكلهم متحمسين، وان شاء الله يقدمون احسن اداء
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله. وبالنسبة يعني زي ما تكلمنا موضوع كوربريت انفيتيشنال وهاي يعني حدث مثل هيك، يعني كيف بتشوف حاجة يعني بطولة بتقدر تحث على هاي يعني بالنسبة للاماتشرز وبالنسبة للجونيورز، يعني كيف بتشوف هاي الموضوع؟
بالعكس، نحن بنك إمارات دبي الوطني دائما نكون سباقين في الرعاية، يا للأندية يا للبطولات، يا في كرة القدم، وبدينا في الجولف عندنا دبي ديزرت كلاسيك وعندنا المون لايت كلاسيك دائما نرعاهم، وايضا فرق الكرة من ضمن المجموعة نادي النصر ومع الشباب الاهلي، واكيد في سباقات الخيول كاس العالم. يعني دائما نكون قد ما نقدر نرعى الاحداث الرياضيه.
اكيد طبعا، نار على العلم يعني، واحنا فخورين ومبسوطين جدا بوجودك وبوجود إميريتس NBD، وان شاء الله تستمتع بالبطوله وتستمتع باليوم. ويوم يعني مش يعني it's not too serious زي ما بيقولوا، يعني الموضوع نمشي فيه وننبسط يعني.
بالعكس، نحن هدفنا كلنا ان الكل ينبسط ويطلع فرحان، واخر شيء توفيق لله واحسن فريق يفوز ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا مروان.
شكرا، الله يسلمك. ما
قصر. شكرا.
So that's Marwan Hadi, Emirates NBD team. He'll be quite glad to have had that conversation, take his mind off his opening tee shot. He goes out in Group 7 and he'll be teeing off in about 15 minutes from now. So he'll be just going through his final short game preparations, maybe hit a few more irons on the driving range and make his way to the first tee. Now, I'm delighted to say, joining me in the commentary booth, as he did for hours and hours in June as well, Shiv Kapoor. Wonderful to see you again. Welcome back, Shiv. I know you're a recent winner, which must have been thrilling for you. We'll talk about that as we go on today. But first of all, we're back at an Eagle event, this time at Meydan. We're seeing some good golf already this morning, some nerves out there, but they don't seem to be showing it. We talked last time about how amateurs can handle the nerves building up to an event like this, knowing it's on TV, knowing it's broadcast live, but they seem to be handling it fairly well so far.
Thanks, Graham. Really excited to be here. I was on the first tee for the first hour, and I watched some really impressive tee shots. A lot of them were very nervous. As soon as they hit their shots, they were panting, but it was great to see the enthusiasm and the excitement, and the whole concept of Eagle being give the amateurs the feeling of being a professional for a day, and they surely got that on the first tee. I know the feeling of butterflies in your stomach when you're teeing off in a big event, and each and every one of them, but I have to say the quality of the shots and the quality of golf so far, highly impressive.
The handicaps are going up to 18 today, and we've seen a couple. I mean, some of the high handicappers we've seen so far, really 14's the highest. You wouldn't know it, would you? They're striking the ball really well. What did you see on the driving range before they went off? Because everybody has different ways of preparing, but did you see anybody really struggling out there? You know, when you go to the driving range and you just can't find it at all and you worry about the round about to happen.
Well, to be fair, I mean, there was a lot of nerves. You know, you go to each and every one on the driving range and they all seem like the world is falling apart and their games have fallen apart, and then they get up on the first tee and they, you know, hit a perfect tee shot. Vikram being one of them, I went and saw him on the driving range and he says, I can't hit a ball straight, and then he stripes it on the first tee. So, you know, I think the quality of golf has been very impressive. I think it continues to be, and it just shows the strength of corporate golf and what we have here in the UAE.
This is Gary now. He's really got through the first hole really well, and there's again another really strong putt, very confident, finishing off, moving on to the next hole. Talk about the first tee, Shiv. It's crucial. So much is made of it as well. As a professional, you probably have different ways of approaching it. For amateurs, how do we, I'm going to class myself as an amateur golfer, how do we approach that first tee nerves? Forgetting the TV cameras even, what's the best way just to get through the rush of blood to your head? Maybe the person who's just teed off before you has leathered one down the middle and you become even more uncomfortable with your game. What's just the best way to get through that first tee?
Well, you know, I think it's very important to have a good process and a good routine. If you have a steady routine and you have something that's repeatable, it doesn't matter if it's your first tee shot or the last hole of a tournament. A lot of times I've been asked this question by, you know, lots of juniors like they were this morning, saying, how do you handle pressure? You know, and the first tee shot is about handling pressure. And the only way to overcome that is to have a routine and to have a trigger. And for me, I've always had a pre-shot routine that I can stick with. I can count that it's a 16-second routine, and it's been like that for the last however many years I can count. So I think that's the one way of getting through it. That's the one that worked for me. But more than anything else, it's about visualizing the shot. You know, I think more often than not, you see the shot you don't want to hit rather than the shot you actually want to hit. So positive visualization is also a great technique.
Looking at the third green now, the first par 4 on the course. Let's talk about the course itself then, Shiv. Here we are at the track at Meydan. It's gone through various incarnations over its years. It's one of the oldest actual golf courses in the UAE, and it's now very much come into its own as a course that real amateurs can get on. It's a little bit cost-wise, it's a little bit easier for people to play on the track rather than some of the other courses around as well. So it's become a real learning ground for new golfers. How do you approach this course? What's your view of the track in general?
I think first and foremost, it's very important to have public golf courses and public driving ranges. The real growth of the sport doesn't come from country clubs, but it comes from public courses, and I think that's a worldwide phenomenon. The reason why the US and the UK are able to produce golfers on a mass scale, or Australia for that matter, is the access to golf. So a place like the track Meydan, you know, really provides that opportunity to each person to be able to play, you know, on an affordable golf course. The track itself is very, very impressive. You know, I went out and played it. The first hole to me, a 600-yard par 5, probably the hardest par 5 in the whole UAE.
It's a bit of a beast, isn't it? It's huge.
Yeah. And there's a lot of water that creeps in on a lot of the holes. So big, you know, there is a lot of premium on accuracy here. The putting greens are rolling at a beautiful 10 or 11 on the stump this morning. So it's going to be a tough test.
As Rohit Gupta, they're opting to putt from just off the green.
And there you get a good idea of, you know, just the speed of the greens. He hardly touched that, and that's gone a good 6-8 feet past the hole. So,
and again, for your higher handicappers, that's terrifying, isn't it? If you see that number of the stimp meter and you start to hit your first few putts, you're tapping it and you're seeing it go flying past the hole as well. That doesn't add to calming the nerves down for the rest of the day, does it?
And typically what you find happens there is you start decelerating, and once you decelerate, the putts, you know, don't start on line, and when you get putts starting offline, that's when the short putts start to miss, and it becomes more of a mental issue rather than actually a technical issue.
Let's talk about your win. We've got to talk about it. I want to talk about it. Fantastic performance for you. Obviously with your friend Jeev Milka Singh, who celebrated a birthday as well recently. Just talk us through the importance of winning for you and your career, and in terms of the general feeling as well. It was a great win on the Indian tour.
Yeah, it was, obviously came at the right time for me. The last 2 years, for most people, with the pandemic, been very difficult, didn't really have a schedule. And, Jeev being like an older brother to me, it was obviously a very emotional win. But before we talk about that, how about that putt from Satish?
What a putt that was. He's putted already on the first 2 holes. He's shown he's got the speed of the greens perfectly, and he's proved it again. What a putt that is. Look at him just walking off very calmly, and then talking to opposite number about his putt.
I think we might have an injury of some sort.
Is that an injury, or is he having a shave on the course?
Looks like he might have been stung by something.
Maybe got a bite, yeah, unfortunately. It certainly didn't put his opposite number off his putt. So there's a bit of medical attention going on there on the third. Yes, anyway, Shiv, let's get back to that. Talk about the win, yeah, what it meant to you, really.
Yeah, it was very emotional. The victory, being as close as Jeev is to me. So, my victory speech was also very emotional. But more than anything else, it'd been 2 years of toiling hard and putting in a lot of effort, whether it be in the gym and, working on my game, and to see it, bear fruit and to win arguably the biggest event on our local tour back in India gave me a lot of, confidence and belief. I'm getting close to 40 now, so, you're sort of a veteran now, not a rookie anymore, and any win that comes now is, obviously a bonus, and it's given me a lot of faith going forward for the next, sort of 5 years of my career, and hopefully it's a springboard for more success to come.
Well, that's often the question. If I'm lucky enough to interview golfers who've recently won, quite often they say the win is fantastic, whether it's a surprise or not when it came, but it also changes how you look at the next season ahead. Maybe you choose slightly different events because you suddenly realize, well, actually my game is in better shape than perhaps I thought it was.
Yeah, absolutely. I was using that as a warm-up event to go and play the 2 events in Phuket, and lo and behold, I win, and now suddenly the expectations have changed, and I'm looking forward to the next few weeks. Like I said, usually this time of the year you're winding down, and Christmas is around the corner, but for me it's about putting in the effort and getting ready for the season that's coming up. And I'm very excited about the events that are coming up with Singapore and Saudi Arabia and all the events that we have lined up, and not just looking to be in the field, but actually looking to win.
It's fantastic. So pleased for you, Shiv. It's a great win. Great to see you lifting a trophy as well. I see the picture now in my mind's eye. What a smile. Let's talk about golf in the UAE. As Rohit Gupta, again, fearless with his putter as well. We were talking about the stimp meter and the speed of the greens. It doesn't seem to be bothering a lot of them. I wonder how much, we'll talk about UAE golf in a second. I'm just looking at the action now. I wonder how much practice on this particular course is helping some of the players rather than others, because like you say, this is more of your municipality course that's designed for any golfer to come and play, but it also does challenge your better golfer, but it's more for your higher handicapper just to get used to the game. So for the ones who are used to playing on more of the championship courses and the expensive courses as well, is this a big change for them? Will they find this a lot easier or not really?
Actually, in terms of difficulty, I find this at par with most of the courses around the UAE. It's a little flatter. It's not as undulating as some of the other courses, but we've definitely got a lot of water bodies around. Accuracy is at a premium here. Some of the desert courses usually can be quite wide off the tee, but this one is quite demanding. And like I was saying, you start off with the first hole, an absolute beast at 600 yards, and I haven't seen one poor tee shot yet. So. No. It's pretty impressive, the level of golf we've seen. It's
very impressive. Shiv will stay with us. We're going to pop down back to Thomas now, who's found another interesting face around here at the track to speak to. Thomas, who have you got now?
I'm joined by Amit Bansal, the head of sales at Sharpuji Palonji. Amit, great to have you here today.
Thanks, Tom.
Just talk to us a bit about your company. I know you've got a development under construction at the moment in downtown Dubai. Just give us a bit of background information.
Okay. So I represent Sharpuji Palonji. We are a real estate development company. We are coming up with a luxury residential project in downtown Dubai. So this is our first flagship real estate development outside of our home country, India. So we are very happy to be here.
And just talk to us a bit about why the company's decided to sponsor a team in the obviously EAGL Business Series. What does it bring to you as a company?
So the obvious reason is that the clientele matches for the golf, for the luxury, they go hand in hand. But importantly for us, we look for partnerships where our ethos match. So if I see golf as an event, the perseverance, the tenacity, the transparency, all of these are the ethos which the group Shapoorji Pallonji stands for.
Perfect. Well, thanks for joining us today, Amit.
Thank you so much.
And best of luck in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Thomas. And he's going to be catching up with more and more people as the afternoon progresses. Remember, we've got 5.5 hours of live golf, and it's the rarest of things on live TV. It's live amateur golf as well, which a lot of people say they love to watch sometimes amateurs playing. We watch the professionals all the time. We admire them, just as we like watching Shiv play the game. But sometimes it's just nice to be brought back down to earth with players who are a bit more similar to us as well. But as we've seen already so far, especially on the putting green, no signs of nerves, some really good skills. And they're out there as well, Shiv, not only with the TV cameras on them, but they've got caddies, they've got scorers with them. It's the full professional feeling for an event, which is really the idea behind Eagle as well. But it just adds that little special of, that little extra bit of quality to their day.
Yeah, and I was surprised. We saw some crowds on the first tee today. There was a complete buzz around. It's very difficult, you know. I was talking to some of the amateurs. They say, we usually come to watch you, and now it's the other way around. So I think it's added to the whole, the ethos of the league, being that you want to give them the experience of what professionals go through to better appreciate what professional golf is. And what better way to do it, you know, crowds on the first tee, live on TV. It's a nerve-wracking experience. It's hard to explain, but so far they've come out with flying colors.
What is it, do you think, that us amateur golfers, one of the biggest things that we don't think about that you professionals go through?
I think there's two things. One is, you know, you obviously don't warm up properly. I find if I look this morning or I look across the board, you know, preparation precedes performance. And I think if you look at that, the warm-up is not done very focused, and then you expect to go out on the first tee and hit a perfect tee shot. The other thing is keeping your expectations in check. You know, what is a good shot for an amateur versus a good shot for a professional? And sometimes, you know, they miss a 10-foot putt and you know, all hell breaks loose because they expect to make it. But if you look at the tour average on the PGA Tour, it's, you know, close to 20% from 10 feet. Now, if you think about that, that's 2 out of every 10 putts, and that's for a professional. So I think, you know, a lot of it is you stand up on the first tee, you make a couple of wild swings, and you expect the ball to go straight. More often than not, I find your first couple of shots of the day set the tone for the rest of the day. You know, you start off with a good shot, everything goes fine. You know, the first couple of shots don't go well, and then, you know, the whole day goes to pieces.
It's very interesting, you saying that as well. I think that's, I've heard that before from professional golfers who say amateurs are just too hard on themselves when they go out and play. Yes, we expect too much, but then if it doesn't go well, you criticize yourself too much, where part of being a professional is you hit a shot you're not happy with, but you move on. And now look at what I've created and how to get out of that.
I think for the most part, when you watch a broadcast, you're seeing a highlights reel. And most people are under the misconception that professionals don't hit poor shots. We hit a lot of bad shots. It's just the ability to bounce back from a bad shot is a lot better than amateurs. And I always tell others, they say, oh, well, you don't really hit bad shots. And I said, well, if I kept hitting the same shots as you did, I won't have a profession. So it's important to sort of keep those things in check. But at the same time, I think it's important to know and to gauge. If you're an 18 handicapper, you know, you're trying to make a bogey in every hole and not a par. So,
well, it's interesting. Yeah, it's dealing with the bad shots. I think a reason why we love watching Phil Mickelson, for example, he gets out of these incredible tight spots with his short game. But if he hadn't hit the bad shot before that, he wouldn't have had to get out of the tight spot.
Yeah, and I think also remembering a 3-foot putt counts the same as a 300-yard drive. And you know, if everyone says, how do I improve my handicap? And I said, the first thing I would do is improve your putting. If you make 1 or 2 less putts around, your handicap comes down by 2 shots. It's a lot easier to hole a couple of more 4-footers in a round, if you work at it, than it is to hit your drive 50 yards further.
As you know, Shiv, practicing putting is boring.
That's right, that's right.
I suppose, again, when you see people warming up, they're just not at the short game area, they're not on the putting green for long enough, they're just trying to leather drives, and that's it, and then they move to the first tee, and that's the biggest problem, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's how you practice. Like I said, your practice precedes your performance, so it needs to be a replication of what you're going to do on the golf course. If you go out on the driving range and you hit 10 balls as fast as you can, and then you get on the first tee and you're trying to slow down your swing, it's not the ideal preparation. So, you know, there's a lot of talk now, there's a lot of performance coaches that are out there with professionals, where it's about the correct way to practice, is, you know, practicing the way you want to replicate in a tournament.
We're looking at Pankaj Kundra, 14 handicapper. Talk about his putting style as we're looking at there. Quite a long way away from the ball as he hits that putt.
And again, when you talk about putting, there's no right or wrong way. You see so many different styles. If you look at the great putters over time, they all do it in a very different way. If you go back to the classics of Ben Crenshaw, had a very long rhythmic stroke and he's stood side on to the ball. Tiger Woods is more your stereotypical sort of like a robot where everything is in line and everything's perfect. If you look at Bobby Locke in the past, he used to like to draw his putts. Jack Nicklaus again stood very differently. So many ways to skin a cat, as they say. But at the end of the day, the most important thing with putting is to have your eyes in the correct place so you can get the ball started on line.
Interesting. So your eyes looking down over the ball, straight down.
On the target line or inside, never over.
Interesting. You mentioned the Tiger word there. We have to mention how wonderful it is. He's going to be back out playing with his son over in America just a short time after that catastrophic car crash that could have ended not only his career but his way of life as well. Just talk about that for us. He keeps bouncing back, this man. I have told people for the last few months, even since the car crash, he's going to win another major. He's incredible.
Look, if there's one thing you learn is you never write Tiger out. We've written him off in the past, and he's come back to win the Tour Championship and to win the Masters. Won't surprise me if he comes back again. He's trying to underplay it, I think, intentionally in the media. I keep seeing him say, you know, this is a hit and giggle, and I'm nowhere near. And he's trying to keep people's expectations in check. But if you just look at his upper body after he's come back from his accident, to me he looks like, you know, he's put on a lot of mass and he's got really strong where he could. And that's just a testament of the greatness of the person. You know, even though he's had a car crash and he's broken his leg, he's still working on other parts of his body. He said the other day, he said, I haven't had a day off, which means he's, you know, very, very serious about making a comeback. When that's going to be and when he's going to be back to full fitness, we don't know. Age isn't really on his side, so it becomes harder and harder to come back from something like this. But like I said, you'd be a fool to write him off.
Let's not forget, we're concentrating on his leg injuries at the moment, but not long before that it was about his back as well, so that's still always going to be an issue for him. At what point, you know, for you yourself, Shiv, as well, at what point do you have to say, my body just won't allow me to play as a professional anymore? I'll still love the game, I'll still play, you know, maybe Champions Tour, Legends Tour events like that, but at what point are you going to have to say, I can't play at the top level anymore? As heartbreaking as that will be.
It is, and I think, you know, what happens, unlike other sports, I think in golf, players are very hesitant to retire. You know, they always feel like if I can drag it on for a couple of more years, I've got the senior tour around the corner. Whereas sports like cricket or football, you're forced out of the team in a way. So, you know, you step down and you retire at the right time. I feel like not enough golfers step away when they should, with the hope that, well, I can still play and, you know, maybe I've got more left in me. But I think Tiger's a bit different. I think he'll only compete if he feels he can win. He's not coming there to have top tens and complete the field or make the cut. He will literally only tee it up weeks where he feels he can win, and that's what makes him, you know, the greatest of all time.
Well, back out on the course here, and Vikram Walla on the third hole, the first par 4. He's got a little knee knocker here to finish off his hole.
Vikram's a very handy 12 handicapper. Played a couple of times with him. Very straight off the tee and effective with this club.
There it is. Worried about the commentator's curse then, but no, straight in the hole. And a confident walk off the green as well. How much do you think inside their heads you're living the dream today, aren't you? As we look at the leaderboard for the first time today. Just explain for us, if you can, Shiv, the way that the Stableford points and the scoring is going to work today might be a little bit confusing for the uninitiated.
So the scoring is it goes according to your handicap. Depending on your handicap, you receive strokes on certain holes. The big challenge with Stableford is to keep the mistakes off the card. You know, a double bogey or triple bogey can very quickly derail your round. For people that don't know how, not familiar with the scoring, a double bogey is 0 points, bogey is 1 point, par is 2 points, birdie 3, and an eagle 5. So any double bogeys are very, very catastrophic. So you need to make sure you're making at least 1 point on each hole or more. And that's the beauty of Stableford, is it gives you a chance to bounce back. You know, you could have had a couple of bad holes, but a birdie or eagle can really thrust you back on top of the leaderboard. So there's lots to play for. Like I said, this is the T20 of golf. You have 9 holes. You don't get time to play yourself in. It's go from the very first hole, and so far we already see Rohit leading with 7 points very early in his round for Emirates NBD.
And we won't really know who's winning until the final putt has dropped as well, because scores, on that last putt could change everything. How is the theory that it's the high handicappers that are going to change the scoring? The low handicappers just need to be solid, but really where you make the points is if your high handicappers have one of those wonderful days that come along once in a while.
Yeah, of course, and I think the most important thing here is for the spectators to know, and for the viewers, is that all 8 scores count. So each and every person in the team is important. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So you can have someone who can have a career day, but you need to make sure that each and every person is contributing. Your high handicappers can score your points, but your low handicappers also are important. So each person counts, and you can never really throw in the towel.
And because you're not playing better ball, so the best score is the only one that counts, everybody's score does count. So you can't really dovetail though as a pair, can you? You can't really use many tactics there.
Yeah, I think it's an individual sport. Golf is predominantly an individual sport, and here we're giving it a twist where it's an individual sport in a team setting. So you're playing for yourself, but yet you're playing for a bigger cause, and you're playing for a team, and not just letting yourself down. You want to make sure you don't let your teammates down. And we had a wonderful moment on the first tee where all the team members came together and they were taking team pictures, and it's great to see the camaraderie that this week and the tournament itself builds.
Okay, I think Thomas has got another guest to speak to. When we come back, we'll talk to Shiv about a wonderful morning with junior golfers as well. But first, Thomas, who have you got for us now?
Okay, I'm joined by Madhu Pandari. He's the chairman of Satoshi FX. Madhu Pandari, sorry, apologies. Chairman of Satoshi FX, crypto, the future of money. Just give us a bit of an insight into the company.
Okay. Gentlemen, I've been following crypto like child. When Bitcoin was 400, I told all the guys, get in this. This is a technology. It is not crypto. It's a blockchain. All the people can counterfeit the money. Everything is on paper money. You guys have seen what happened in Venezuela. You have seen in Zimbabwe. Now, if you don't want to see more of those Zimbabwe and Venezuela, follow crypto, blockchain. I'm not promoting any coin. I'm not promoting anything. I'm promoting the blockchain. And the future of money is crypto. Now, why I believe in crypto? Because crypto, if you hold, it is your own holding, okay? And you have it in your wallet, you can cold wallet it, you can save it, and then you can also give it in 1 second to anybody, any part of the world. So this blockchain industry, you can't put anything in between. So that's why the Bitcoin is only 21 million Bitcoin. After that, there'll be no Bitcoin. So Satoshi FX, when I talk about Satoshi FX, I have 40-year experience in the Forex and crypto world. I know exactly how the world used to move. And Forex and crypto, I put it together. So Satoshi is the future, FX is the past. So I put the past and the future together. So when I say past and the future together, that means you can do trade with me gold, you can trade with me silver, you can trade with me euro dollar. I'm not against anybody, but I'm telling you, go with the trend. If the trend is future is crypto, why not be inside? People already regret. Most of the people, they never used to believe in crypto, and they used to laugh when I used to talk at 400. They were laughing at me. I said, guys, laugh at me one day. You'll laugh at yourself. Okay? Now the old guys are coming back to me. Madhu, what is this? It's $60,000, 70. Now I'm telling them, one day don't be surprised if it is $1 million, one Bitcoin, and you cannot find a Bitcoin. You will only find Satoshi FX and Satoshi Nakamoto's children, which is Satoshi. So this is what I feel, Tom.
Well, strong words, strong words. And we're down here today, obviously at the Corporate Invitational. How's your golf game? How much are you looking forward to getting out there and playing in front of the cameras?
Look, I'm a golfer. For 10 years I played golf, I lived golf. And I was on the golf course in Dubai Creek Lot. Okay? Then I started playing golf with the money. So last 10 years, I'm playing golf with the money. I've been in a real estate, billions of dollars in Dubai. And I'm proudly say that I'm the only one who did not default in the real estate crash in 2008, 11 billion projects. After that, when the market crashed, I lost big money, but I just call money a number game, okay? And then I took up the Satoshi FX and a health industry, which I think probably have a future of $50 billion, $100 billion. I don't want to count money. I want to count the passion.
Well, thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great day out there today.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Back to you guys.
Well, I tell you what, if he plays golf like he talks, he's on for a winning round today. Madhu Bandari, what a great character. 18 handicap, he tees off a little bit later on at 2 o'clock shift. That's confidence, isn't it? I hope he can take that onto the course.
I tell you, it is the hottest topic at all conversations these days, whether it's socially or otherwise, crypto and Bitcoin. So he's dealing with a very, very relevant topic. But getting back to golf, I guess, if you had his kind of confidence, you know, he reminds me of, you know, Poulter and the Ryder Cup.
Very much. I think there might be an overconfidence issue that he might have to work on the course. So Emirates NBD currently leading. They've got 20 points through 3 holes. That's not bad going early on, is it?
No, that's fantastic. They put up a very strong lineup. They put their best player out first, and Rohit Gupta, you know, very, very good 3 handicapper. And I think they've still got a couple of good players to come later on in the day. It's going to be an exciting day. We're not going to know the winner till the very end. And, you know, like I said, when all 8 scores count, you're only as strong as your weakest link.
I was talking just before you joined us, Shiv, about the breeze out there. We'll just go back to the first tee first before we talk about that. Marwan Hadi playing for Emirates NBD, his tee shot.
So Marwan's the head of Emirates NBD Retail. There's a great story with him of how he started golf. He went to, as a handy little swing.
It was so good we can see it twice.
Great. So I spent a bit of time with Marwan on the range and talking to him, and his passion came from actually being a spectator, and he watched the Abu Dhabi tournament, he watched Tiger Woods, and he watched Tommy Fleetwood, 2 of his favorite golfers, and he was inspired to take up the game. And, you know, today here we have Emirates NBD fielding a team, and, you know, just 2 years into playing golf, and his real passion comes from the simulator he has in his house. So he practices every evening after work. He set up a simulator on his rooftop, and that's what he does. So, you know, all these bankers who work very hard in their off time, they're practicing in sneaky ways to get ready for events like this.
It is, you can't forget though, it is a corporate event, corporate teams out there, so, you know, there'll be conversations happening, networking at the same time as having a terrific afternoon of golf live on TV to the world. I have to say, we've been, on air for an hour and a half now. We haven't seen any disasters among the golfers so far. I've been thoroughly impressed. The higher handicappers certainly holding their nerve so far.
No, I have been very impressed with the standard of golf, and as you touched upon, you know, this is about networking and it's corporate golf. And the great thing with the sport of golf is it doesn't matter what standard of golf you are. You can have a 3 handicapper playing with an 18 handicapper, and it's about the camaraderie and the company and, you know, enjoying playing with each other. And I find the same, you know, when you talk about ProAms, it's about playing with people that share the same passion as you do. And that's the great thing. Not many sports can give you that, you know, whether it's tennis or cricket or football, unless you're of a similar standard, you don't really enjoy playing with the other person. Whereas here, this brings together people of all different abilities, as long as you can enjoy the walk together.
And if you haven't met people that you're playing with, you played 9 holes in front of live TV cameras with, that's a heartbreaker of a putt there. You play in front of the TV cameras, you bond very much with the people you're playing with, don't you? And in terms of business, it could take you who knows where after they've finished with their last hole today.
If you talk to most of the CEOs, they say, most of their business is done on the golf course. You play golf for 5 hours and business is conducted over 5 minutes, but it's the most effective tool of networking, most effective tool of getting business relationships, and you see that today is a great example of that. You've got many different institutions coming together, and as you can see, the camaraderie has been fantastic.
I was talking earlier on about the conditions. There's a slight breeze in the air, which for most of the golfers, they won't even recognize it. It doesn't change their game. Is there enough in the air for you to be thinking about it if you're out there playing?
It is breezy. When I was standing on the first tee, I would say it would be a 10 to 15 kilometer an hour breeze. So it's close to almost a club breeze. And the first hole, 600 yards as it is, and then playing into the wind. It's a beast of a hole today, and obviously they'll have the advantage coming downwind with hole number 3 and hole number 9, the other par 5. But there is enough breeze there to make you think about your club selection twice.
I was going to talk about we're going to see some highlights a little bit later on of the morning. You had a wonderful morning with junior golfers, as we just check the highlights, the rules for today. 9 teams, 8 players per team, 18 groups. The last one's teeing off at 3 o'clock this afternoon. 18 is the maximum handicap. But yes, Shiv, you had a wonderful morning with young golfers right here at Meydan as well. Just talk us through what happened this morning with the Junior Championship.
It was something, very close to my heart. I've made Dubai my home and my family, and we live here now. And I thought, what better way to give back to the sport than to have a junior event. Along with the team at Eagle, we decided to really grow the game. It comes at the junior level, and to make it free for juniors was very, very important for us because we wanted to attract the best talent. So we reached out to all the clubs in the UAE, and we were very lucky to have support of most of the clubs, and they sent a team of their top 4 juniors. The level of golf this morning was fantastic. The winning score was 31, 5 under par over 9 holes on a 3,400 yard golf course. So there's a lot of talent here, untapped talent in the UAE that we find through junior golf, and it was really important for me to be able to give back to the game, and hopefully this will be the first of many.
There's always a lot of talk about finding a local golfer that can stamp and make his name on the professional tour. We've got Skake, as we know, is a terrific golfer, and there are others as well, where Ahmed Musharraf, who was #1 for a couple of years. What's it going to take for a UAE, an Emirati, to not just be a good golfer on the amateur scene and maybe a couple of tournaments, but to actually cement themselves as a professional on the big tours?
I think it takes one to start the trend. If you look at somebody like a Vijay Singh from Fiji, small island, goes on and becomes #1 golfer in the world, or you need a hero, you need a local hero to look up to, and I think UAE is crying out for that. The facilities that you have here are the best in the world. My reason for moving to Dubai was to have access to the best golfing facilities. There's everything that you need. All the ingredients are in place to produce great golfers. We're waiting for that one breakthrough. Hopefully, we'll find a young junior, a kid who comes through and goes on and wins a European Tour event or a PGA Tour event. And from there, it'll snowball into many, many more. So it always takes that one hero that you can identify, and from there the belief comes. I think right now we're at a stage where they haven't seen enough success to start believing in themselves. And you start with success at the junior level, take it to the amateur level, and the pro ranks wait. They have such great opportunities here to rub shoulders with the best, where you have a handful of tournaments where the best players in the world come, and that kind of exposure is very, very important for them going forward, where if you really want to produce champions.
That's an interesting question because, as you say, when we have a UAE #1, they're often given a place in the, say, the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship or the Dubai Desert Classic. And there's two schools of thought here. One is, it's great you're playing alongside the best players, but the other school of thought is, can it be a bit demoralizing when suddenly the greens are faster than you've ever played before, the course is set up harder than you've ever played before, and you see all the other players running away in front of you?
Look, I think that's a debate. I can speak personally for me. When I played my first major championship at the age of 22, I got to play with the best players in the world, and I looked upon it as what a great opportunity. You look at your heroes on television and you build them up into these demigods, and you think, they hit the ball a lot better than they do, or they chip so much better, they putt so much better. Sure, they're the best players in the world for a reason, but when you actually take the field with them, you realize the difference is not as large as you think. It comes down to 1 or 2 shots over 9 holes, and if you actually add that up, it comes 8 or 10 shots over 4 rounds, but it's an achievable goal. So, there's 2 ways. I think it's an attitude. You can either approach it as, they're much better than me, or this is what I need to do to improve to get to that level. And until you have exposure to playing with players at the highest level, you're never going to know what it takes to get to the highest level. So, yes, the exposure is important, but also, to your point, if the exposure is given a bit too early, it can be demoralizing. So I think they need to be ready to take on the pro ranks. You can't just take a kid who's played a handful of junior events and put him into the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship and expect him to perform. But exposure at the right time, I think, is very, very important.
Your thoughts on moving the Abu Dhabi Championship this year? First time it's been outside of the Abu Dhabi Golf Club. I was near to Yas Links just yesterday, and they're building huge stands at the back of the 18th, a very different prospect, not only for the players but for the viewers as well. It will look terrific on TV, there's no doubt about that, but just your thoughts on moving it. Is it a nice change, or do you like to stick with tradition?
I think if you look at the greatest tournaments in the world and the championships, the Masters being one of them, I think you build tradition when you stick to one venue. I think as far as the Abu Dhabi Golf Championship is concerned, Abu Dhabi Golf Club was a great venue. It built its history around it, and as viewers as well, what to expect year after year. But a change every now and then. The Open Championship's been a great example of moving a tournament around. So again, there's 2 schools of thought. For me personally, I would stick with tradition and wouldn't move it from Abu Dhabi Golf Club. But I think they're trying to look for more of a link style test, and perhaps we'll all be proven wrong.
It is, as you say, it's a very different type of course. It probably doesn't favour Martin Keimer and Paul Casey, who've won a number of times at the National. They won't be that happy to be moving somewhere else?
Anytime you've had a lot of success on a course, you don't want to see it moved. Certain golfers, even with the Open Championship, they play well at St Andrews, and they can't wait for the rotation to come back to St Andrews every 5 years. So it's horses for courses, as they say, but it'll be interesting to see how Yas Links plays out. I think it's a great venue. We're a bit spoiled here with the amount of great golf courses we have in the UAE, and you'd be hard pressed to find a bad golf course, really, which is a great problem to have.
It's also one of the great things about Eagle today. We're able to shine the spotlight on the track here at Meydan that wouldn't necessarily hold a live televised event before.
Yeah, I think it's very important, like we were talking about earlier. The growth of the game comes from public golf courses and access. What a great putt that is. And that is a quick putt down the hill on the 3rd hole. It goes towards the water, the grain is going towards the water, and it's one of the faster putts. So he's going to be very pleased with that.
We've used the phrase municipality course a couple of times today, but really, I mean, you look at it, it doesn't look that at all. It's an absolute, if this course was anywhere else in the world, it would be one of the premier 9 holes of that country.
Absolutely. And if you talk about it, it's, Torrey Pines public golf course, Bethpage Black hosted some of the biggest championships around the world. Even Open Championships are held on public golf courses, the old course, St Andrews being one of them. So I think it's, they take a lot of interest in the course here. The greens are in impeccable shape. All the competitors have been very pleasantly surprised, and it's great that we're getting to showcase a golf course like the track live on TV.
That's a very Jack Nicklaus-esque putting style there, isn't it? Very low over the ball, but it's worked. Knocked it in there. Those are for me, those are the most difficult putts. Those little tiny ones that you should get. People are already walking off the green, assuming you've holed it, and I always seem to push it wide.
Well, Bernard Langer always said, you know, the 4-foot putt is a putt when you hole. You'll never remember the next day, but if you miss it, it'll keep you up all night.
Very true. Very true. Beautiful conditions here at the track Maidan for the Eagle Corporate Invitational 2021. Not really a breath of air, it looks like, that tree and that flag. No movement whatsoever. And as the teams are still starting their 9 holes here, starts with a par 5, Shiv, and then onto a par 3 before they even get to the 3rd hole before they've had a chance at a par 4. Does that feel unusual? How do you feel about the way the course goes here?
Personally feel, you know, I've always liked a par 5 as a start. It's sort of a start that lets you ease your way in, because, you know, you can hit 1 or 2 bad shots and it gives you a chance to recover. But if you start with a hard par 4, you know, 1 bad drive can derail the whole day. And you know, it ends with a par 5 as well, which is a classic risk-reward par 5, where if you're willing to chance your arm and cut off a little bit of the corner, you can really reach the green in 2. So I really like the way that it's set out. You know, Harradine layout always sort of challenges every aspect of your game. It gives you a chance to start off with, and then the middle section of the course becomes a bit harder with a bit of water and some slopey greens. And then if you know, a brave heart, you can take your chances on the last hole and try and end in style. So it's going to be very interesting come the end of the day, with the last 2 holes being very, very interesting holes, and with everything on the line for all the teams. I personally would want to be standing on the 9th tee and watching some of the drama.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing the latter holes later on in the day. For now, though, more conversation down near the course itself. Thomas, who have you got for us now?
Yeah. Okay, I'm delighted to be joined by Sunil, the CEO of GRP Industries. Sunil, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
For people that aren't familiar with the GRP Industries, just give us a bit of an insight into what you guys do.
Yeah, sure. GRP Industries is a manufacturer of industrial plastics that is linked with the infrastructure development of Dubai, and we've been manufacturing here in the UAE for 33 years now. And we've been tied into the growth of the city and the country and all the infrastructure and power. So we're very happy to be here, as this is a revolutionary event as well. We were pioneers when we started manufacturing here back in 1989. And so this is Eagle as well, is a revolutionary concept for amateur golf, so we're happy to be here.
And obviously you've sponsored a team today.
Yes.
But what do you guys actually get out of sponsoring a team at an event like this?
For us, one is that we kind of want to be associated with, as I said, with a revolutionary kind of concept, and that's what we were. And we want to get our name out there, and kind of the city, I can see our products all around the golf course here and many other golf course developments here in the UAE. So it's kind of a branding exercise for us. We want to get our customers out here and some of our, whole network of supply chain, and let us know that, we're participating in something like a CSR activity, and then have a good day out there playing golf. It's a wonderful event and it's a beautiful day, so we're happy to be here.
And finally, you'll be teeing off shortly. How's your game at the moment, and how's your team going to get on today?
My game is solid. I got double duties, CEO, team captain, plus player as well. So, but the team looks solid. I got to meet all the players, and we got some low handicaps, some high handicaps, and they're all, we've got a range of handicaps so that we can score well on the board, and I think we're very confident to put a good score out there and hopefully win this thing today.
All the best today, Sunil.
Yeah,
thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Sunil Agarwal, he'll be teeing off in almost exactly an hour from now. But we're back to the 5th group out here. Just their 2nd hole, the par 3. Oh! Heartbreaking when that happens, isn't it? You think you've nailed it, and it just ducks down into the hole and says, nope, I'm staying out for now. It looks like his partner's got almost exactly the same putt, another par putt here. So his partner, yeah, quite rightly just saying a bit firmer. Manzoor, 17 handicapper, he'll be nervous over this one. Oh, and he's done it. Just dropped in on the left-hand side. Well done, Manzoor. Excellent. As they move on to their next tee shot. I think we can have a quick look at the leaderboard. Obviously, early days as the teams are out there. Emirates NBD leading 25 points through 4 holes. Atari 19 points through 3. Wealth of Wellness just behind as well. They've played 4 holes. Here's the individual Satish Sridharan. We've seen him hole a couple of terrific putts, especially on the third. His Stableford points so far up to 10. He's leading the way. Obviously this will change as the day goes on. The Stableford points racking up. And already we've seen some terrific golf, and we expect to see more as the day wears on here at the track at Meydan. Go back to the first tee, and that board is right at the back yardage, 598 yards. Could be worse, could be 663 if you're off the blacks. Holds his pose at the end. He can breathe out now. That's that first tee shot done. It's a beauty as well. Nice in the fairway, and he'll have a good chance of getting on in 2 from there. Let's see his partner. This is the Bentley team. The first 2 players of the Bentley team, actually. Eric Tolsma. He's got a handicap of 10. He looks a bit nervous about where that ball's going.
On the tee, representing 3, capital prizes.
And now 3, are making their way to the tee for the first time this afternoon. Kishale Bandopayaya playing off 14, and Rajesh Verma playing off 15. So they'll be looking to pick up some big points with a good day. So as we watch them tee off here at the first on the track, I can welcome with me here in commentary the golf director here at the track, William Bruce. Wonderful to have you with us, William. The course is looking fantastic. The weather helps as well, of course. Talk to us about this kind of event and how it fits in with your normal program. Obviously, you're not normally live on TV,
no,
are you?
not, no. Firstly, thank you for having me. It's good to be here, and it's obviously great to see the Emirates Amateur Golf League here at the Track Meydan. Obviously being a very inclusive golf course, it's wonderful to have an event of this magnitude, and also to showcase the golf course and the facility. It's in great condition. Obviously the superintendent, Jack, has done a great job. As you can see, the pictures are on TV here, doing some justice to the golf course.
I was talking earlier with Shiv about the golf course and the stimp meter and things like that.
Yeah.
With varying handicaps playing out there, where do you judge it? Do you go for the higher handicappers and it's hard for the golfers like myself, or where do you pitch it?
That's a great question. I mean, I did ask that to the management, and they said, you know, we want it to be tough. We want it to showcase the golf course. So yeah, we set it up as kind of a tournament specification. So the greens are running about 10.5 on the stimp meter. They should get a little bit quicker as the day goes on as well, because obviously it's baking out a little bit. They were slightly slow this morning for the juniors with the dew on. But you can see they're starting to get a little bit shiny, so they will be running at some, I'd say maybe 11 by the day's out.
For the track, for Meydan, I was saying earlier, it's in various guises. It's one of the oldest courses, not only in Dubai, but in the UAE and the region, let's be fair. It's gone through different incarnations on its way to where it is now, and it's now very much a golf course for not only people who love golf to play regularly, but also a great place for people who are starting golf to come as well. Is that really where you pitch yourself?
It is. We've got a couple of unique taglines. We don't care what you wear. Hashtag pay, play,
Thank
night,
goodness.
pay, play night and day. And obviously a very successful junior program. It was only this morning I was speaking to, I'd say 3 or 4 of the juniors, and they said, oh, we started our golf here at Meydan. And they've progressed on to the Owls Club Jumeirah Golf Estate. So it's nice to kind of have that reputation as a breeding ground. Certainly for people that are new to the game, obviously we like our prices to be slightly lower than other facilities. We have a wildcard program, which isn't a membership, but it does give you obviously cheaper rates. You pay up front for that, but it's not a membership. We are a facility without members. And yes, we do class ourselves as the most inclusive golf course here in Dubai.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would disagree with that as well. And as we look at new golf courses coming online recently in Abu Dhabi, Yas Acres is now opening its doors, a 9-hole course, but you still remain one of those rare ones that you do thankfully keep the costs down for people wanting to play golf, because sometimes the accusation is it can be a bit elitist,
Sure.
a bit exclusive as well.
Yep.
And I'd love to play golf, but it's just way beyond my means.
Absolutely. With our instructional program as well, and the teachers that we have on site, all our prices are kind of pitched at that entry level to get people on site, to get people playing this wonderful game, and you know, let them blossom, and then let them visit these facilities, you know, the 18-hole facilities where they have their memberships. Once they get to that level that they think, right, this is serious for me now, I want to move on to this wonderful game, and you know, they kind of say goodbye to Meydan and go on their golfing journey. But we've got a great conveyor belt of guests that visit the facility, that are regular guests that love the attraction of Meydan, because as you say, it's been here so long.
Watching Gurbak Singh there, he's a very well-known face on the amateur and corporate golf scene. Let's talk about the course itself then. Unusual, you start with a par 5. Shiv Kapoor just now was saying he likes that. It just settles you in. You've got a sort of couple of shots to get yourself into your round instead of immediately being faced with a tough second shot on a par 4.
Well, even if, as you said earlier, I mean, it's 565 yards, right? I mean, if we were all off that back tee, we'd probably still be there now, you know, with the first group. But yeah, well, what Shiv's, he's right, you know, it gives you a chance. It gives you a chance. The second's a tough par 3, so it's nice to have that 5 to open with, because you are coming into a difficult second hole, and then you can kind of get into a run of holes that are scoreable. 3, 4 and 5 certainly are scoreable. 6 is a little bit of a difficult par 3. 7, 8 pretty tough, and then again 9 to finish on the par 5.
And the way you've designed it for our players this afternoon, sometimes they're playing off the black tees, the back tees, holes 4, 5 and 6, and then you have 5 tees here, 5 different choices. Again, how have you chosen which ones to go off the back and which ones to be a bit closer?
That was a decision made with the tournament committee from the Emirates Amateur Golf League, and they wanted to showcase the golf course, really. They wanted to showcase, you know, the holes, but mix it up a little bit, not have it as back, middle, forward, to mix it up, and also to give some enjoyment to the players. So, you know, a couple of the holes will be much more difficult than the others. We wanted to make some holes forward to give them scoreable, but to give some challenges on our, what you'd probably say, our shorter holes.
And here we are. I think this is the second hole now, the par 3. It's a big green to try and hit, but it's still finding it quite difficult.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see, just missed it there on the low side. That flag's a little bit nasty, to be honest. There's a little bit of a swale here on the front left. It's going to kick down. So yeah, anything that's kind of left over the trap should kick down into a good position for your birdie putt.
How important is corporate golf to a facility like Meydan?
It's extremely, you know, it's very, very important, and it's a big core part of our business and revenue streams. Being a 9-hole golf course, obviously it's a challenge competing with other 18-hole facilities, because obviously they do offer a little bit more, so we have to work a little bit extra harder, you know, with guest service, obviously on a price point as well, and golf course condition. The one good thing we have here is the golf course is always in extremely good golfing condition.
And obviously everyone's been through a rough couple of years, you know, personally as well business. How has Meydan, the track, you seem to be thriving as things have gone on? I imagine it would have been tough for you as it was for everybody else, but you've come out of it unscathed, we hope?
Pretty much as the whole golf industry, really. You know, it's since the pandemic hit, it's seemed as a safe sport. So golf on the whole, and golf in general, is certainly on a big boom, and the track Meydan has continued that trend. We're continuing to see like record numbers come through the facility. Obviously, with what's happening now, with all these different variants, people travelling, etc., it's people are remaining in Dubai, so it's great for us, and long may it continue.
Let's get you here. You know this course better than anyone else,
Sure.
William. So, just for example, let's look at this putt here. Is he looking at anything tricky? Is something nasty going to happen?
A little bit from the right side. You can see it's just a touch of grain there. There we go. There you go, just inside that right edge. So no, you must have been listening to me on that one.
It's interesting. What's the stimp meter, did you say?
It's probably about, I would say it's creeping up to about 11 now.
About
Now
11
yeah,
now.
now it's baking out.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get a bit quicker as the day wears on and things get a bit more slippery. These are the putts I was
Yeah.
talking to Shiv about earlier. These are the ones where everybody else starts to walk off
Yeah.
the green assuming it's going to go in, and mine often don't do that, unfortunately.
Now that one's actually quite, that's not a very nice one now. That's actually got a little bit of movement from left to right. It's slightly downhill there as well, so.
Watching these players, I was here obviously earlier this morning, and some arrive early, you know,
Yep.
hours before
Yeah.
their tee time.
Yep.
They're on the driving range, they're on the putting green, they're on the short course area.
Yep.
When you walk around, you can see in them they're nervous.
Yes.
They know the TV cameras are going to be
Yes.
on them. They know their friends are going to see their good shots and their bad
Absolutely.
shots as well. What's your advice to I mean, this is a corporate day, but the TV cameras as well. What would be your advice as you walk around? They're all trying to pretend they're not nervous, but you know they are.
Of course, I think you just got to embrace it. You know, you're here. It's an incredible experience and a great vision from Satoshi within the Emirates Amateur Golf League to put this kind of event on. Embrace it, have some fun. You know, it's not too serious. It's a stable foot. Oh wow!
Look at this.
There we go.
Very
Amazing.
good. Look at
You're
this.
certainly enjoying that one. Just embrace it. I mean, you can see they're having some fun. There's some big smiles on the face. But I think if you get too serious in these events, you know, you're going to put more pressure on yourself. You're going to compound yourself, and that's not what you want. So just go in. Doesn't matter if you had a couple of poor shots. You know, you've got plenty of time. Go and embrace it.
That shot by Rohit Gupta. He's already started like fire this morning, and he's carrying on. No wonder he's smiling as he's nonchalantly walking to pick his ball out of the hole there. Let's look at the view. I mean, these kind of views are spectacular. Again, we were saying with Shiv earlier, you take this course and put it anywhere in the world, it's going to be the premier course in that country,
For
isn't
sure,
it?
yeah, absolutely. Again, we're very, very lucky. Peter Harradine design, very good layout. But as you said, the views we have here as well, with the Burj Khalifa, the downtown views, especially in the evening under the lights. We are open till 11 p.m, so you can get that last tee time at 9 p.m. It's fantastic, you know, and the green of the golf course really, really shows through under those floodlights.
That's a good tee shot off the second there, with plenty of ladies playing this afternoon as well. It's all very inclusive.
It's great to see.
Just talk us through about the history of the Maidan track, where it fits in. Nad Al Sheba, a lot of people who've lived here for a while will know that name as well. And
sure, yeah.
It's a sand course. You know, talk us through the recent history of this track.
Obviously, it was Nad Al Sheba till I think around 2010, and then it closed for a couple of years. Was redesigned by Peter Harradine, and then it was renamed the track Maidan Golf and managed by Troon Golf. And a different concept, obviously completely different concept to the old NAD, when the old NAD was a member-based facility with, I think, I've been told it was before my time, but about 1,500, nearly 2,000 members at the old NAD. And then obviously a reshift, a rejig, and a remodel of the vision for the facility, so downsize from 18 holes to 9 holes. Kept some of the floodlights, rerouted the golf course through there, and as you mentioned earlier, made it as a pay-and-play facility, the only kind of municipal golf course within Dubai, and opened from 6:30 in the morning through to 11 o'clock. Still kind of kept that ethos of the old NAD, you know, having the floodlights open till late, but went as a pay-and-play model.
It's a terrific facility. Now, Marwan Hadi on the second, 190 yards odd to get to the green.
Yeah, I'm not sure he likes that one, to be honest.
Not sure where that ended. We haven't seen many actually reaching the green here. It looks big from this camera angle, but I think off the tee, it's a bit of a postage stamp.
Well, I mean, the green size there on number 2, it is a fairly large green, but that trap there on the front left kind of eats into your vision certainly there, and as you said, it does look a little bit small, especially with what's the yardage there today? I think it's 189 yards. So, I mean, a lot of these guys, you know, that's going to be hybrid. you know, medium to low iron, hybrid possibly. So yeah, certainly when that bunker's creeping in and where that flag looks like it's just over the trap, yeah, it's, you know, it's looking to look pretty small to the player's eye.
Getting back to the facility here, driving in this morning, well, like most places in Dubai, a lot of building work going on.
Yes.
What else are we looking at? Obviously, we have the famous racetrack just next door, part of this really.
Yep.
What else is happening here?
There's going to be a lot more residential units going around the facility. The hotel, they're launching a lot of brunches now. The restaurants, some of the restaurants, the outlets have been closed, they're reopening, rebranding, so that the Meydan Hotel on a whole is again thriving, and they're just continuing to push to make themselves better and to create new experiences for the guests there.
Let's just look at these putts before we let you get back to serious work out there, William. We have got a job to do. I want to keep you here all afternoon. Rakesh Yadav now. His putt on the third.
Very good.
Oh, well.
Very good.
We are seeing some golf this afternoon.
That's pretty fast down there as well.
Keeping the pins in. How do you feel about that? I'm still up in the air about it.
I think it's great for obviously pace of play. It's obviously that's what we continue to monitor, you know, and it can get a bit long out there on the golf course. So certainly anything to speed up play is good in my eyes.
Zahid Noorani now, 13 handicapper. Just wants to nudge it down there. That might
Just left it short there, I think.
Short.
Yeah.
Temperatures perfect today, conditions perfect as well. As you can see, just at the top of the picture, there's a lot of water here on this course.
There is,
it tucks into many of the holes in the fairways quite sneakily, doesn't it?
I believe it. I mean, it actually, it is in play on all 9 holes, believe it or not. I mean, you have to hit a pretty bad one on number 5 to find the water, but it is in play. So there is water on all 9 holes here at Meydan. So you certainly need to stock up on your golf balls before you head out there.
And you had, of course, the juniors out this morning as well. Talk us through that, which is always fantastic to see the young kids who are often far better than the adults out there on the course.
Absolutely.
You saw some talent out there.
Some good swings on the driving range this morning. I mean, it's a long time ago since I was a junior, but certainly the level that I witnessed this morning and the golf swings and the distances they were hitting the golf ball, you know, some real talent within the region. A couple of the guys I spoke to played in the Abu Dhabi Amateur that was taking place last week, so you can see the quality of the junior golfers that the UAE possess, and again that's partly down to how good the facilities are here, the coaching, you know, the weather of course. So no, it's great to see. I think the junior and the amateur game within the UAE is certainly in good hands.
In terms of people who may be watching from abroad or on holiday here in the UAE at the moment, playing golf in perfect conditions in December might seem like an alien activity, but this really is one of your busiest times, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. Well, kind of seeing a little bit of a drop-off now, obviously, now that the festive periods come on, so people will tend to take a rest over this time, but certainly from October, November, start of December, but then, yeah, Jan, Feb, March, it's you know, it's full hammer. Facilities are nearing maximum capacity, so if you are looking to get over and certainly get the region, certainly get your tee times in nice and early for sure.
And for people, just before we let you go, if they are watching and they go, you know, I fancy having a game there, what's the best way to book around?
Best way to book around is www.meydangolf.com. We have an online booking system on there. You can also visit trooninternational.com, and again you can go through the booking channels on that website.
Wonderful. William, really appreciate you sitting with us.
Thank you.
Your course is looking absolutely stunning, and from the golf we've seen as well, the players are rising to the challenge you've set them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, William.
Take care now.
William Bruce there, Golf Director of the track here at Meydan. Fantastic to speak to him. What a course he has for us, and it's proving to be a real delight to watch live on TV as well here at the Eagle Corporate Invitational 2021. And we've seen hole outs, we've seen long putts dropping, we've seen short putts doing a 360 and coming out. We're seeing a bit of everything already here. Now Marwan on the second. Oh! Straight at the pin. Gets a little round of applause from his opposite number. Sickening though, if you're in the opposite team member, to see those drop. 18 handicapper. That's a good few points for his team as well. That is, of course, one of the benefits of leaving the pin in, that it does offer you a little bit of a safety cushion to hit it a bit harder, hit the pin, and hopefully it drops. Now, after watching that, Jamie Burton, he's got to match it with a shorter one, but it is tricky. Well, he's done very well. Nice pace, rolls it in perfectly. Didn't let his opposite numbers long putt going in put him off. Jayashree Gupta. This is for par, her tee shot off the green. She's chipped onto here. So this would be a really nice up and down. Oh, well played. Really well played. That'll give you a boost for the rest of the round. Really nice up and down from Jayashree Gupta. So now Kunal Seth, the last to finish this hole for Group 7. Putting for par. Nicely done. And a successful hole for pretty much all of that group. They now march off to the par 4 third. Lovely conditions here, perfect weather, perfect course. And you can't help feeling these players are extremely lucky to be involved in this. Okay, more interviews, more faces around here at the track at Meydan. Ashraf, who have you got for us now?
والآن بنرحب بأستاذنا الكبير خالد سماوي من فريق بنتلي. خالد أهلا وسهلا.
مرحبا يا هلا.
بس بدنا نعرف عن البطولة بالنسبة لليوم. كيف المشاركة و how are you enjoying the day?
It's wonderful. هي حظ إلنا إنه هي مع إنه الجولف لعبة فردية، لعبة individual. It's a team event. It's not often we get to play in team events. So it's exciting to bond with the rest of the team and try to win this competition for Bentley.
أكيد طبعا. وكشركة بنتلي وكنت مع فريق وأنت موجود معها بالفريق، ايش الطموحات اليوم؟ هل بتطمح على اساس الفوز على طول ولا بس تستمتع ولا الاثنين مع بعض؟
هو اكيد يعني بالاخير الاستمتاع اهم شيء، بس الواحد بس يفوز بيستمتع اكثر.
اكيد طبعا. وطبعا الجائزه يعني حاجه تمام يعني
اكيد
على اساس انه تقدروا تستمتعوا مع بعض، يعني ما بس اليوم بس ان شاء الله تفوزوا وتقدروا تحضروا.
في كثير هواة من الجولف بعرفهم موجودين هون، اكيد المنافسه حتكون قويه والطقس الحمد لله حلو، الملعب ممتاز. It's going to be a great day إن شاء الله. I'm really looking forward to it.
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله. شكرا
أهلا
جزيلا.
وسهلا.
الله يخليك أستاذ خالد. نرجع لكم. شكرا جزيلا.
Khalid Samawi there. He's teeing off at 250 with his Bentley group in group number 17. But now let's go back to the course. Group number 2 out there, making their way around the course. They teed off at 12:20, so they've now reached the 6th hole, which is a par 3, 169 yards today. This looks like Gary Webber putting from just off the green. It's been a confident one. That race is past quite a way. Been happy seeing that one carry on as we're speaking there to William Bruce, the golf director here at the track. It's running at about 11 at the moment and is getting faster as the afternoon wears on. So now Neil Walther Actually a birdie putt here, just off the green. This would rack up the points for his team. I don't think he's hit it enough. Should be okay for his par. So now I think we're searching for Vikram, who was trying to chip from way over the green. It looks like he's done really well. It just comes up a bit shorter than he'd like, but I think Vikram will be pleased with that. So now back with Sean, putting for his birdie. For Atari, Sean Kramer. Other members of this group not able to hole out their birdie putts. Can Sean make a difference? He's hit it well, but it just didn't turn. I think he was expecting some right to left there, but it's just stayed dead straight. Good weight on it, mind. Safely in for par. Well done, Sean. Now Vikram, this would be a really nice up and down if he can finish this off. Went way over the back of the green with his tee shot. Chip to here. And this would be for par. Nice stroke. Oh! Great effort. Just hitting the left side and not dropping. Finishing off for his bogey. Good effort though, Vikram. From where he was off the tee, he probably would have expected a bogey at that point. Still, it's a point for his team for a net bogey. Now, par putt for Gary. Oh, that is nice. Just seems to show no nerves. We saw him playing in the summer when we had our Eagle event at the Fire Course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates, and there's similar demeanour for Gary there. And now Sean for his par putt. And he does well as well. 2 pars for Atari there. So 2 points for a net pass. That's another 4 points on the board for Atari. So still plenty of tee times to come. The last one this afternoon at 3 o'clock, about 50 minutes from now. So these players still going through their warm-up routines. Kabir Luthra and Deepak Mandodi, part of that final group, both playing for 3 comma. Up against Amit Soot and Anil Shivani for GRP. So here's the Stableford points list table at the moment. Emirates NBD, 43 points through 5. Wealth of Wellness, 41. Just behind them, only 3 points behind as things are. Rohit Gupta, we saw him hole out from behind a bunker earlier on. And as expected, he is leading the individual with his teammate just behind him. 12 points and 11 for Rohit and Satif Sridharan. Gurpak Singh going quite nicely through 3, 5 points so far. players just starting off. Gaurav Anand, Sam Tierney getting a couple of points out of that first hole, which is nice to settle the nerves. Asnan Dayar there, unable to score points on that first hole. And still to come, 150 tee times have already gone off, yet to finish their holes and have their scores logged. Okay, still more people to talk to, more faces, more personalities, more players. Thomas, who have you got for us now?
Hi Priya, hi guys, sorry, I'm joined by Priya, the League Administrator of the EAGL. Priya, I've got to know you quite a bit over the last year and a half, and I know the hard work that goes into putting in these events. But for those who don't know, just give us an insight into the setup.
Hey Tom, we've been working very hard on the Emirates Amateur Golf League. It's not what you see is not what you believe, isn't it? So there's a lot of hard work gone behind the whole setup, and it's not TV, it's not branding, it's not the dinner that we had, wonderful networking dinner that we had on Thursday with the races in Medan. It's a lot of elements put together. It's about 6.5 kilometers of cabling, and the support from Dubai Sports has been amazing. And the mantra of Eagle is live TV. So and Dubai Sports has been amazing with us and covering this event. And it's live on TV now, and many of the, I guess we've got about 14, 12 rounds, 12 groups are taking off, and it's been a wonderful experience. But that said, it is a lot of challenge involved, and but yes, there's nothing comes better out of hard work, so it's all good.
Now obviously this is the second Eagle event after the mini-series, once again on live TV. How do you think the players find playing under the cameras with that spotlight on them?
Yeah, so coming to that, we've got about 170, 200 registrations to play in the Emirates Amateur Golf League. Player registration has been amazing, but once we tell them that you're going to be live on TV, there were quite a few cancellations. I guess people are quite nervous playing on TV, isn't it? And families watching, but at the same time, it's the other way too, that the players want to play on TV. And they want their families to watch them on live and anywhere from the world. This has been live on YouTube as well. So it's both ways, and players are quite excited. Yeah.
And finally, just looking ahead to the future, what does the Eagle have in store for come next year?
Yeah, we're thinking quite loud now. We've tested the live TV, and that's been a challenge, and we've now streamed that out. We know what we want, and I guess the following year is going to be quite easy in the sense we've got some women's league planned, we've got some CSR activities planned, Golf for Good. Of course, the juniors event this morning went so well, overwhelming response for junior golf. So that's definitely on our radar, not 2 but 3 in the following year. But that said, this is the last of this year calendar year's event, and we'll see probably about 5 or 6 events next year.
Well, thanks a lot for joining us, Priya.
Thank you so much.
All the best for the rest of the series.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks a lot, guys. Cheers.
Priya, one of the unsung heroes of the Emirates Amateur Golf League, working furiously behind the scenes. It doesn't just all come together on a whim, these things. It takes months of planning. 2 sides to it, really. There's the actual golf side of things, and then the live TV broadcast. Now, to the second. This long par 3. This is our 9th group. Kishle Bandapaye, 14 handicapper. And he's reached the green, done really well there. There's another one in close as well. As we heard from William Bruce, the golf director, this is a tricky one. Although this green does look really big, for our point of view, in the camera position, on the tee, with the little inlet of water as well, and the bunker in front at the left, it does look like a very small area to hit. So, can we get another one on the green? Hasnain Dar, he's just to the right-hand side. He'll be looking to up and down from there. And then one more for this group. Oh, this is now Hasnain Dar. That was Eric Tolsma's shot earlier on. 14 handicapper. Oh, he's got in his hand there, maybe a 4-iron. Wants to hit it cleanly. Don't think he got the distance he was looking for, perhaps in that trap that does seem to swallow up a lot of balls off this tee. Well, they can move on now, this group. As you can see, many choosing to walk the course, even though they do have buggies available with their bags on. But the full professional experience. They're having a chat there, but I bet in their minds, to them, this is Augusta, this is St Andrews, this is the Sunday at Pebble Beach. Great experience. Oh, that putt just wobbles wide with its last couple of revolutions. There's that Jack Nicklaus-esque putting style, hunched over the ball really as low as he possibly can, knees really bent. And it works a treat. As Shiv was saying earlier on in our commentary, whatever works really on the putting green and in golf in general, if you find something that you can reproduce consistently and it gets you the results, why change it? Why look at it? Often you see professional golfers who seem to have great success and then decide to change their golf game and things go awry. I won't name any names, but there's plenty in the history books that have had promising careers and even excellent careers ongoing. And for some reason, they feel their golf game isn't where they want it to be, and things go a bit sideways. Oh, no one's golf game seems to be going sideways today here at the track at Meydan. We're seeing some really good stuff. Now we're back to the second green after those tee shots.
Wait, don't move, yeah?
It looks like both the three comms players on the green. Rajesh Verma very in tight there, marks his ball. So it's going to be the Bentley pairing, I think, to play first. Eric Tolsma there over on the right-hand side. He's going to have to chip on. I think Hasnain Dar is in the bunker.
Line side.
I think he's already played, and that's the walk of a man who's not happy with the outcome. Okay, so now Eric Tolsma, his second shot onto this par 3. Lovely action, got really good contact there. I've seen a couple of times though, just coming up a bit short from over there when they've tried to chip on, not rolling out as much as they think it will. That leaves him a tricky putt for par. Now Kishley, 14 handicapper. We saw his tee shot land on the green, so this is for birdie. And we get 3 points for a net birdie today. So this would boost his 3 comms team up the leaderboard. A tricky putt though, looking for it to come from right to left, just didn't seem to move. That left for his par. So I think Hasnain Dar out of the bunker, went all the way over to the other side of the green, and now he's chipping on there, so he's scratching around just for a bogey now. His teammate Eric Tolsma, this is a par putt. His teammate will be hoping this one goes in. He hasn't hit it though. Too tentative, too nervous. In for his bogey. But he did miss the green, and it was always going to be tough to complete his par. Now Hasnain, this is for bogey. No, that's not his best hole, Hasnain. So it's a double for him and a bogey for his teammate. And he's now going to have to watch Rajesh, which I think is a very good opportunity for birdie here. Terrific tee shot from the 15 handicapper. Oh, heartbreak. And he's left himself a little bit of work for his par now. I think he tried to jam it in there. Calm down, Rajesh. Just finish off the hole. Yes, there's your par. That's one of those slumped shoulders as he walks off, unhappy with his par. Kishley for his par. Yeah, nicely done. 2 pars then for 3 comms, which certainly outscores their Bentley pair that they're playing. Neither of them managing to do better than a bogey. So now we're going back up to the tee. The next group. We're going to the 3rd hole now. Jayshree. Par putt. Oh, and it's a beauty as well. She looks almost surprised, but that was a wonderful putt. Really nice tempo on the swing as well. And that's a couple she's holed. Now back to the 2nd. This is the Satoshi FX team. Looks like we've missed the green there. Now Ashok Kumar. No hat on today. Choosing to play without one. 14 handicapper. 189 yards to reach this green. He's not even watching it, but it's fine. Well played. Creeps onto the front of the green, and he'll have a half decent look at birdie. Now they're playing a Just Golf pairing. Randeep Singh and Sanjay Advani, 16 and 15 handicap respectively. And first it's Randeep. He's seen one of his opposition reach the green. His handicap, this will be a 4-iron or a very good 5. Looks like he struck it well. Has he got the distance and the direction? Oh, we're not sure where that one ended up. Looked pretty good off the tee. go back for his teammate, Sanjay Advani. Can he get closer than Ashok Kumar, who looks to be the only one on the green off the tee at the moment? Just watching it carefully. Everyone else in the group has decided to leave, but that's a wonderful shot. That's the best of the day so far. What a shot from Sanjay Advani. His teammate didn't even bother to watch it with him, but he'll be delighted with Sanjay when they get to the green. Right under the flag. And he's got a 6-7 footer for his birdie. Great shot. That's the best we've seen so far today on this par 3. Let's watch it again. A bit of an awkward swing, but he obviously caught it really well. Watched it all the way in the air. Lands just on the green and rolls up just under the hole. And he will be delighted with that, and he'll be running to the green to try and judge what the putt needs to be next. Really good. So now on to the other par 3 on the course, number 6. This one a little bit shorter than the first par 3. This is 169. Still, it's a good whack. Stroke index 17. Moving up to the 8th hole, Group 1 now, starting to think about the end of their round. This is Satish Sridharan. We've seen him hit some really good putts, some really good shots so far. Playing for Emirates NBD. Putting off the right over the back of the green. Tricky, just got to go through the fringe and then get onto the green and let it roll out. As he judged it well. Speed was pretty good. It should be okay to knock in for his par. Now, I'm delighted to say, more guests with me in the commentary booth. Malcolm Young, our tournament referee today, PGA Tour professional as well. Lovely to have you with us, Malcolm. Thank you for joining us on commentary here for this Eagle Corporate Invitational. Just tell us, for those who are uninitiated, what your role is today as we play.
Yeah, so basically my role is to be out in the golf course, just overseeing the players to make sure any rules issues they have that are handled in the right way. Obviously, some of the tournament setup today is a little bit different to what they normally experience. So some of the boards in the course, TV camera towers, obviously to get that professional experience, there's a few rules that aren't quite covered in the normal club tournaments.
And how much are you giving these amateurs leeway with rules and things like that? Are you, if you see an infraction, would you say don't do that again, or would you penalise them there and then? How much can you bend the rules, bearing in mind these are not professionals?
Well, I think the main thing is most golfers in general, it's a game of etiquette and it's a game of kind of honour, so most of these players will generally have a relatively good understanding of the rules, and what we're just trying to highlight today obviously is the professional experience to a point, and make sure that they understand the rules that maybe aren't as familiar in a normal weekend club game. Yeah, I mean, end of the day, we're trying to play under the rules of golf, and it's the same rules for everyone, so there is no real kind of bending for the rules. It's trying to make sure level playing field for everybody.
And what are some of the biggest rules infractions you find? It's a lovely putt there, going straight in. That's Rohit again. He's had a wonderful round so far. 8 holes, 1 hole to go. What kind of rules infractions are the most common on a day like this that maybe they don't even realise it is a rule?
Yeah, well, I think obviously the one thing that we see at the course at Meydan is that the water becomes quite a big feature. So some of the holes, just in terms of the entry point and where the balls enter the water, the penalty area and the hazard, that might not be quite as clear to the players. So just guiding them a little bit if we've seen that, or understanding that there is a process to kind of determine that. And in general, just making sure that the flow of play is really going to plan in terms of the players, the speed of play. So again, it's a bit more of a kind of experience like they may see in the kind of professionals we see in this region as well. So it's really just to highlight the kind of the importance of going through a process with the rules. And the water hazard is probably one that's a bit more of a sticky one, because in terms of the different areas, different angles, there can be a few kind of smaller issues with that. Yeah.
And we often see on a professional event, a DP World Tour event or a PGA Tour event, we'll see the players stopping and waiting for a referee to come out. Is that the situation as well today? Is that what they've been told, that if they're not sure what to do, wait for you to come and join them?
Yeah, what the players have basically been told is that if there's an issue that they're not aware of or not aware how to resolve it, then obviously to contact the referee. I'm basically just positioning myself in where I feel there's going to be more areas of question, so I can get to a hole relatively quickly. And then really at the moment, just with the first few groups starting, it's just trying to maintain the pace of play. Obviously walking is one thing the players will enjoy in this kind of winter weather we have in Dubai, but it does maybe slow down the field of play a little bit from normal kind of weekend play with the buggies, especially from tee to green. So it's just trying to make sure the players are aware that although they might be taking time over the ball when they're playing the shots, they've got to try and make up time between the shots to make sure that the slow play is keeping the rest of the field, so it doesn't back up down the actual later order in the last few tee times.
The scoring today, we're using stable foot. There's no better ball or anything like that. Every ball counts, which I think is probably the best way to do this, isn't it? There's no picking up. There's no your shot earns this point, so you don't need to bother. You know, it's not that complicated. Everybody plays every shot for all 9 holes. Do you think, for you, is that the best way to do this?
Yeah, I think absolutely. You know, stable for it allows everyone to be involved for the full tournament. If you're putting stroke play onto kind of players that have a little bit higher handicap level, then it does put a lot more pressure on them to really perform. And I think Stableford, you can have a bad hole and still continue and get your points the next hole for the team. So I think by far, in the way they've set up the kind of tournaments here, it also means every player gets the full experience rather than maybe feel they're playing a bit part in the actual team or the kind of the group they're in. So I think it's definitely the right way to be playing it.
Malcolm, tell us about your normal day-to-day role here. Obviously, there's not a tournament every day for you to referee. PGA Professional is your main role. Tell us about what people could expect to be seeing you doing day-to-day here.
Yeah, well, part of the main role that we fulfill with the rest of the team here at Meydan is to obviously develop and grow the game. So a lot of it is speaking to adults, speaking to juniors in terms of the group coaching, the individual coaching we have to try and promote players into the game and guide them through the process of learning to play and enjoying the game. So that's the bulk of what we do here. Obviously the golf club has an operation beyond its kind of daylight hours with the floodlit golf. So there's often kind of needs for the operation in terms of tee times and the groups, and just making sure that everyone's enjoying their experience here. So, but coaching would be the main thing that the team here does in terms of the golf academy and the golf facility, to get as many new golfers into the game and help the golfers that already play to enjoy it more.
We were talking earlier with William, the golf director here at the track, about the accessibility, particularly of the track and Meydan, in terms of cost, in terms of location and things like that as well. That really does make it a great place for people who want to learn the game but on a proper golf course. Is that the way you approach it as well? Do you see a lot of absolute novices coming through here that perhaps wouldn't go to other golf clubs?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've had 2 or 3 people say to me that just the friendly atmosphere we have here has been the reason why they've come here, haven't gone to another club. So, yeah, I think there is a bit of a unique aspect to every club in Dubai to an extent, but I think we have that nice central location close to downtown. Obviously, the population downtown is growing and growing over the years, and it's a very easy access, rather than going down to the other end of Dubai for the kind of the 18-hole courses or the resorts down there. So yeah, definitely we see a lot of beginners, a lot of new golfers coming through to try the game, and I think that is probably more maybe the bulk of some of the clientele we have. But we still also get some very good golfers coming through here because it's convenient for their living condition in terms of their apartment or the villa, and it's a more convenient aspect of coming to us for coaching rather than going down to again the other clubs at the far side of the city. So it has a lot to offer golfers, and the golf course today is looking fantastic on the TV. So hopefully people will see how good a facility we have here.
This morning, obviously, you had the juniors out as well, who are often far better than the adults playing this afternoon. You must see a lot of talent coming through here, particularly here at the track, like you say, some real unnurtured and raw talent coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is, Dubai is a fantastic location for kids to learn golf. The facilities are so good. We have the addition of the par 3 courses as well, which means junior golfers can get on a kind of playing experience that's almost tailor-made for their age level at a very early age and enjoy it, and then obviously have that really strong progression to the full course. And we're seeing players which I've had the fortune to be associated with before in terms of tournaments we've run, like Josh Hill, Ryan Thomas, who are getting to the peak of the amateur game with an intention to try and turn professional in future. And there's more obviously waiting in the wings with the tournament this morning, and the clubs around Dubai building these junior academies and new junior golfers for the future. So it's definitely a great prospect, and I think we'll still see more good golfers coming from the junior ranks in Dubai for sure.
Just talk about your own career as well. How long have you been here at Meydan, and how does this facility compare to other places that you've played and worked?
Yeah, so I've been a professional for over 20 years now, and been fortunate to work in Asia, Hong Kong, in Europe, down in Portugal, and then the majority of my career here in Dubai. And I think in general the facilities we have are on a par with everyone else in terms of the driving range and the golf course. Obviously we're 9 holes, but that in some ways that has an advantage as well. I think in general the career that I've had, I've been fortunate to work at some very different locations, and I think that's the main thing to say is that not every golf club is the same, not every golf facility is the same, so it's trying to maximise what you have. And I think we've got a great driving range here with a very friendly atmosphere, and that certainly is different to maybe some other clubs which are a bit more commercial in terms of the member sort of setup. Obviously here with a kind of more of a public access, it does attract itself to a lot more golfers that come in and just experience it without the pressure maybe of being whether they should be at a members club or not to kind of get introduced to the game.
Let's look at the actual course then. This is the 6th hole. This is the second par 3 today, 169 yards. This is Gurbak's Singh about to try and get onto the green. Just talk about, for example, this hole itself. 169 yards, 17 on the stroke index. Technically, this should be one of the easier ones to play, but we're seeing a lot of shots, especially over here on this right-hand side. People not estimating the distance very well today.
Yeah, it's a very clever par 3, to be honest. If you put the pin front, obviously, which we didn't want to do today, it brings the water very much into play on that front sort of left portion. Where we see the flag today, the players actually see will see that very tight to the bunker. So the main reason they may be making that mistake is they're taking more club to try and get over the bunker, but there's actually a good bit of distance between that bunker, and obviously we see on the right hand side of the green a lot more room to actually hit than maybe they see from the tee. So visually from the tee box they're probably just tricked into a little bit of what they think the club should be, and try and play a deeper club, which obviously brings that back portion of the green and the water a bit more into play, which isn't actually visible from the tee. So some of the players that maybe aren't familiar with the golf course wouldn't know that the water kind of comes into play at the back of that pin. But yeah, I mean that all comes down to strategy for the golfers, which again, with a bit more pressure of a tournament like this, it may not be quite the same sort of thinking they have on their normal weekend game, just from a strategic point of view. So Gurbak's has hit it just to the right side to miss there, and had a relatively easy chip up the green, and hopefully he can make more of that putt he's about to face.
The greens are, from our camera positions, the greens look really large, but a lot of the players, on the tee, it's like a postage stamp. It looks really small, even though from us, this is I think this is the deepest green of the whole course, but struggling to hit it.
Yeah, I mean this green actually, between the sort of front or middle-ish pin to the back pin, it can play almost 2 to 3 clubs different. So it's a very deep green, and I think in general, the majority of golfers typically don't necessarily allow for enough clubs. So on a hole like this, it would be a hole that would typically kind of fool them a little bit. But yeah, the greens in general are generous enough, and I think the big difference a lot of players don't really take into account is how much green they have to actually play with. So they tend to maybe underclub more often than not.
Where's this putt going to go, Malcolm?
Well, it should be relatively straight from his side, and you can see that it's not really turned from its start position, so he's just a little bit less speed. And but a good putt from there, good distance. That'll tap in for his 4, and it's a good score in this hole in general.
Just nestled it up there nicely. Marks it. Everyone has to hold out. There's no gimmies. There's no pickups. Nothing like that today.
No, again, Staleford is allowing you to do that. So once the player's aware he's not really in the hole and he can't actually score a point for his own scorecard of the team, then he's entitled to pick up on the Staleford. But if they have a putt within that kind of confined for to finish off the hole and actually gain a point, then you'll still see them sort of tap in for that score. But generally a little problem there, is there?
What's the most common rules infraction that you find? I obviously, you're the professional, you'd know. I would imagine it would be counting shots wrong when you drop or you go in the water or something like that, that they actually don't put as many penalty shots on as they should do. Is that the most common problem?
Yeah, certainly the rules they've tried to really update them a little bit in the last 2 or 3 years. So there is maybe 1 or 2 slightly grey areas now of what rules have changed and what the actual penalties for those are. And again, today, just that's one of the highlights. Obviously, we've red marked all the kind of red penalty areas, which isn't normally done in the golf course. We have red stakes, but to have a defined line, it makes it very clear what's in the hazard and what's not. And again, in terms of the scoring, yeah, it would be quite common that in terms of maybe some of these areas, there are some infractions that would be a 2-shot penalty and some that will only be a 1-shot penalty. So it's not happened as yet today, but in terms of just clarifying for the player what that might be, that could be the kind of difference between 1 or 2 points on their scorecard.
So when you play yourself, what are you playing off? What would you go around here with?
Well, as a professional, we don't have handicaps. So when we actually turn professional, our handicap ceases to exist. But in general, par is always a good score. We're aiming to obviously try and get as close to that, and then if we can, beat that par score. But this is not an easy track in terms of playing round the 9 holes. So off the kind of back tees, level par is a very good score here. And even in recent professional events, there's not a huge dent in the under par scores. But the juniors this morning, again, very talented. I didn't see the final leaderboard, but some great scores from the juniors this morning. And again, just showing up the talent we have here in Dubai for junior golf.
This is our first look at the final hole today. Rohit Gupta, who's had a really good afternoon's play. This last par 5, it starts with a par 5 and ends with a par 5. What's the thinking with that?
Well, I think the landscape we have here obviously is they've done a great job in terms of sculpting the golf course round. Certainly having a par 5 finishing hole is a nice dramatic way to finish, and it is a dramatic hole with the water there, and not the easiest, I would say, layup with the second shot. But the par 5 opening hole, again, it is a long hole, but certainly having a 3-shotter to open your game, sometimes a bit more friendly. This one is a bit more of a difficult hole with the length of it, but the finishing hole, the 9th hole, certainly is a great finishing for the actual 9-hole course.
We were talking to Shiv Kapoor earlier on, and we were talking about the biggest mistakes that amateurs make when they're playing on a course, and he says one of the biggest things is not understanding their own game, their shortcomings and their good points as well, and trying to be sometimes too aggressive. When he was saying even the professionals, we don't hit great shots all the time, and that is one of the biggest things to get across to amateurs. Not be so hard on yourself, and also live within your means.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean again, golf is not an easy sport, but it's designed, I think, to challenge your individual kind of ability to control those kind of emotions and control your kind of skills. So when you're playing, obviously there's a lot of situations where you don't need to take on some of the shots they do, and something like this is a good way to test it under a bit of pressure with a nice kind of format where there's kind of a team element to it as well. They have to play within their own ability, and then sometimes take a safer shot on to try and protect the score a little bit. But most of the pins we put out today have tried to be relatively friendly to allow them a bit of leeway for hitting it short or long. And sometimes it is a case of you have to hit away from the pins. Some of these amateurs may be taking on the pin a bit too direct sometimes with either distance or direction, whereas a better shot might be to aim more to the left or more to the right, or even deliberately try and hit it short to avoid any trouble behind the green. So there's different ways to play the game, but I think a lot of people in general, distance would be a big thing, as a lot of the amateurs maybe aren't as sure in terms of the actual distance they hit the ball with each club, so that would often lead to some errors on the golf course. And the one thing I would definitely say is routine. You see a lot of golfers when you play with them, even when you teach them, the routine maybe isn't quite as solid, so they tend to make mistakes because they rush or because they take too much time. And with that, if you have a very consistent, solid routine, that can be a big factor in terms of your ability to actually play the game and be more confident from shot to shot.
Obviously on the first tee and maybe the first couple of shots they would have been nervous. TV cameras are broadcasting their every move. By now though in the round they've probably forgotten pretty much the cameras are there, or they're playing not with it in their mind so much and they've eased into it. How can you come back after a couple of bad shots to open your round because of nerves, because of whatever, and then to regain your composure as you go through? Because there's nothing worse than building up for hours, weeks, looking forward to today, and then hitting the opening tee shot and it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, well, that maybe just falls onto what I've said. I mean, the one thing that's going to keep a golfer at the professional level and the amateur level together for 18 holes or for 9 holes is the quality of their routine. So if they don't have a solid routine, then it is very difficult to kind of control yourself and get in that step, that pattern from shot to shot. So having a good routine for sure would keep the kind of the mental state a bit more controlled and give them a bit more chance to catch up the shots they may have missed from the first couple of shots if they've had a bad start, and then just calm down into the round and get themselves settled for the next few holes.
Lovely putt there from Sean, in for par as they head up to their last hole on the 9th tee, and Vikram Walia trying to clean up as well. Oh, how frustrating is that? Well, appreciate your time, Malcolm. You've obviously got a busy afternoon still ahead of you, still a few hours of play. Just talk before you go about having an event televised live, what it means for you, your colleagues, and Meydan, the track itself.
Well, first and foremost, it's great to showcase the golf course to the viewing kind of public out there and to the golfers that are watching this. It gives us a chance to see what the course is about, and it's certainly coming across very nice in terms of the condition on the television here, courtesy of our course superintendent Jack, and he's done a great job, him and his team, this week to really prepare it and show it in a great light in the golf course on the TV today. So obviously an event like this, they've gone to a lot of effort to try and make it an experience, and it's definitely showing itself that way today. The players look like they're all very happy on the driving range with what they're seeing and the experience they're having, and obviously we work hard to try and make sure we're delivering that from an operations side and a service side as well. So yeah, I think the team's all very proud of what we've achieved so far today, and hopefully we'll get some good feedback at the end of the day from the players who've all played the event, and they enjoy it, hopefully.
Wonderful. Malcolm, we appreciate your time. You better get out there and sort things out again in case.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Wonderful. Malcolm Young, our tournament referee here today at the track at Meydan, and PGA professional. Come and see Malcolm anytime to get your game in shape. We appreciate his time. He's got to go back out there. There's loads of rules perhaps being questioned, I think. So the last hole for our first group, Bipin Bhatia. He's going to try and reach the green from here. He's watching it, holding the club. Well, he's done very well. He'll be very pleased with that. On the green, pretty much pin high as well. That's a nice way to finish your last iron shot of the day. He'll get his putter out for the last time as he approaches the green. Fourth shot for Mark Burbash. I think he's just going to wait, actually. I think Satish is going to go first. He's doing, I think Satish just walking on the green just to see where his ball is going to bounce and the kind of action he can expect when it does reach the green. He's got a bit of a tricky one. There's a bit of a false fronts on the front of the 9th green here. So he's got to work out, is he going to try and keep it high, land it on the green and try and stop it dead, or what's he going to do there? The pin, just 13 on the front. As we now just watching Mark with his bunker shot, and that is a really good bunker shot as well. That's the distance you hate, the 50-yard bunker shot where most of the shot is getting out of the bunker onto the green. He's done really well there. What a good way to finish his day. Now, I think Satish is about ready to take his shot. I wonder if he's just going to ask, Mark to mark his shot first. Now, fourth shot for Satish. It's a par 5, remember, so up and down here for his par. As Mark does indeed mark his ball, as his name would suggest. Tricky stuff this for Satish. He's had a really good day. Can he finish it off with something else positive? Well, that's not bad. It just bounced in the fringe and bounced forward more than he wanted to, but I think that's more safe than sorry. He's left himself a bit of a tricky one for his par, but could have been a lot worse there. Clever play from Satish. Can't get too cute with those kind of shots. You'll end up in more trouble than you started. Our first group here finishing up. I'm sure we'll perhaps hear from one or two of these players as they come off the course. See what the experience was like for them. Now Rohit Gupta, he's had a terrific day. Can he finish it with a closing birdie? Hold out on the 6th, and he's almost finished it off in spectacular fashion. He will be smiling and loving today. He really has played some fantastic stuff. He's a 3 handicapper, but it's been great fun to watch. Don't miss this, Rohit. Don't spoil what's been a terrific afternoon for yourself. $16 Stableford points individually. Nice. Good day's work, Rohit. Satish as well, hasn't been shabby himself. He's going to have a good long look at this. Good long look at this putt, though. Satish still studying that putt. I think Bipin Bhatia in the red shirt there. He's going to go. No, I think he's just told Satish to go first. From this angle, it looks like Bipin is a bit further away, but Satish seems happy enough that he will go next. Tricky for par. This will be quick. Well, I didn't turn at all. Started it left, stayed left. Didn't read that one right, I'm afraid, Satish. Now Bipin can have his chance. Par putt for the Wealth of Wellness team. Has he hit it? Oh, he has. What a way to finish, Bipin Bhatia. Really good pace on it as well. It's one of the keys, isn't it? It's not just the direction, it's the pace. And now finally for this group, Mark Burbach in as well. Well done, Mark. going to wait for Satish to hole out, and then we're done for our first group here at the Eagle Corporate Invitational 2021. Always a practice stroke, no matter how long or short the putt is. In we go eventually. Around the houses, a little wry smile from Satish, but it's in. And now it's handshakes and fist bumps all round. They've provided some real good entertainment, that group. Our first group out now finished. And Wealth of Wellness in the red shirts and Emirates NBD in the blue. They've got some final points up there. Of course, for them, they're first out today, but now they've got a bit of a long wait until the final groups come in. A good couple of hours, we think, and that's the individual standings. Satish Sridharan was on 17 points through 7 holes, and Rohit Gupta was on 16. They've now finished their rounds. A couple of the later teams going out, just starting up. Marwan Hadi, Josh Camp playing against each other, both on 7 points each through 4 holes. Mukesh Kochhar just played the 1 hole. He's already got 3 points on the board for Just Golf, and his teammate Sanjay Advani also 3 points. So they've started strong. Long way to go for them. Look out for Just Golf as we get nearer to the end of the day. They may well be near the top of the leaderboard themselves. So the later groups now coming out here, playing their first hole, match number 14. Their first hole, their first green of the day, which is Just Golf against Satoshi FX, 2 pairs. There's a chip on there that doesn't quite make it onto the green. Now, this is Kiefer Kelly chipping on and almost holding out, but it's running on a little bit more than she would like. Five handicapper is Kiefer Kelly. And now Ishu Rapani, 13 handicapper for Just Golf today. We have to, I think this is his birdie effort from here off the green. Difficult putt to judge, the pin in a bit of a bowl. Goes down that hill there, and that's a really nice putt. Beautifully done from Ishu. He'll be delighted to get through his first hole with a tap in there. And points on the board for his Just Golf team. Well played, Ishu. Now, Juggy Bra. Off the green as well. He's chipped to this point, so he's a 10 handicapper. He won't be pleased with his chip-on effort to only get to there. Didn't actually get on the green, so he'll be looking right at the pin. If he can hold this, it'd be a delight. Oh, it bobbles with the putt, stays left as well. That's not a good effort. Shake of the head. Now Kiefer Kelly. Oh, Satoshi FX. Oh, it just falls to the right. She'll tap in though. Still a safe way to start, a par for her team, playing with George Riding. He's a 10 handicapper himself. This is Juggy Bra trying to clean up. Disappointing chip. He'll be disappointed with the putt as well. Need to settle the nerves early on. Oh, he's missed again down the right hand side. Oh, that's an opening hole to forget for the 10 handicapper. The nerves can get to anyone. You just remember every now and then, oh yes, there's TV cameras broadcasting this live to the world. Now we're back at the last. That was the approach shot from Sean for Atari. We've seen quite a lot of them today. They've played some good golf as well. Looks like we're having to drop. Unfortunately, that water has claimed many a ball, not just this afternoon, but in the 30 or 40 years of this club. So cleverly placed for the par 5. It tempts so many to go for it. This is Neil Walther. Sure where he ended up, Neil. Seems to be a lot of turf when he hit it. Don't know if he got the distance he was looking for. And we're midway through our coverage here. The track at Meydan. Afternoon here in the UAE, just gone 3 o'clock here. Weather is absolutely perfect for golf. Now a nice little chip onto the green. That's Gary. He's done really well. That's really in tight as well. Gary Webber playing with Sean in the Atari team. Now Jayshree Gupta on number 7. Oh, she's seen her hold a few. Hole 5 there, just goes past. She's been putting well today. Now back to the last again. Digging the ball out of the bunker. Vikram manages to get out of the bunker now. Neil Walther. Looks like he's going through a practice routine. I think we're going over to Sean. I think he found the water after dropping as well. Or maybe that is Neil over there, I think. Now. He's behind the board as well, so I think he probably is allowed to move the board if he feels it's obstructing his path in, but he's having a bit of a headache on this last hole, Neil Walther. He found the water with his second shot on the par 5, and he's found the water again. And so I think he's going to score very well when he does finally finish this hole, but he's had a good round. Now back with Sean, front of the green, his 4th shot, trying to delicately nudge it on, and he's made a good fist of it as well. For a second there, the knees bent, he thought he'd got it. Still, he should be able to safely clean up from there. Now Neil is still over there on the right hand side, so I think his chip from a drop there at the water only just reached the fringe of the green indeed, so he'll now be keen to finish this hole, but he doesn't want to panic and rush just to finish. Just wants to nestle this one up against the hole. If it goes in, that's a bonus, but anything more than a 2-putt here, oh, that's a nice putt. Round of applause from onlookers. Gathered himself nicely there for that putt. Bit of a torrid time on this final hole for Neil. Now it looks like his teammates next to play. This is Vikram Walia. Par putt. Didn't turn too much on it there. He's left himself a tricky one back down for his bogey. He's going to go, still him. Oh! Heartbreak. We've seen a lot of them today, haven't we? Around the houses and not going down. And he's picked the ball up, so must be more than a bogey there for Vikram. Now Gary to finish off his day. Oh. Painful. Well, this group not finishing off the 9th hole in style. How key will those misses be on the green when we come to do the final scores? Now Sean, he wants to finish off. Just pop this in, Sean. Yes, well done. Good stuff. Hats come off, ready to handshake. Neil, though's just got a tiny one to finish off. I think he's out of scoring potential though. There we done. Now it's all over. And that's our second group through now. Running a bit late here, teeing off. But groups 1 and group 2 safely in the clubhouse. And they will spend the next few hours watching their teammates battle away on their behalf. Nothing more they can do. Now let's go to hole number 7. And our 5th group here, Zayed Noorani. Overpowering that one. Running through the green and just sitting on the fringe. Team Emirates NBD. Now Manzoor Khan in a very tricky spot. This is a 390-yard par 4. Just wants to get safely in the middle of the green. Don't worry about the pin.
Straight to the right edge. From there, right?
Oh, it's gone deep, but it is on the green. Now back with Jayshree, her tee shot on the 6th, the 169-yard par 3. Jayshree Gupta, 7 handicapper, really nice swing. Tough to find. I think she's found the front bunker there. It's probably looked good in the air, right at the pin, but distance. To the 7th. This is Rakesh Yadav, 8 handicapper for the Wealth of Wellness team.
Nice roll. Nice putt.
Pretty nice. Now Manzoor. A long par effort, had a bit of trouble off the fairway, found the green with his 3rd, and this is for par. And that left for his bogey and a point. Now, Alan Clark here, lining up his putt. He's a 14 handicapper. In fact, he's going to wait for his putt. We're going to watch Zayed Noorani first. Our putt just off the green. His chip on was far too heavy. He's left himself this now for par.
Rolling.
He's got to keep going. Oh, he's just put the brakes on too soon. But it was his chip that got him into that trouble. Anyway, still a point on the board for Zayed Noorani and his Emirates NBD team. Any points are good points. Now I think Alan Clark. He's looked at it from every angle. lining it up again. That little pendulum sighting with the putter, many people using it. Hey, like Justin Rose really adopted that method of lining up his putt. Whatever works. Alan sends it on his way. Oh. What a good effort that was. Wanted it just to die to its left, but didn't, just stayed there on its line. And again, going through his routine. Shiv Kapoor talking about that earlier on today. Whatever the situation, however quick or slow you have to play, try and stick to your routine as much as possible, Alan there. That's a nice 2-putt for Alan. Bogey putt now for Manzoor Khan. And he's got it, well done. Nice, Manzoor. He's had a up and down day in more ways than one. And now, finally for this group, Yakesh Yadav to clean up. This is a bogey putt as well. Still, it will get a point. Lovely. On they go. Fist pumps for the team. Clubs taken by the caddies. It's always like being a professional, isn't it? Don't even have to carry your own club off the green here. Now back with Jayshree. This will be her par putt off the tee in this par 3. She hit that front bunker you can see in the middle of the screen. She's made a bunker shot out to here, and now an outside chance at par. 7 handicapper. Sends it on her way. Starting on the right, it's going to turn a lot faster than she thought, and pulls up as well. That left for her bogey. Lovely afternoon. The flag, absolutely no wind whatsoever now. Perfect conditions. Any wind at all for an amateur just fills you with extra doubt that you don't need. Marwan Hadi sizing this one up. Now he's straight onto the green with this tee shot, so this is for birdie. Straight across the width of the green. On its way, watching it. Oh, goes right by and keeps going. Stop. Oof. He's left himself some work for his par. This will be Kunal Seth. Emirates NBD. Nice roll, just comes up short again. Quite a few players now we're seeing as the time ticks into the late afternoon, just coming up short with their putts. Marwan Hadi now left himself this 6-7 footer for his par. Oh, he's missed that as well. Oh, it's agonizing, isn't it, when you're putting for birdie and now you're going to walk off with a bogey. That is golf in a nutshell. Jayshree Gupta Now she's aiming for her bogey. Again, this is a tricky one. A little bit of right to left on it. Well, I was about to say that's really nice. Didn't move at all. I was with Jayashree there. I thought it would drop to the left at the end, but it just stayed its course, brushed the side of the hole, and that's a double for Jayashree Gupta. Jamie Burton, this is Jayashree's teammate, 6 handicapper, and this is for his part. Nice. Very solid from Jamie. It's difficult when you've got this tiny little putt and all your playing partners have already left the green. There's a bit of a temptation to try and rush it, but you do need to have your patience and stay concentrated. In it goes. Now move on to the 7th. Now back to the first hole here.
Beautiful shot.
And Jonathan Duggan with his putt, and that's a really good effort. Satoshi FX team. He's a 2 handicapper, Jonathan. He's a really handy golfer. You can see when a handy golfer just misses a long putt like that, they're furious with themselves, whereas most of us would be over the moon. This is Wayne Platts. Delighted to say the star of the day, Shiv Kapoor, back with us in the commentary booth. Shiv, the golf is still of the highest standard. A couple of people finding the greens a bit tricky now. They seem to be changing their speed a little bit.
Yeah, as the day goes on, obviously you'll see a bit of growth. The green always sets towards the setting sun, so you're going to see a little bit of two-pace greens.
Oh!
Great effort, that.
Wow.
And this is the star pairing that we have, these 4. I think the combined handicap in this group is, there's a +5, a +3, and a +2, if I'm not wrong. So this is professional level stuff you guys are going to see.
I was saying just before you came in, you can tell the ones who are excellent golfers, the kind of putts where you'd be delighted to nestle it close, they're furious with themselves for it not dropping.
You can see the caption, Craig Vance, +5 handicap.
Oof.
You can see the green taking that away. You see the different colors, the light and the dark. Now a good way to tell the green for most of our viewers is the dark patches is when the grass is growing towards you, and the light patches when the grass is growing away from you. And the lighter it is, usually the quicker the putt's going to be.
We watched a lot of these players in our summer event at the Fire course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates, and these were some of the standout players then as well, weren't they, Shiv? They really are fantastic to watch, powerful and accurate.
In the last 3 or 4 groups have some very handy golfers in there, all low handicappers, very experienced. Wayne, I think, was on the winning team in the mini series. So a lot of good golfers. We're going to get to the end of the broadcast, and we're going to get to see some of the best players yet to tee off.
And do you think they'll play a bit quicker, Shiv, because they are the better quality, a better standard of golf, or do they take more time? It's an interesting quandary, isn't it?
Well, I think you're hitting fewer shots, so overall it's going to take you less time, but Also you're giving every shot its due attention. So, good golf does take time, but I think, we need to, there's been a lot of talk about playing, at the right speed, and golf has to be a sport that's played, in under 4.5 hours. It can't be a 5.5, 6 hour sport anymore.
There's my personal favourite, Gurbak Singh, walking off after another putt. Going in for his team. He's playing for S&P today as we look through the individual leaderboard scores. Lots of players tied on 19th, 7 Stableford points, just midway through their rounds. The score's quite close really, Shiv, aren't they? Nobody's really running away with it so far. It is going to go right down to the wire, I think.
I think 17 points is the clubhouse target at the moment. Seems like that's been the best so far. Given the difficulty of the greens and the layout of the golf course, that's a pretty good effort. Over 9 holes, we would like to remind our viewers that this is a 9-hole Stableford points and not 18 holes. So 17 is a fair effort. I think a team that averages about 15 to 16 points per player is going to be a very, very competitive total. Like we were alluding to earlier, when you have all 8 scores counting, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And I keep reiterating that fact, that how it's important for each person to contribute. Now our last group has just teed off just now, and so all the groups are out on the course, and it's the next 2 hours is going to make for a very, very interesting broadcast. You see Emirates NBD leading at the moment over Wealth of Wellness and Atari in 3rd place, but lots of golf left to be played. Some of the teams have just started now, so in the next hour or so we should get a good idea of where things stand. Here we have Khalid Samawi, plays out of the Els Club, a very handy 3-handicapper. Excellent with his short irons and wedges usually, so we'd be expecting him to put this close. Comes up a little shy. Obviously the tree trouble in the way. The 2 players for Bentley in this group, Ryan Yeomans and Khalid Samawi, both very, very handy golfers and make a formidable partnership. We had some of the lower handicappers going off in the later groups today, with Wayne Platts, Craig Vance, and now this group as well. So it's going to set up for a very, very exciting finish in the last hour or so. We can see that Emirates NBD is raced off to a lead right now, but in the next 30 to 40 minutes, we're going to see the other teams close the gap. First hole is stroke index 1 here, which makes it the most difficult hole on the course. For people not very familiar with golf, the stroke index of the hole will determine the difficulty of it. Stroke index 1 being the most difficult, and stroke index 18 being the easiest hole on the course. So first hole here is the most difficult hole. Obviously a tough opening gambit for everybody, but with the whole concept of Eagle and being a 9-hole corporate shootout, the T20 version of golf, you don't find time to be able to settle yourself in, so you have to be ready from the very first shot. That looks like the ball of one of the players from GRP. A tough shot, obviously missing it right of the green. There's a large waste area. If you see the patches on the green, as we were alluding to earlier, the dark and the light patches, the dark would mean it's going to be slower, and when the color changes to light, it quickens up in speed. Now Khalid using a putter from off the green. Tough shot that, and as you can see, as it gets lighter, the ball just runs away from him, taking it towards the water where the grain of the grass is. This is just a very tough opening hole. You've seen a lot of players struggle on the opening hole today. And that's Ryan. That's a pretty good effort from there. A very, very tough up and down from there, and he's done well to get that inside 4 feet. Oh, what a great shot there from Sunil Agarwal from underneath. Actually, correction, that's Saurabh Narayan, Sunil's partner. I think Sunil is electing to chip this one. Again, you can see that he's got to pitch this past that dark patch and then just let it trundle down as it catches speed towards the hole. You can see the changes of elevation. He's landed that a little short, so it's probably not going to make its way all the way down, leaving himself a tricky 10-12 footer for par.
And we're seeing this pendulum with the putter again, this way of judging. Obviously, as you always say, different strokes for different folks, whatever works. What exactly is he trying to do there, with holding the putter up in front of him?
So the technique is called plumb bobbing. What you're trying to establish with that is the amount of break. If you stand directly behind the ball, making a perpendicular line to the hole, it'll give you a fair idea of how much the putt is going to break. You can do it with a flagstick, you can do it with a putter. It's an age-old technique. Jack Nicklaus used to do it, Jim Furyk. These are some of the better names that would do it, and it gives you an approximate idea of how much the ball is going to break from left to right or right to left. And what Khalid is trying to do there was trying to ascertain how much break from left to right. What he didn't take into account was the grain growing into him, and that's why he seemed to come up short.
Would you be someone who would advocate for tinkering around, trying different things all the time, or sticking with something that's worked with you and just staying with it?
I think, there's a lot to be said for simplicity. I think people, will read a golf magazine or pick up a book and feel like they want to go and try it, or these days, watch YouTube videos and go around changing their swings and their grips and everything that you can possibly change. But if you go back to, your basics, your fundamentals, with putting, it's, your eyes being in the right place, the tempo of your stroke, those are the two most important things. But also reading greens is an art, and I think there's been talk from the RNA now to ban green reading books for that reason. It's taken a lot of the art of reading greens out of the equation. It's become more of a mathematical calculation, and I think it's the right move to roll it back.
And you have your players like your Padraig Harringtons. He genuinely enjoys trying this stuff, isn't it? Some of it is through necessity. He thinks it's going to improve his golf game in some way, but he's also a bit of a nerd about these things. He just wants to try the latest ideas and the latest techniques.
Yeah, I think there's two schools of thought. Obviously, there's a lot of information out there now. Technology's come a long way, so you want to be able to get whatever advantage you can over the competition and over the field. He's done crazy stuff like try insoles that he feels gives him 10 yards extra off the tee. He's done the Happy Gilmore off the tee, so he's a extreme example of that. But yes, you always want to improve, but I think at the same time, the fundamentals of golf and the age-old techniques, they still withstood the test of time.
Would you advise a player, we were talking with some of our earlier guests today, would you advise, you see it quite a lot, a professional seems to have a lot of success and then suddenly decides to change their game entirely, and the game just seems to slip away from. I'm not going to name any names, but we can all think of one or two examples. It hardly ever seems to work, does it? Unless you're Tiger Woods, but he's a separate example.
Yeah, you know, I think you're always striving for perfection. You're always striving to get better. You know, even if it's Tiger, after he won all those majors, he wanted to overhaul his swing to get better. There are certain players who feel they want to shape the ball a different way to be able to win the Masters, or work on, you know, better shots into the wind to be able to win the Open Championship. So, you know, it's the kind of game that you're always striving to get better and always striving for excellence. And there's a fine line between losing what you already had and trying to gain something new. So I think, you know, being able to marry the two is a perfect balance, but, you know, who's found that perfect balance yet?
And for the amateurs, you know, you're, let's say, more mature player, you wouldn't advise overhauling a swing or anything once you reach a certain age. Just stick with what you got and just play golf as long as you can.
Yeah, I always say that in, you know, whatever corporate clinics or that I've had the opportunity to do is, you know, you play the game for fun. You can't lose sight of the fact that you play this game for fun, and you don't want to go out there and overhaul your swing and go out and have a bad day. You want to enjoy yourself, and, you know, you make minor tweaks. Always go back to the basics of alignment, ball position, posture. And a lot of people will come to me and say, well, I sliced the ball, and then you see the way they stand very, very open, and that's going to make them slice the ball. If you stand very close, it's going to make you hook the ball.
Yeah.
So I think once you get your basics in order and your fundamentals in order, it takes care of 90% of the things, and that's what I would focus more on, rather than going to a coach and saying, I want to change my golf swing, because everyone's now in the quest for hitting it Bryson DeChambeau length.
And there would have been a handful of players coming into this afternoon who, when they learnt or found out they were going to be a part of a team today, perhaps in the last couple of weeks have been out for some lessons, and they've got themselves confused really coming into this.
Yeah, it's always, you know, even when we were back in school, we used to say last minute cramming never helped anybody. And I think that applies to golf as well. You've got to go in with the swing you have, or as the age-old saying was, you know, you dance with the girl you brought to the ball, and that's sort of, you can't forget that. What you see with not just amateurs, I'll say, even professionals do it. You know, you hit one or two bad shots and then you start experimenting and trying new things. But I think the really good players and the great players over time know how to fix themselves, and they'll never experiment too much on the golf course. The driving range is where you do your experimentation, and once you're on the golf course, you've got to play with the swing that you came on the day with.
And you really need to approach an afternoon like this in the best possible mental shape you possibly can. You need to be as positive you can, and as confident in your different clubs as possible. You don't want to bring something new on to the course for an event like this on live TV.
Absolutely. I think this is Alan Clark on the 8th hole.
Oh. Didn't move at all. I don't know if he was looking for a bit of left to right there, or he just started it on the wrong line.
I think we've seen a lot of that today. You know, given a slightly faster pace of greens, people seem to be misjudging the line just a little bit.
Manzoor Khan coming up a bit short as well. Par putt for Zaid Noorani. It's fascinating watching all the different techniques. Quite often when you watch a professional tour event, oh, that's gone straight in, lovely putt. You watch a professional tour event and it can often seem quite samey with the putting. A lot of people, there's obviously trends that come into it, leaving Bryson DeChambeau out of the argument. There's a lot of similarities between a lot of putting, but when you watch the amateurs, you really is glaringly obvious how different everybody approaches, certainly putting.
Yeah, there's lots of different ways, lots of different techniques. But I have to say, you see more now than before thicker putting grips. You see more people going to left hand low. It's not as much of a conventional putting grip or your regular size of putting grips. It seems like it's become more of a trend. Arm lock has become more of a trend as well, which I feel like is probably going to be the next thing that the RNA will look at banning, or the USGA, because it's anchoring in its own way. I mean, I know that's a whole different debate, but it feels like the art of putting has been lost a little bit.
I was about to say, are we getting further away from the just feeling it and you know, using your own instincts and going more into technical, which takes away from the feel, surely?
Yeah, it's like green reading books, you know, it's a mathematical calculation.
Eric Tolsma here with a very tough looking shot. Well, he's on the green at least.
This is a tricky par 3 with elevated green. Very little margin for error of your landing spot. It's quite a firm green because it's perched up slightly higher than the rest of the golf course.
And off the tee as well, you're looking at that front bunker and that's scaring you, isn't it? So you're perhaps taking an extra club than you're comfortable with.
And then you have the water to contend with, which is right of the green. So this is one of the harder par 3s. Thought he was walking it in for a minute.
I did there, he looked very confident. Just edging it up to the hole. Bit short, but that's pretty much tap-in range, you'd hope, cross fingers. We were talking to Malcolm Young, who's the PGA Tour professional and the tournament referee here this afternoon, about the biggest rules infractions that you find from amateurs, and he said one of the biggest ones really is people don't know how many penalty shots to add for something they've done wrong, whether it be water or out of bounds, red stakes, yellow stakes. People just don't know those kind of things coming into it. Do you think in many ways for the amateur game some things are too complicated?
Absolutely. I think there's way too many rules in the world of golf. I think even for the professional game, you see experienced professional golfers having to call referees time and again for basic stuff. I think if you made it easier, you've got to have 5 basic rules of golf. It is a little too complicated for amateurs. I get this question all the time. If my ball is next to a cart path, where is my nearest point? So I think they've tried to do that. I think the powers to be have tried to minimize how difficult they make it to speed up the game. Predominantly, a lot of the emphasis on the rules has been to speed up the game. You don't want people slowing down, figuring out how to take a drop or where the ball crossed the hazard. So they're trying to simplify it. I think they're on the right track. But to answer your question, I think there is definitely too many rules and it is too complicated.
And you'll probably find a lot of these players, Malcolm will go up to see them after they've walked off the green and say, by the way, that's another shot on there, which they would be totally unaware of, perhaps.
That's a nice putt.
Nicely in. He walked that one in as well. He's very confident, isn't he? It's late afternoon now here in Dubai at the track at Meydan. Still plenty of sunlight left. That one that's a heartbreaker, that one is. You'll be thinking about that one tonight. But plenty of sunlight still left to play. All the groups now are either finished or on the course. And the earlier finishers are now having refreshments and something to eat. And they'll be watching the scoreboard intently over the next couple of hours or so, until the trophy is handed out. Back to the second, the longest par 3, 189 yards. Sohrab Narain. And that's pretty good.
It's a beautiful shot there. Again, a very narrow target. You got to carry that bunker and it all feeds from left to right. Judge that to perfection.
We're back on hole 7 now with Canal Safe, our 7th group out there, getting to the end of their day. This is a par putt. Shadows now starting to become an issue as well.
You see that break from left to right. Again, not as much as he thinks. Pace of the green being a factor there again for him. It's picking up the green and the subtleties is what I find the difference between the pros and the amateurs, just to pick up on those.
Is it a fact of just not reading it correctly, or is it not taking the time to really study it?
Look, it's an art, reading greens, as I said. This is Marwan putting for par. Good effort. So I was giving Marwan a putting lesson earlier before he went out to play, and I was telling him to keep his eyes still, and you can see there his head had gone before he'd even struck that. So
you'll be on the 9th saying, "What did I tell you?"
But just as much as it takes to, practice your putting, you have to also practice reading putts. And I think all too often that doesn't happen, and they expect to be able to. Everything is an art that needs to be practiced.
Well, none of these putts in this group seem to be falling on this hole at all. Maybe
Jayashree will break the jinx.
Yeah, let's hope so. She holed a monster early on in her round. This is a par putt for Jayashree. Playing for the Wealth of Wellness team, WOW, as they are known on the shirts.
Let's hope they live up to the billing then.
Stole my line there, she. Oh, very nice. Perfect. Calm as you like. Perfect speed, perfect tempo. Very nice.
Now she does practice like the professionals. You will see her very often on the putting green, on the driving range.
Oh, that's...
I guess it's the coach's fault.
Yeah, what exactly did you teach him? Yeah, you can tell him, I watched you live on TV, not doing what I told you. That's the other thing, I guess, you watch YouTube, you pick up tips online, and on your first shot you're trying to remember, and then, 20 minutes later you're going back to your old game, don't you? It's old habits, it's very hard to escape them. Khalid Samawi now, he's a 4 handicapper on the par 3 second. This is a par putt through the shadows, just comes up a bit short. This is one of my Achilles heels now, shadows, especially when I'm driving or an iron shot. If the shadow is moving across the ball, if the sun's behind me, it just completely puts me off. I just don't know how to compensate for it at all.
I think each one of us has a weird sort of idiosyncrasies when it comes to golf. I never liked the way my putter looked if the sun was directly behind. If it was side on, I was happy with it, but when the sun was shining directly behind, I didn't like how my putter looked. So, we all have these funny ones.
And that's in the hole. What a great birdie putt that was. Really nicely done. A high five with his teammate as well. Par putt for Sunil Agarwal. Doing the family proud. Now it's his teammates. Sarab Narain. Can he follow Sunil in? He can.
That's a great hole for them. They would have picked up quite a few points there.
Really good. You can always tell as well, if you haven't seen the putt, the speed that they walk off the green, you can tell if things have gone well.
A little spring in their step.
Definitely. And I wonder as well, they're walking along, of course. They have buggies and they have golf carts, but most of the players today choosing to walk. They're handing their clubs over to the caddies like the pros. They're living the dream. I bet there's a couple of moments when they're walking down the fairways, they're just shutting their eyes going, this is Augusta. This is Pebble Beach on a Sunday. This is, you know, this is the dream really for mere mortals like ourselves, Shiv. Not you, me.
It is a wonderful day. What a wonderful experience for all of them. I saw, standing on the first tee, like I was saying, all the nerves and the butterflies they were feeling, and the whole concept of this every shot live, and you know, each one knows that they're live on TV and they're conscious of it, and it just makes you a little bit tentative. You know, it's like for me playing my first major championship, you know you're going to be nervous, you feel it, but the more you're in that setting, the more comfortable you get.
There's various, in a professional golf career, there's various steps for you where things just sort of incrementally get larger and larger, and the bigger stage and bigger stage. But let's be fair, for most of these players today, this is their major. This is Sunday at the Open for them.
Yeah, this is the grandest stage. You know, you have your club championships and you have everything else, but where do amateur golf get live on TV, playing for a team, each score counts, doesn't get really more exciting or bigger than this.
Now this is the last, the ninth. This is a really tricky, it's inviting you in to take a second shot over that water, but goodness me, you have to hit quite the shot, don't you?
Yeah, it takes a lot of, you know, obviously you got to have the requisite length, and even so, it's a very narrow target because you're looking up on its side on. You have the bunkers guarding to the right and the water on the left. A very daunting second shot, but you know, it's very inviting at the same time if you hit your drive in the right place.
Well, it's a 560 yards, it says today, so you're looking at a very healthy second shot, aren't you? You've got to be very confident in your abilities. Some will just go for it anyway, but if you really are thinking you can get there, you've got to be very confident in yourself.
So it's 560, you know, measured straight down the fairway, but if you hit it down the left side of that fairway, it makes it significantly shorter. You cut off about 30 or 40 yards going into the green. So it's a perfect risk-reward par 5. It tempts you with the option of going for it. If not, you know, you've got a layup area to the right, which is no mean feat in itself. You've still got to cover portion of the water and get past those palm trees. So either way, it's you know, it's not a very easy layup. So if you have a chance to go for it, more often than not, you're going to give it a crack.
And as an amateur though, when you hit the perfect drive, let's say on this ninth, and you are in the perfect position to take that pin on or take the green on with your second shot, but you know you don't have the ability, you know it's only 1 in 10 chance of you hitting that shot, talking to yourself to do the sensible thing and lay up, just drift down the fairway and leave yourself a wedge, it's the hardest thing to do, isn't it? Especially if you're playing with someone who's very good and has just gone for it.
Well, you make a very good point there when you say it's a 1 in 10. I personally always had a theory, if I had more than a 70% chance of hitting the green, I was going to go for it. If I didn't, it was going to be a layup. So you've got to give yourself, you know, playing percentage golf or good course management comes down to a situation where I'm telling myself 7 out of 10 times I'm going to hit this on the green, it's worth a crack. If it's less than 5, then it's not even a conversation. So I think a 1 in 10, the only time you would do that is, you know, if you're 2 shots off the lead, you need to make an eagle to force a playoff, but barring that, you're laying up every time.
7 in 10 for a professional is very encouraging for us amateurs to hear. We would all expect that you would just feel 10 out of 10.
Not always. Like I said, professionals hit a lot more bad shots than you think. It's just the bounce back ability is a lot better. So yeah. That's one thing. You know, we're also quite good at brushing off a bad shot.
Watching Group 10 here, Ashok Kumar just cleaning up. He's playing for Satoshi FX. They're playing against Just Golf, Randeep Singh, Sanjay Advani. And I think this is Sanjay now. And this looks like a putt that has a lot going on it.
I think it's going to break 2 ways. You can see the first part of it want to break right to left, and then in the end, it should straighten out towards the hole.
Speed is key here, isn't it, really?
Should come back.
Oh, that's unlucky. That deserved. With the pin in, we were talking about a little bit earlier, but you just hit it that little bit harder and maybe hit the pin and it drops in where you'd normally be looking for the last little dying roll of the ball into the hole. That's kind of eradicated that a little bit.
You still have to hit the middle of the hole, you see. Pace is all important in putting. We used to practice Dave Pelz came out with a fantastic drill, which was the perfect speed of a putt to go in the hole is 18 inches past the hole. So you would practice trying to hit your putts between the hole and 18 inches past, which gave you the best chance of holding the putt. Also, at that speed, the ball is more likely to lip in than lip out.
We often see you professionals, if you do that, as we've just seen there, it's not too bad, but if you leave it short, you are furious with yourselves, aren't you? That's the ultimate crime for a pro.
They say 100% of putts left short don't go in. And
now, coloured balls. I've never gone down this route at all, Shiv. I think I've got enough to contend with in my head when I'm playing golf, not a coloured ball as well.
this is Randeep Singh, plays about 4 to 5 days a week. I'm sure his banker bosses won't be very happy to hear that, but I expect him to hold this.
Shiv's called it. Oh!
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse. I'll tell him that afterwards. Now Sanjay, he's going to clean up. Still going through the routine, even though it's a very short putt.
Very meticulous. Sanjay is the MD of Credit Suisse here in Dubai. Also a very keen golfer. Tries to get in a round of golf before work. He's one of those early morning golfers. Very, very keen himself. It's lovely to see, the corporate world come out and be so passionate about the game, and you see them, they were here an hour and a half before warming up, doing it exactly like the professionals do.
But were they warming up in the right way, Shiv? That's the key. Now this looks like some tricky shots. Hasn't found the bunker. This is a nightmare shot, isn't it? Even for a professional, this is ball above your feet.
I would rate this a 3 out of 10 chance of getting it close rather than 7 out of 10, even for me.
Do you just kind of forget the pin here? You just need to get it on the green and then go from there. Well, he's done pretty well, hasn't he?
I think he's proven us all wrong there.
He has. That's a sensational shot. Wonderful.
Alan Clark, playing off a 14 handicap, has just played a shot that Phil Mickelson would be proud of.
He's going to want a little clip of that sent to him. Wonderful shot. Nonchalant, look, he does that every day. He's trying to give the walk. I do this all the time, that kind of shot. Wonderful stuff from Alan.
You wouldn't want that shot back again.
I
think that his second shot ended up where it did as a result of the intimidation of the water. As you were saying, you want to play away from the water. He's given it a little too much caution, but great recovery there.
Now, a bunker shot that needs to be accurate. This is Mansour. Bit heavy, too much sand, I think.
There's a little bit of dead ground between the bunker and the green there, which adds to the complexity of the shot. It's hard to pick up on this camera angle, but it looks quite straightforward, but there's a severe slope from right to left there. So he needs to keep this. This is Rakesh Yadav with his fourth shot. Played it very nicely.
Played that nicely. Little pause in his backswing there, I saw. Quite familiar with seeing that quite a lot now, aren't we, with a couple of players.
I think that might be the Hideki Matsuyama effect.
Exactly, that's the name I was trying to think of. Now, long putt from the back of the green. That's going to pick up speed when it goes over that ridge in the middle as well.
It's a long birdie putt here. I think he'll be very pleased to get down in two. Fantastic putt.
Oh,
what a putt. You could hear the crowds there saying, great putt. There's an appreciation for the difficulty of that. He'll be very happy to finish with a par there. Fist pump from his partner as well.
Thumbs up from the opposition. you know you've done well. And that's his day done. Tap it in, pick the ball up. Very good. And a couple more points for his team to finish off with. But still, his teammate and his opposition still to finish up here on the 9th. This is Manzoor Khan. Oh, comes up well short with that. Just very hard, very tricky to putt when you're off the green. And you've got thicker grass to deal with before you get on the putting surface. So hard to judge. Probably the right option though, if you're not confident chipping on, just get the putter out. And now Rakesh hit a really good bunker shot. And he'll just finish up. And then his teammate Alan can also do the same after that exceptional little pitch shot over the bunker and rolling it next to the hole. Manzoor Khan first. Bogey putt. Still will get some points on the board. Ooh. Bit snappy with the putter. Just goes by on the left-hand side. Oh, well, let's pretend that didn't happen. Nobody saw that. We'll strike that from the video. So, Alan, can he finish off what would be a remarkable up and down to finish his day? And a really, really good part for his team. Yes, he does. Really nice. What a way to finish. A great day on the course. Another group finishes here at the Eagle Corporate Invitational. And now I'm delighted to say, joining me in the commentary booth is the man behind it all, the chairman of Eagle, Satoshi FX. Satoshi, fantastic to see you, as always. I know you're a very busy man at these events.
Thank you.
You must be absolutely delighted with what you're seeing so far.
I am delighted, Graham, and seeing that what we embarked on the journey to do, and we have done it. Let us see what is happening on the hole number 3.
We've spoken to a lot of the people who work here at Maidan, at the track, and also Shiv Kapoor has been giving us in-depth insight as well, and they're all absolutely loving the course. Looks immaculate. They're loving the fact that it's being shown live on TV around the world as well. What a great advertisement for Maidan, and the Eagle brand is growing and growing, and this is just another step in a terrific idea.
I think what you said, Graham, is absolutely correct. The Eagle brand, what we embarked on this journey, and it is moving very nicely, and I'm sure that in the time to come we will do better and better. But what we did in the inaugural event in the mini series, we have absolutely really increased the, uplifted the tournament, and all the golfers. First time we had 32 golfers. Today we had 72 plus 40 of the junior championship in the morning. So in one day you are really organizing such a big event over 9 holes, and it is really commendable to my team, to my everybody, and Dubai TV who has supported it, and all the sponsors who have supported. I think it is a big thing.
Now, I think you in particular would like to commentate over this putt, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Who is doing it? This is. Oh.
Straight in. No worries there at all. Very nicely done.
Yeah.
There we we've got the Bentley pairing of Ryan Yeomans and Khalid Samawi. And this is Khalid now.
I think this putt must be breaking if I see it from the right to inside right. And let us see what he does. And it is a very short putt. It shouldn't be that. Yeah, see, I think my assessment was right.
You know your course, Sudesh. I
Yeah.
tell you what, you're not just the boss of all this.
Yeah.
You know your golf as well. Now,
Yeah.
can Ryan follow in his teammate for Bentley? Short putts, but they're taking their time over this. They're tricky, aren't they?
Oh, this is always the short putts are more tricky than the longer putts. Yeah, and the gross par is very good also.
Yeah. To finish off this group, another short putt, again, taking their time, as we've heard all day. Don't rush. Forward press.
All of them are taking their time in the short putts because actually that is something you really detest much more if you miss the putt, because you say, okay, 2-foot putt and I missed it and I lost a shot and I lost a point for the team and for myself.
Jayashree Gupta on 8. Oh, she holds another one.
Yeah. Oh, that's quite a nice putt.
We've seen her hold quite a few today. Jayashree playing really nicely.
And I just want to mention here that because as all the girls are playing from the same tee, some extra shots have been given by the tournament coordinators. Okay.
Yes, definitely. With all the Eagle events, it's certainly not discriminatory. Men and women playing alongside each other.
Yeah.
Off the same tees.
Yes.
And that's the way they like it as well. And it's been a huge success. Now you can see the sun starting to come down. Shadows really starting to cause a problem for amateur golfers at this point. It certainly throws me off my game, these shadows.
I don't see any ball on the green, or they have not hit the second or the third shot. They're hitting the second shot, I suppose.
Just
second or
about
third.
to now, yeah. Let's go back to the second par 3 on the 6th tee box. Doesn't find the putting service with that tee shot.
Satoshi FX.
Satoshi FX against Just Golf in this pairing.
Group 12. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Now it's Madhu Bandari, 18 handicapper. He'll be delighted to get near the green. I think he started it off left. Will it come round? Has he got the distance?
Well, I will just like to mention about Madhu Bandari. He is the CEO for the Satoshi FX, which is they call it crypto, the future of money, and he is the brain behind that. And he actually playing in this tournament after a long time of layoff from golf, and I am very appreciative that he is coming out and hitting the shots here.
This is his teammate, Paul Bogan, also 18 handicapper as well. So pretty much 170 yards. It's daunting for this these handicappers. That looks like he caught it nicely. I think maybe, as we've seen so many today, hitting that front bunker.
Yeah, it is protecting the green actually. Because if you roll it, then it goes behind. It is protecting the green, and most of the people will land up into the bunker.
Oh, and there's one very short there. I'll wait and see who that was. Up to the last, our 6th group now, finishing off their afternoon. It looks like a sensible layup to the right. Arand Lakiani, 12 handicapper. And unfortunately, that wasn't his best effort. And he's going to have the worst shot in golf, the long bunker shot.
Normally he is a very, very good player, and so
might be a bit of tiredness creeping in as well now, Sadesh.
Yeah, you never know.
9 holes.
Yeah, that's true. And there's the walking one, and so that happens. That's a nice looking. Coming on the green, no, rolling back.
Just short. So this is Anand again, trying to get out of the bunker and get on the playing surface. Let's see if he succeeded. Oh, I can't see a ball there. It's a tricky green as well. That kind of false front at the front can stump a lot of players trying to chip it up, and it just chip it on and it just doesn't get up there.
And if you see on the Gulf News signage where you see it is sloping downwards, so that is also, this green is actually sloping downwards on that side.
Oh, another long bunker shot. Got to catch this right, and he has caught it.
Oh, it went over here.
And it's gone right over the green.
Yep.
So bunker trouble is finished, but now it's a
Another
lengthy
trouble.
little chip. Yes. So this is Atari. Trying to add some points to the Atari total. Oh, he's not happy with that at all. As soon as he hit it, he knew hadn't given it enough. This is Oswald Arellano, struggling to get near the hole to finish his round. 10 handicapper.
Yeah, but it is not a easy putt, Graham, to really uphill putt. You are doing it, and then to judge it from the rough to come up. It is then you have also have the slope to take into account and all these things. So it is not really that easy to judge.
And if you're a professional, you're probably chipping that one onto the green, aren't you? Try and holing it out, but
that's true.
It's a very dangerous option for an amateur.
Yeah.
So that was Arnand's ball. He's come out of the bunker, the back of the green, and now he's left it 4 or 5 feet short of the pin to tidy up Anand. And now...
Oh, he must be already hitting his 7th shot or something like that. And oh, he's putting for gross par. Oh, that's what.
That's a good looking putt.
That's a good looking putt, and doing a bogey on that hole. Oh wow!
Just a reminder that we are in one of the most exciting cities on the planet, Dubai. There's the Burj Khalifa, dominates this part of the skyline. There's plenty of iconic buildings around these days, and it overlooks many golf courses as well, the Burj Khalifa. And here we're with one of the most popular, the track at Meydan, home of the Dubai World Cup, one of the most famous horse races in the world. But today it's all about the golf on this popular course. Now we're back on the night. This is Oswald again.
This is also putt breaking from the right, and I think it will be at least quite a lot. See, he didn't go there, and so missed to the left.
Bit of a misread from
Yeah.
Oswald there.
Yeah, that's true.
You can see some of these amateurs, like you say, they've been walking today, which
Yeah.
many of them wouldn't be used to. They're a bit
Normally
tired.
normally not, but sometimes you do, but normally not.
Looking
And,
a bit fatigued out there, aren't they?
And particularly, you see, when you are having the cameras and this new setup, and it is a different ball game altogether. The pressure and the tension. Because I was talking to some golfers who have completed their round. Oh, they said that we were having a nervous on the first tee, and after that we were little relaxed, and all those kind of things. And I was actually doing the scoring on the 8th green, and I wanted to observe firsthand that how the players' reactions come. Oh, it was really like pressure and enjoying and feeling like a pro inside the ropes. I think that is something they are very delighted because they don't get this kind of opportunity anywhere. Even in the ProAms and all that, not even a one shot of the amateur golfer will be shown on the TV. And now here you are all over the place, like a pro golf tournament environment.
Yeah, first of all, you're racked with nerves because you're going to be on live TV.
Yeah.
And then after that, you just don't want to embarrass yourself. You want to
Exactly.
perform well.
Exactly.
You know
Because-
that friends and family are watching.
Yeah, that's true. That is what exactly happened, because all of them have actually sent messages to everybody that we will be there live. And so
Fist pumps there. Another group finished their day. They're going to go and have a bite to eat and something to drink, and they'll wait for the rest of the groups to finish. And there we are. This is our commentary position, and Sadesh now in all your glory.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
talk to you about Eagle in general now, while we
Yeah.
have a little break from the golf.
Okay.
We've done one event. We did it in the summer up
That's
at the fire
right.
course at
That-
Jumeirah Golf Estate.
That's
Hugely successful. Now we're here at Maidan. The obvious question is going to be, what comes next?
Well, we have now the 2022, the full season is ahead of us. And for sure, because of the live broadcast limitation, because of the Expo 2020, where the YTV is our partnering with us and supporting in a big way. So we cannot do anything, a event which involves the live broadcast until end of March 2020. So we possibly will plan an event something in April, third week of April or second week of April, and then we will move into the events of October, November, December. So that will be, because summer we will not touch it, and in summer, if at all we will touch it, possibly we will do a like a overseas tour or something like that, because Just Golf is a specialized company to do this all this golfing stuff.
It shows the popularity of Eagle just in 2 events. When we had our first event and there was just around 30 players.
Yeah.
Here we are, we're up to over 70 players already.
That's true.
It just shows how eager everybody is to be a part of this.
Well, the 70 players is actually getting into play, but the players who wanted to play, we possibly have more than 200. They can't get in because of the tournament sponsors or team sponsors, because you can get in only through the team sponsors, and team sponsors have their own set of players to play to entertain. So basically it becomes very, very difficult to find a slot into this tournament.
So we're looking ahead. Obviously, like you say, there's limitations until we can start broadcasting live events again. But Eagle as a brand and a concept, we've talked about this many times.
That's true.
Amateur golf live on TV, it's just never been done before. Maybe you get little 10-minute programs, but you've never had live golf all afternoon. It's groundbreaking stuff.
I think it is a groundbreaking stuff, and that is what we have actually conceived when we started on this one. And the challenges were manifold, and which we have overcome those challenges. The first time when we did, we hired a private company to do the production of the broadcast, and then we broadcasted it. Here, the channel itself is working with us to do the production, and they are supporting us in the production. We had a director flown in from India who is working with us. So it is actually quite a combination we are working in. Our designs are such that in future there should be a local production for doing the broadcast, live broadcast. At the moment, if you look at the live broadcast which happens in the professional tours, there is no local company which produces it. It comes from the European tour. The European TV will come and they will do the production. They will only take time slot and do the thing, because there are not really much logistics available to do the live broadcast of golf, because that is being taken care of from the overseas players. So we possibly, this opens an opportunity that we will be possibly developing a local, and then we can cover the more major tournaments with the production done here.
It's also very much two sides to this as well. We've got the golf side of it as well, watching amateur golf live on tee, but let's not forget the corporate side of it, where the networking possibilities for all these, let's face it, very powerful people, business leaders, CEOs as well, they benefit hugely from having this time together under the spotlight.
Of course, they have a lot of benefits out of it. First of all, our focus is that with this kind of broadcaster or corporates are benefiting, developing the new customers. Because under any other of the amateur golfing platforms, you do not develop new customers. You only release, you entertain your existing customers. Here, when you are having only 8 of your players are playing, while other 64 are players of the other spins, then you really have a broader you have access to the 64 players and their families, their teams, their friends. So you're developing the new customer base is very, very large, and I think that is then you have branding, then you have a networking, then you have entertainment, then you have public relations, and so much we provide.
And you just look at these brands on display today, they're some of the biggest in the world and in the region as well. Sudesh, we appreciate your time today in the commentary booth. We know you've got loads of work to do. Teams are starting to come in. It's another fantastic event. Thank you for your time. Okay, let's get back out to the golf then, and this is Group 7 now, coming up to their final hole of the day. And the sun beautifully dripping over this course now. Everything looks that golden hue colour. It's absolutely beautiful. But of course, all these players, they've played their 8 holes and now they want to finish in style. They know that pretty much of all the shots during the day, their final shots will be broadcast live, and yes, they are being. You can see Jayshree Gupta there on the left-hand side, just standing behind her ball. It looks like the pair of Marwan Hadi and Kunal Seth about to take their approach shots. I'd imagine that was a layup, otherwise it was quite the tee shot. Kunal then, 11 handicapper. Can't think about the water, put the water out of your mind. Just look at the green. Don't let the water come into your thinking. Let's rip. Good contact. I think he might like it. And he's on the surface. Good shot. He'll be very pleased with that. Below the ball. Below the hole, rather. Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. Good shot. Now, I think Jayshree Gupta is over there on the right-hand side, and she's just taken her shot, and she's also done really well. 2 good birdie opportunities, I think. Water absolutely still. There is still a slight breeze here, but certainly not enough to bother the flag, and most of the trees and the water calm as anything. An awkward position for this shot. You just see at the middle of the screen on the right hand side. This is tricky. Got to get good contact. I think we draw a veil over that shot, and he might do it again. Just a bit despondent with that one there. Looking like a man who's a bit beaten up by this hole. There's Jayshree Gupta and Kunal mark their balls. Now Jamie Burton with his last iron shot of the day. 6 handicapper for the Wealth of Wellness team. Just needs it to stop and pull up, and it does eventually, but just runs on a bit more. Safer to be a bit longer with the approach though. You don't want to come up too short. It does have a tendency to roll back off the front of the green. All very friendly, even though they're on opposing teams. They're battling the game of golf together, perhaps talking about what line is best to take. There's Marwan now, just trying to clean up here. I think this hole has been a bit of a nightmare for him. Is that going to roll up nicely? That looks very good. I don't have that left to finish his day. Jamie Burton next. This is a downhill putt for his birdie. Finish his day with sends it on his way. Has he given it enough? I think he expected the green to be a bit faster there. That's very disappointing from Jamie. Still a par, does get a few points. Par putt for Kunal Seth. This would be a great way to finish his day. Not easy though. He's got to give it some. He's got to go up that hill. Didn't give it enough. Too tentative. It will be Jayshree next to play. She's had a really good day. This is her par putt. It's a good roll. It just stays on the right, drifts past, but Shiv would be happy with that. It's gone 18 inches past. If it doesn't go in the hole, it needs to go just past the hole. That's the way the pros look at it. Marwan trying to tidy up. And he has. In it drops. And a bit of a brighter finish than he possibly imagined. And a giggle and a fist bump from his teammate. Par putt then to finish off, Jamie Burton. Got to commit to this. No, and that's gone by as well. Disappointing finish for Jamie. But still a decent day's work. Or a decent day's fun, I should say. These are amateurs, you forget. And finishing off now for Canal. In we go, and that's it. That's our 7th group, just about finished. Just got Jayshree Gupta to knock it in, and they can go and wait for the rest. And she goes, very good golfer, Jayshree Gupta. Shown it again here at the track. All part of the professional service here. People to welcome them off the tee, check their scores. It's the full deal here. Sarab Narain missing his par putt and walking off with some venom. Still gets a fist bump from his partner. Have a look at the scorecards. Emirates MBD still leading, 21 points. Some of the individual scores. Long way to go. Still just about halfway with the groups, nearly. That's Group 7 who have just finished. Long way to go. Bit behind schedule, but just means we get to watch more golf. Suits me. They are joint top at the moment. Emirates NBD and Wealth of Wellness both storming away. But remember, this won't really be able to assess who's won until that final putter's gone. Stableford points being made and won and lost all afternoon until that final hole out. Then we'll only know the winner. Now, back to the golf, and I'm delighted to say I have another special guest joining me in the commentary area, General Manager of Worldwide Golf, Rick Bevan. Great to see you, Rick. You were playing out there last time in the heat of summer at the Fire, but not playing today. What's happened? I think you're on the winning team as well, weren't you?
Well, I wasn't actually playing, Graham. I was the non-playing team captain, and that is why we won.
Good to see you. Let's talk about Eagle as a whole first before we get to the golf itself. We started with that first event, that mini-series, just over 30 players. Here we are at Maidan in December with just over 70 players. The growth of it already doesn't need to be explained. It's already over double what it was. The names of the companies behind us show how important it is to the companies as well. And the live TV is the big aspect of it. How important is it for all of these little parts of the puzzle to come together?
Yeah, I think it's doing something really different for amateur golf in the region. Players who play in these amateur events have never had this kind of pro-like experience before, so it's doing something really different. And of course, the live TV is the biggest part of that. I think it certainly puts a different slant on things when you've got 5 or 6 cameras pointing at you when you're about to take your tee shot or your 6-foot putt. So yeah, I think it's done something really different. It's really refreshing, and I think it's really captivated the amateur golfers.
And you're a big supporter with Worldwide Golf since day one as well. You must be pleased as well with the coverage, the media coverage that this event now gets. It's certainly, you feel as though it's gathering steam, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's been fantastic. I think everybody's really got on board with it. I think the local media have definitely played a big part in that as well. And yeah, I think, as I said before, it's something really refreshing for the amateur game in the region, and everybody's kind of really bought into it, which I think is important to help it keep growing in the way that it has been.
Needless to say, golf is a huge industry, not just in the region, but particularly in the UAE and Dubai. New golf courses as well appearing all the time. Abu Dhabi's just opened another new golf course. Talk about your role as Worldwide Golf in the grand scheme of golf in this region.
Yeah, well, we've been operating here since 1999. I think there's about 4 golf courses here at that time, and everybody told us we were mad for starting a golf magazine in a region that had hardly any golf courses. But yeah, fast forward 20 years, and things have certainly changed, haven't they? We've got new courses springing up all over the place, and of course the European Tour has become it's really a stronghold for the tour out here with all these new events taking place. So yeah, it's kind of mirrored the sort of sensational rise of the UAE itself, hasn't it? It's been quite incredible the way the golf scene has sprung out of the desert over here, and now it's one of the biggest golfing destinations in the world.
Looking back on it, and in the grand scheme of things, in the 90s, starting a Worldwide Golf magazine in the Middle East seems a bit of a no-brainer now. But looking at it at the time, there were probably a few questions asked, as you said. Is there really the knowledge or the appetite for it here?
Exactly, and it was and the market and the readership. Of course, you know, if you've only got a few, and most of them were sand courses. You've not really. It was a very small niche golf community here at that time, and then you know, I think the big thing was the Desert Classic coming here in the late 80s, and that sort of opened the floodgates, really put Dubai on the international map as far as media coverage goes, and things just sort of snowballed from there, really.
And for you and your team, you know, from trying to grow the game, which you do fantastically, the other side of it is, because of the nature of superstar golf in this country, you and your team get to sit down, have long conversations with the great and good of the game on regular basis.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest perks of the job. And as I said before, we're really spoilt here with the amount of top class tour events we have here, both in the men's and the ladies' game. So yeah, it's great getting to catch up with the players when they come through and get some FaceTime with them.
Let's talk about Meydan then. It's a bit of it's an interesting oddity. Is perhaps not the right word, but in terms of most of the golf courses, they're quite plush. They're quite expensive. They're quite exclusive in many ways. Whereas Meydan has set itself out to be the kind of course that literally anybody can come to. One of their mottos is, "We don't care what you wear, just come and play." It really is needed, I think, as well, to just start the game off with people who don't want to pay the, you know, high fees on some of the bigger courses. Come here and start your game here. This really is needed, I think, undervalued as what it provides.
Absolutely. Look, I love this golf course. It's as you said, we're spoilt for choice with sort of very, very high-end, plush, luxurious golf courses in the UAE, and that's great. But there's definitely a need for sort of a course that's got less barriers to entry. As you said, there's no airs and graces here, although I must say the course is in absolutely fantastic condition. This Peter Harradine designed layout here is a fantastic golf course, and it's a real challenge for proper golfers as well as sort of higher handicappers, and that's the great thing about it. It really can challenge you no matter what level you're at. But it's just got a really good vibe at this course. It's the only fully public golf course in the region. You can just turn up, you can pay to play. and you're going to have a great time. You know, they have music on the driving range. They, as you said before, there's not any strict dress code. It's just a really sort of relaxed vibe, and I love it. I love playing this golf course.
I've got to ask you about your golf game now. You've brought it up there, Rick. You have to tell us, where are you? Where do you play? You'd imagine the GM of Worldwide Golf is playing off about plus 37.
No, I'm a rusty 16 at the moment, and yeah, just we have a lot of people on the team who are a lot better golfers than I am, put it that way.
So let's look at the course then. Mark Moody about to take his tee shot on the 6th hole, the par 3, the shorter of the 2 par 3s today. And as people have been having a lot of trouble with this one, that front bunker is giving people a lot of cause for concern.
Yep. Let's see how he's gone there.
It looked like he hit it fairly well. Wait for the drop. It's just on the left-hand side, I think. Not quite reaching
just
the
on
green.
The fringe there.
Oh, there it is, on the fringe. That's going to be a tricky second shot. Now back to the tee. Andrew Wood, 6 handicapper. No messing about there. He takes his shot straight away. Hold his pose for a little bit. I think that's just gone off to the right-hand side as we look at it as well. So only one hitting the green there. As a course, as you were saying just before, Rick, it's a course that anyone can come and play at any time. It's still a very tricky golf course. It looks beautiful on TV.
Yeah.
How have they managed to achieve the balance of being an actual golf course that's tricky, 2 par 5s, 2 par 3s, all par 4s apart from that, and also being accessible for someone who's just picked up a golf club?
Well, I think obviously the fact that it's a 9-hole course for a start is you know, it's an easier undertaking for somebody who's just getting into the game. Obviously they've got a variety of tee positions as well, and the course really does play very differently if you're playing off the back tees than if you play from sort of the silver tees. So yeah, cleverly positioned tees as well has made it so that it can challenge you no matter what standard you're at.
There's Craig Vance now.
Yeah,
He's
part of my winning worldwide golf team.
There he is. He's a big part of your success. Has he hold another one?
Oh, he's left it
it's
short.
Heartache.
Oh, Craig.
Oh, he'll think about that one. You can tell him you saw that one and you
Yeah.
commentated on it. Rick, look ahead to next season then. A big year, not only for the Middle East, but in particular the UAE. The ties, as you said earlier, between the European Tour and the Middle East are ever growing tighter. Now it's the DP World Tour, 3 events in a row in the UAE, and then they come back again for the finale. You've got the Ladies European Tour with the Moonlight Classic. It's just growing and growing and growing. What's the next step?
Well, yeah, as you said, there's been some huge changes already, and I think you know this the change for the DP World Tour is fantastic for this region. It's really sort of further strengthened the support that this region has been putting into the European Tour for many years, and I think it's sort of well deserved, this rebranding. It's been a world tour for many years anyway, so I think that the rebranding of DP World Tour has been a great move. We've obviously got this strategic alliance with the PGA Tour as well. Several of the events on the tour are going to be co-sanctioned with the PGA Tour next year as well, and I think that's you're going to see you know, more players from America coming over. Of course, we had Colin Morikawa winning the race to Dubai last year, and that was fantastic. So yeah, I think that the tour itself's never been in a stronger position, and for us to sort of have a front row seat in the UAE with all these great events, and of course we've got Abu Dhabi moving to Yas Links, another fantastic Kyle Phillips designed golf course in January. That's going to be a real great one to watch, and yeah, those 3 events in a row is going to be great way to start the year here in the UAE.
Before we let you go, Rick, I'm going to ask you the obligatory Tiger Woods question, which everybody has to be asked at the moment. He's back in action, less than a year, but from that car crash, I've got my money on him winning another major. Everybody else would be doubtful about it. Shiv, earlier on, he said Tiger always plays down his chances to the media, and he doesn't enter an event unless he thinks he can win it, which would lead you to believe that if he enters a major, he thinks he's capable of winning it after everything he's been through.
I think the one thing we've all learnt with Tiger is you can never write him off, can you? look, the sort of facts of the situation make it seem completely unrealistic and implausible that that's going to happen, but I've got no doubt that in his own mind, as you just quite rightly said, he will truly believe that no matter what he's saying to the media, he probably will believe that he can come back and win again. Whether he can remains to be seen, but as I say, we know never to write off Tiger.
And he hasn't played out here actually for quite a while. He was obviously a regular visitor to Dubai. He played in Abu Dhabi a couple of times, but I think his last trip to Dubai, he was having real back problems, and it was in a bad way mentally as well, I think. So it's put him off a little bit.
I don't think so. I think if we see him playing regularly again, I'm sure we will see him over here again at some point, and let's hope we do, because there's nothing that quite draws the attention onto the game like Tiger playing in an event, is there?
Of course, he wouldn't be allowed to play this because he's not an amateur. We'd have to say, sorry, Tiger, you're going to have to find somewhere else to go.
Maybe he could caddy.
He could caddy. That would be the icing on the cake. What a putt that was we've just seen there, holing in. And that's Zhong holing out from a long way away, and he reached just on the fringe of the green with his tee shot, so that's an outstanding birdie there. Rick, we're going to let you go. You've got to go back to work. You've got lots to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, what a putt that was to see. Unexpected birdie, I think, off his tee shot. It was the only one that reached the green, but it was nestled right up against the fringe. It had been really awkward to get good contact with the putter on it, so exceptional to see that drop in the hole. I think we can see it again. Look where the ball is, just up against that fringe there, so he's got to really concentrate over that one to get good contact. Shadows across his line as well. Doesn't move his head until very late, and in she goes. Oh, well, we've still got plenty of golf to go, but for me that's the putt of the day so far. Still plenty of holes to go for plenty of players out there. Still got pretty much half of our 18 groups yet to finish. So we're a long way off being able to judge who may have won the trophy this year. The Eagle Business Series Corporate Invitational. Not only do they win the trophy, they also win a half-page advert in the national newspaper declaring their win. And not only that, the whole team will get a golfing holiday to the Lighthouse Golf and Spa Resort in Bulgaria. So, on top of playing in front of live TV cameras, a whole host of goodies awaiting the winning team. No wonder the competition is high, and everyone's putting on a really good display here in Dubai. The sun slowly making its way downwards. The shadows getting really long. Going back to hole 5 here with our group 17, the penultimate group of the day, which is GRP taking on Bentley. Sarab Narain with this putt downhill for birdie. Looking for it to turn to the right, doesn't move at all. Good weight though. Now Ryan Yeomans putting uphill. This is a par putt. I think he's left that short. No, it's rolled on quite a bit more than I imagined. It started left and stayed there. Khalid tidying up. That takes a little bit of pressure off Ryan, although this isn't a better ball competition at all. Every ball counts. Oh, now we're with Khalid, sorry. He's going to try and hole out. And he does so. That's a very nice putt. Sent it on his way, let gravity do the rest. Now then, can the GRP team respond? Sunil Agarwal. Par putt for the 7 handicapper. Oh. Not to be. He's going to mark that one, pick the ball up, don't rush, take your time. Surab Narain tidies up nicely. Heading off for their last tee shots. Now up to the last hole, the 9th green. Rajesh Verma, can't believe that hasn't gone in. Playing for 3 comma. He'll mark it and walk away and think about that one. Hasnain Dar holding out. Now Eric Tolsma. Finish on a high, Eric. Yes, well in. As his teammates and spectators tell him, he knows as well. Putting the score into his smartwatch. Record that one. And there we go, that's our 9th group now finished up.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Yoga. Thank you.
So exactly half the group's now finished and half to go. We're on back to the 7th hole. And that just goes off to the right there. Not enough power really in that putt to keep it on line. Satoshi FX, that team. Nicely finished off, Ishu Rapani. Now can Kiefer Kelly oh, those are the ones that hurt the most. If her team loses by a point, that's the one she's going to remember. Juggy Bra. In safely. Hole 7 done, 2 to go. George riding as well. A little short putt to finish off. Well done. Nerve-wracking for obviously all of these players in many ways, but I wonder if it's more nerve-wracking for the younger ones or the older ones. Are the older ones a bit more laissez-faire about the whole thing, or for them it's once-in-a-lifetime affair? For the young ones, often they go into these things full of confidence in their own ability, and they don't care if there's TV cameras there or not. Shiv back with us in the commentary booth, and that's a really good shot there. Bounced softly on the green, pin high. You've got to be pleased with that one. So this is our last group, Group 18 now, making their way up to the 5th green. That's some really good shots in there. One's really tight. Another approach shot here. Out of the rough on the left-hand side of the fairway. It's up high, and again stops nice and high in the air, so doesn't run on at all, just stops where it landed, making the game look easy. So into our last hour of coverage here at the track at Meydan. Hopefully we'll see all these groups come in before we have to say goodbye. Now this is a bunker shot. Oh, we're not going to see that one. We're going to go back to 6 just now. Khalid Samawi, 169 yards this par 3. That's a really good one. Really good one. That's one of the best we've seen on this hole today. Judged that really well. Back to hole 5 then. Rolls on a lot more than he would have liked, but it's well out. It's a nice motion on the swing, nice and calm, a bit Big Easy like.
It's a tough shot there when you're that far below the surface, short-sighted. You know, pin is cut on the left side, so you're always going to be difficult to stop it with such little green to work with.
You don't want to get too cute with it, you get in all sorts of trouble. Amit Sood putting down the hill, going from right to left, but just stops. Again, that's the kind of, that bunker shot is the kind of shot that an amateur is trying to land it right next to the pin and finds himself taking 2 or 3 out of the sand in the end.
He's done the right thing there. He's taken his medicine, still given himself a chance with a putt at it. You don't want to compound the error by leaving it in the bunker or trying to get too cute with it.
There seems to be an air, a bit of fatigue going on out there, I'd say, on the course. A lot of these players won't be used to walking. It's not hot in UAE terms, but it's still fairly hot for, you know, most people walking a golf course in trousers as well. And the excitement, the adrenaline as well will wear them out. Of course, when the tiredness creeps in, often the concentration can slip.
That was Anil, what we think was a birdie putt. Seemed like a good approach in there. Still subtle breaks on these greens, fooling most of the players today. It's not been easy putting out there. It looks pretty innocuous on television, but there's a lot of subtle breaks in there, and it's been difficult to pick up.
Now this would be quite the up and down.
I wouldn't be leaving the flag there where he has.
That's true, very true, yes.
Let's just hope he doesn't have a rush of blood and run it 6 or 8 feet past.
Amit Sood then, putting across the green. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Comes up short. I think he was worried about that flag stick. It's going to be a big ask anyway to hold that one from there.
This was that great second shot we saw from Kabir Luthra. It should be a formality. It's a fine 6 handicap golfer. Expect him to hold this.
Oof. Well, I think it's best you just don't predict any of these shots now. Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
The biggest takeaway from today for me has been the difficulty on the greens. They seem to have done a great job from tee to green, but most of them seem to be coming up short on the green, and yet you'll see each one of them go to the driving range after and beat balls and not spend the time on the putting green trying to correct it.
And there we go. There's another one to prove your point. And so is it is the green particularly different because it's set up for a competition, or is it just the lack of practice?
I think it's a combination of things. You know, obviously the nerves of the competition, the pressure of carrying the hopes of your team. Pressure shows up more on short putts, you know, because there's a finality to everything. It's the end result. So, you know, you see pro golfers miss short putts all the time as well, and I think it's a pressure, but it's also a combination of most of the practice is spent on the driving range and not much on the putting greens.
As you say many times, Shiv, you know, you can hit all the long shots you want, but points are scored on the greens, and you miss those short ones, it doesn't really matter what you've done before. So we are over halfway now with our groups here at the Eagle Corporate Invitational. We've had 9 are now in the clubhouse. And at the moment, it's really tight at the top. The Wealth of Wellness team, 115 Stableford and Emirates NBD, not far behind on 106. So it's looking very exciting for the finale here at Meydan, as we thought it would be. And still, there's plenty of other teams who've got the lion's share of their players still to play the course. As we saw earlier on, our first group, Rohit Gupta, Emirates NBD, started strong and finished strong, finished with 21 points. What an effort that is from Rohit. Back to the last. Missing the short ones. Ashok Kumar has to tidy up. Still, he's got a smile on his face. That's still sickening to finish with them. Points though for
Randeep Singh here.
Randeep Singh. Par putt. Yes, nicely in. It's pretty much the same putt that Ashok just missed, but no mistake for Randeep. Handshakes all round. And the group's starting to really finish off now. That's group 10 of our 18. Just 7 to go.
Always nice when you knock in a 6-footer curling down the hill to finish on the last. That beer will taste so much better.
And just as if you'd missed that putt and your team is 1 point shy of winning, if you do win, you know that that putt may well be the reason why. Long putt effort. Pretty good for judging the distance. Very similar putt here across the green. And a similar result. Nestles it up close. What's the circumference around a hole, Shiv, for a lag putt? What are you happy with?
So typically anything outside 20 feet, you're happy inside a 2-foot radius. You don't want to have too much work in the next part, and 2-foot putt is considered, something you would be able to knock in without much stress. But we've seen differently today.
We have indeed.
This is Richard Raymond. Also a very handy player.
7 handicap, Richard. Starts it below the hole, and that's where it stays.
Richard manages several of the top professionals, including Rafa Cabrera Bello. He knows a thing or two about competitive golf. But even he was nervous this morning before he went out to play. It's very different when you're on the other side of the ropes.
I've met him a number of times. He's a really nice guy, as is Rafa. Now, this is Guyan Fernando. He's a very handy golfer. Plays off 2 today. And again, that short putt, eluding even the best of them today.
The number of short putts we've seen missed today, Graham, is this usual, do you say, for amateurs, or would you say this is an unusual?
I think this is absolutely par for the course for amateurs. As we've said quite a bit today, I myself am guilty of it. You practice with the driver, you practice with the irons, you practice long putts for 2 minutes before the round. You do not practice these little tiddlers here. And then when you get them on the course, you're just racked with nerves. You don't really know what to do. Do you jam it in? Do you try and softly roll it in? It's just something that amateurs don't practice at all. Because how often would you hit a putt of that length when you're practicing?
So typically a practice routine for me, I always start from the shortest putt where I feel it requires me to look at the line and read it. So that would be anywhere between 3 to 4 feet. On a practice day, I'd be looking to hit 30 to 40 putts from that range, moving out to 8 to 10 feet, and then long putts between 20 to 40 feet and varying the different distances. So they always say if you're bulletproof inside 6 feet, it takes a lot of pressure off the longer putts. If you're a little nervous over the short putts, the longer putts also tend to be a bit more tentative.
And for some reason, us amateurs, we feel that 2 feet putt, no problem. Don't need to practice them at all. And we're seeing again today that it could damage your team's chance of winning here.
Seeing how close it's getting with the scoring and each point counting so much, and if we just look at the number of 2 and 3 foot putts that we've seen missed, it's a difference between winning and losing.
It's looking like what happens on this last hole, this 9th, is going to be crucial for everybody coming in now. This is our 11th group now, finishing off their day, trying to roll a slow putt down the hill. Just a little bit scared of it. I haven't seen many putts from this side of the hole actually finishing off today. They've mostly been to the right as we look at it.
It should break right to left. Should be the slowest putt we've seen all day. Quite a bit of slope on it. Needs to give it good speed so it doesn't die off to the left.
And it did exactly that.
Easily done. Late in the day, the grain takes over.
So I was going to ask that now. It is late in the day, sun starting to settle. What's changed in the conditions of the course?
You will start to see a little bit of dew now setting in on the grass. The greens will get just a little bit slower because you've had a whole day of growth and a sunny day. Also, the grain of the grass sits towards the setting sun, so the putts start to break a little differently. Ball won't be rolling as much on the fairways. Just that little bit of, it requires more of your attention. We've got the best of the players finishing it off for us. All the low handicappers coming in the last 2 or 3 groups. They should be able to deal with that challenge, but it does make it just that little bit trickier. The equivalent of cricket when the lights come on and the ball picks up a bit of dew, similar to that. Now you're seeing putts left short rather than people racing putts by.
And for your mid-handicapper, they just don't think about I'm going to put myself in that class. We don't think about things like that. and we wonder suddenly why balls are coming up short on the green, and we wonder why the ball's not travelling the same distance. So much to think about that amateurs are just unaware of.
Also, at the end of the day, there's a bit more nerves, you tighten up a bit, and as you get tighter and tense, you don't free up your stroke or your swing as much, so you see a little bit of tentative mistakes as well. Some smiling faces coming off the green, so I'm guessing that that's a mark of a good day.
Maybe not the mark of a good score, but certainly the mark of a good day, yeah. As everyone's been smiling as they've come off the green, whatever's just happened on the green, that's for sure. So another group heads to the clubhouse. Things getting closer and closer, tighter and tighter. Remember, quite some prizes on offer for the winning side today. They get the trophy, they get a half-page advert in a newspaper to brag to all their friends, cut that out, frame it, put it on the wall. And they also, as a winning team, get a golfing holiday to the Lighthouse Golf and Spa Resort in Bulgaria. Not bad for a day's work in front of the TV cameras.
This is the tricky par 3 6th. One with the elevated green.
And this is Fox pretty, the majority of the field, I'd say today. This hole has humbled quite a few of the better golfers out there as well.
And this is the last group. I reckon they'll have to finish under the lights, which adds to the challenge a little bit, to the intrigue of the whole thing. But you know, very capable golfers in the last few groups, as we mentioned. And of course, the race to win this title is getting closer and closer in points. So each one of these putts of utmost importance.
In terms of the scoring out there, we don't know how much the players are aware of the current scores. For you, especially, you know, a recent win where it was very tight at the end as well, how aware are you of what you need to do? At what point does your caddy say, we need an eagle here, or we need a birdie here?
I think, you know, there comes a time in the proceedings where you need to look at the scoreboard, but for the most part of the day, you're just going on and trying to play as best as you can, because you know, you're still trying to make birdies, you're still trying to make pars. But I would say for me, usually with about 4 or 5 holes to go in the tournament, I'll have a look and see where I stand. Do I need to take any extra risks to make that push to win, or am I in a position where I don't need to take undue risks and I can back off a little bit? More often than not, I have a strategy and a B strategy. An A strategy is to go out and play the way I would, and a B strategy would be if I need to do a little bit extra. But that only comes in a 72-hole tournament, sort of with 5 holes to go. Given in this format, I'd be, you know, you wouldn't be looking to change anything unless there's, you know, maybe 2 holes to go in the tournament.
As well, it must say you are nearing the end of a tournament, you know you need to pick up a couple of shots to lift the trophy. Mentally as well, you've got to kind of calm yourself down, haven't you? You know what you need to achieve, and you need to push that little bit more, but you don't want to over accelerate. You know, you can get yourself in even more trouble, can't you?
Yeah, you don't want to be reckless. You know, you've got to take a certain amount of risks. You've got to take a little bit more on. You've got to take on certain shots that you ordinarily wouldn't, but at the same time, you don't want to be reckless. You want to give yourself chances and opportunities, and at the end of the day, you have to hold the putts to take advantage of it.
Here's another one of those short ones that's been foxing a lot of the players today.
And also, you can tend to get casual over these and, you know, not give it your full attention. But this group's done very well.
Well holed. Safely through their second and final par 3 of the day. Now they've got 2 par 4s and a 5 to go. And here we are at the last again. And this is one of those tricky bunker shots. Well, it's out, and it's not bad at all. You'd take that, wouldn't you? Well, I would. Shiv wouldn't, I would.
That's Omar Gilani. He's also a very, very handy golfer. Plays off an 18, but you won't want to take him on in a money game.
I see the underlying meaning of what you're saying there, Shiv. Paul Bogan also coming out of the bunker. I think that came out a lot lower than he was anticipating, but it's worked out all right.
It's a tough shot, that again. The green runs away from you. It's a much quicker shot. I don't think the cameras do justice to the difficulty of that shot.
And now this shot has been confusing a lot of players, playing a putt out of the... Yeah, it's either gone too far or too short. Every time we've seen that shot, so difficult to judge. When do you putt from off the green? When do you get a club out?
You know, it's a personal thing. I don't think there's any hard and fast rule. But for amateurs, I would say more often than not, get the putter on it as soon as you can. Get the putter, get the ball on the ground. Your worst putt's always going to be better than your worst chip. I think he actually tried to chip that ball there, and he was sort of caught in dead man's land between trying to chip it and putt it, and it was kind of a nothing shot. But more often than not, if you can get a putter on the ball, I would say go ahead and putt it.
So the sun really not an issue now at the track. Still plenty of light left in the day. The lights are starting to come on. It has got a bit darker. Well,
that was Madhu Bhandari, the founder of Satoshi FX. We heard from him earlier.
He's quite the character, isn't he? I bet it's good fun playing around with him. There we go.
That's the enthusiasm you want to see. Win or lose, always have a fist pump. That's a tricky downhill putt. Seems to have judged it.
He's done really well.
This would be some up and down from Paul.
Oh, yeah. It is.
Fantastic up and down to finish the day. Could be very crucial points for Satoshi FX there.
He's going to get congratulations from anyone that's going to offer it to him for that. Wonderful stuff.
Mukesh Kochar finishing off there.
Wide putting stance.
Sort of Lee Trevino-esque there.
And a Lee Trevino type of result as well. Straight in the hole, well done.
That's group 12 in the books now.
There we go, 12 of 18. As you say, a lot of these last groups are the better golfers of the field, so should be getting in quite quickly. It's easy to forget the corporate side of all this, Shiv, as well. These are all, influential, powerful figures in business in the region as well, who will all have taken this time to forge relationships and bonds, and business-wise, it's irreplaceable as an event.
Absolutely, it's great to see them all take time out to come and play, to support the game of golf. I've always said this, the growth of the game comes from A, the junior level, and B, until you have the support of the corporates, us as professionals, we don't have a profession to play for. So we're always very grateful for the support of the corporates in the game of golf, and until they play it, the sport isn't really going to grow. And events like this really help grow the game of golf, more so just from a business perspective, but also from the overall game of golf. The figures that come out from the RNA about the game growing, it's growing amongst the corporates, it's growing amongst the younger audience. So I think it's a great sign for things to come.
It's also about that balance as well, of course, that, you know, you go to your big events, say the Abu Dhabi Championship and all that, around the 18th green there are these corporate tents always that can cause a bit of friction between your normal punter coming in to watch it. Why aren't I up there? But, you know, it's a business, and to survive, golf has to be a business and has to have a mentality that way.
And I feel golf's biggest USP is Pro-Ams. You can take the field with the professionals. There's not many sports that can say that. We talked about this earlier about it doesn't matter what standard of golf you are. It's a great walk together. It's great company. You know, personally for me, when I play in Pro-Ams or I play with some of the people in this field today, we go out and play a casual round of golf. I learn a lot about the business side of things. They want to ask me questions about golf, and I think the interaction is fantastic. And for each one of them today, you know, this is a business and networking opportunity, and, you know, golf is a great medium to do that.
Tell us honestly now, Shiv, it's late in the day, when you're out playing with amateurs and they're constantly asking you questions, are you okay with that, or there are points you just think, just play your game and let's just enjoy the day?
Look, I have to be honest, you know, we understand the necessity of Pro-Ams. I think it's a duty that we have to the sponsors and to the corporates, but at the same time, you know, more often than not, it's a practice round for us, and we're trying to get ready for the competition the next day. So you have your moments, you have over-enthusiastic sponsors guests sometimes, but by and large, I think I've had my fair share of luck when it comes to Pro-Ams, and I've got to meet some really, really nice and interesting people, and also form friendships for life.
Of course, because you guys have to remember that even though it's a practice round for you, it's a round of a lifetime for these guys to play with guys like you. On the course set up as it is as well, that's all part of it, isn't it?
I mean, look at that. It looks, to me, this could be the final hole of the DP World Tour Championship. You know, the feeling they have.
And that's what's going through his head right now. This to win it, he's thinking. So it's the first chance to see the tee shot off the 9th. And it's the water down the left, which is the worry. Keeping that low out of the wind, very sensible. Don't know if it's intentional, but that's fine.
He's done brilliantly there. It's a very intimidating tee shot with the trouble down the left side. This is Juggy Brar. It's a pretty big hitter. Expect him, if he gets a good one away, to have a chance at hitting this green in 2. Seems to be going a bit right. He's done well.
That's worked out nicely. I think he will have a crack, won't he? But it looks to be on a bit of a downslope, perhaps the ball above his feet there. Again, another confusing thing for an amateur. Now, back to the tee. Kiefer Kelly.
She's playing off the men's tees. That's no mean feat. I saw her tee off the first hole. She hits a big ball as well. Won't be surprised if she hits it past most of the men here. That's a lovely swing.
It's a great swing, yeah.
And hold back there.
There you go. And that's why you're the tour professional, Shiv. You can recognise. Well, that's 3 terrific tee shots. No pressure then. George riding. You just so want to make your last tee shot a good one. He probably won't realise he's on camera right now, but he will when he gets back to his phone and sees WhatsApp blowing up.
Another nice pass at it. Seems like 4 good tee shots.
Not sure where that one's finished, but it looked okay in the air.
On the fairway.
Very nice. Good chance for all 4 of them to score on their final hole. Back to the 8th.
Mark Moody up the hill. You can see the change of green there. It's going to be very slow towards the end.
Just where the ball stopped as well was where the grain changed.
This, on the other hand, is going to be a pretty rapid putt. See if he can keep it below the hole. Oh, he has.
Oh, he has.
Maybe it's a bit of the dew factor. This is Andrew Wood, known as Woody. Plays out of the Elves Club as well.
Bit of a misread there.
It's not the first.
It won't be the last. Now Mark's left himself a tricky one to get in.
Can break a little right to left and a bit slow. He's got to get it there. Look like a push there straight off the bat.
This is Rahul Kitson now, one of our higher handicappers today, 18.
I'm backing him to hold this, Graham.
Well, we've heard this before. That's a definite miss then. Poor fella.
I'm breaking the commentator's curse. Don't let me down.
I don't know what to say, Shiv. You just can't predict any of these. You've got to stop now. Ruining their chance of lifting a trophy.
You're going to have to use reverse psychology now. The last hole there, Richard Raymond. I think he managed to escape the water there. Stayed up on the bank. See if he can take advantage of that lucky break. That's a handy little shot. Looked like a Texas wedge from about 40 yards out.
Texas wedge. Rolled on a bit further than he would like, but...
Well, we were saying how it's better to get a putter on the ball as soon as you can, or wherever you feel comfortable. That was a tough shot, you know, goes down the hill and then back up again, and he's left himself with a decent chance at par there.
Sun setting now. Looks really nice on the water, doesn't it?
The lights have just come on and the sun is setting. It's a little tough to play in this light, in between, you know, sort of dusk time, but looks brilliant on television.
You also, I think mentally as well, you know that it's getting late, and you know you're the last couple of groups, and you know people are waiting and that kind of thing as well. So you know you've got to battle a lot of conversations going on in your own head, don't you?
Yeah, you're anxious to try and get the round in. Your heart's racing a little bit. You're trying to calm the nerves.
And it is floodlit here, so they can all complete their rounds, but you must have played many times with the sun starting to set and you haven't quite finished yet. How do you press? Do you try and finish off, or do you wait for the marshals to give you their verdict?
I'm personally one who doesn't like to rush. I want to play the shot when I'm ready for it. even if I have to come back for one putt the next day, you know, you're going to take your chances. But obviously today they don't have the luxury of that, so they're going to have to finish. Oh, what a shot by Richard. Now, that would have been one grandstand finish.
There was about 5 seconds there where Richard was lifting his hands in the air to take the adulation in, but just goes past. Great shot though. As you say, he's a manager for Rafa Cabrera Bello and a number of other players as well. I wonder how much he asks as well. Just as a manager, he can get an insight, can't he?
It's very different, like I said, on the other side of the ropes. When you're playing, it's a completely different kettle of fish. This is Gayan Fernando for birdie. Let's go a little bit.
You have to be very careful with that one.
Left himself one of those.
One of those, which we're not going to talk about at all before he hits it. And this is often the problem you find, I think, with amateur golf. You all end up with these short putts because it's unlikely amateurs are going to hole the longer ones. So you always end up with these 1 foot, 2 foot putts, don't you? And yet we still don't practice them.
I'm not calling this one.
Or just remain quiet and let Gayan do it all himself. I think from that reaction, it hasn't gone in, and he's going to mark it again, or is he just going to tap it home? So I think that's a bogey to finish. I'd be disappointed with that after just reaching, well, almost the green in 2. James finishing off for 3 comma. There we go again. How many of those have we seen today? Is it nerves? Is it conditions? Is it the event itself? Shake of the head. Here's one for Richard. Yes. No doubt with that one.
Looks like a sense of relief on his face.
It does, doesn't it? Well played, everyone there. Another group safely in. That's our 13th of 18. Just 5 left to finish their day. A bit of a backlog, I think, on the last few holes now as people try to come in and finish their day. Seems like a long time ago that we saw the tee shots on the 9th for Group 14. You can see them in the background there, still waiting to take their second shots, which again is another thing that I find difficult, waiting around. When you've been playing a few holes, nice and consistent, then suddenly there's a backlog, and a lot of people find their game just completely falls apart at that point.
Well, the more time you have to wait and stand around, the more you have time to think about all the negatives and all the possible scenarios. It's better to just get on with the game. This is a star pairing, which has got all our low handicap. Jonathan Dugan.
Yeah, 2 handicap up off the green. Oh, he knew it. You could see he knew it.
aggressive attempt there.
And it's left a bit of work coming back as well.
Perhaps a bit of strategy there, trying to give his partner the line.
You'd like to think so. Give him the benefit of the doubt. This is Satoshi FX taking on Just Golf in this match. Just Golf in the black shirts.
This is Sabik.
That's Satoshi, my apologies, in the black shirts. Yeah, Sadiq now.
Has to make sure he hits this with enough pace. Speed all important here.
Oh, just shaves the left edge. He's pleading with it to go in. It's too late now, Sadiq. Unfortunate. A lot of putts we're seeing go by. Earlier on in the day we're seeing quite a few drop from decent distances, but now they all just seem to be just missing out.
This is our lowest handicapper in the tournament at +5. Should be playing on tour, but he knocks it in just like he should. See if his partner can follow suit, and the strategy of hitting it past the hole paid off for them. Oh, well done. Two very good putts there.
It just puts pressure on your opponents as well, doesn't it? When you see those go in just after your teammate as well has missed one. So Wayne now, he'll be very keen to hold this.
Tall figure of Wayne Platts, +3.
Not to beat. So Satoshi FX walking off that green a lot happier than Just Golf will be. Back up to the last. And we saw their tee shots earlier on, and now they're trying to finish off. Kiefer Kelly here.
Oh, look at that.
And it's gone in.
Talk about a grandstand finish. What a birdie that is.
That's a wonderful way to finish.
I'll put a smile on your face.
And when she replays this whole event, she'll be spinning that one backwards and forwards, watching that again.
What a great finish. One of only 2 women golfers in the field. We're playing off the men's tees today.
And they've both been exceptional, has to be said. They both play really, really well. Oh, and that's a really good shot as well. That's Juggy Bra. He'll be very pleased. He's taken the worry out of finishing this hole.
But Jimenez like there.
Surprised he didn't put his putter back into his belt and fire his guns. There's that wonderful little chip there from Kiefer Kelly. What a way to finish. We've seen a lot of people in that position, either coming up short or going way too long. And she's shown the way of how it should be done. Now George trying to match his partner, not to beat. Floodlights now well into action. strong as the floodlights are, it almost looks like the sun's still out.
Just adds to the drama. One more variable to Isha Rupani with a tricky downhill putt. He's got the claw. Another unconventional grip.
Claw grip, forward press as well. Has it worked? Oh, it was a good roll though.
Great effort. We've seen some very varying putting styles today, haven't we?
Seen a bit of everything, certainly. As you keep saying, whatever works, stick with it. Another group down. That is 14 done. 4 still to come home. There we go, the floodlights in full action. Totally covering all of this course. Really fantastic.
There's Khalid Samawi there. You can see what he's doing. It's called aim point, which is another way. We'd seen somebody plumb bobbing earlier. Now he's doing something called aim point, trying to feel the contours of the green with his feet to give you a better idea of where the slopes are. As I said, there's various ways of doing it. There's more and more information out there. Some people use the age-old method of plumb bobbing. Some people like to use aim point. Every now and then you see people sticking 1 or 2 or 3 fingers up. That's also part of aim point. So I personally like to look at the colors and the contours, a bit more old school, less mathematical.
And has that always been your way? And you've never altered or?
Yeah, I haven't altered. You know,
Yeah.
there's some people putt with a line on the ball. I don't putt with a line on the ball. It's personal, and there's no right or wrong way. There are various different ways of doing it. But I have found that aim point seems to be more and more adopted by professionals around and amateurs alike. It needs to be learned. It's a specific art, but seems to have paid dividends for a lot of the golfers, especially those that struggled in the past with reading putts.
Bit of a ball search going on here. Not sure where the final resting place of the ball is.
Also with this, the changing light, it becomes harder to pick up the ball in the sky, so it's probably one of the reasons why they're struggling to find it. It really is now come down to the last 4 groups, 2 holes to go.
There will be a time limit, I imagine, on this. I think that's Malcolm there now, coming into as our rules official, tournament official. He's just coming in now, I think, to perhaps say you've got a certain amount of time left to find this, or you're going to have to drop.
So the time used to be 5 minutes given for a search, and it's been reduced to 3 minutes now. And I think he's been given directions by the official to get on with it.
So he'll go back round, I think. Point of entry. And play from there, which is going to delay matters for the rest of them who are in or around the green. I think they might be continuing play, which is probably the best option here. Keep things moving while he goes back. Chip onto the green. It's got to get over that ridge. It's just going to hold up. Everyone's walking a little bit slower, a little bit more tired out there. You can sense it. So there he is now. He's taken his drop back there. Nayan, he's going to try and get on the green. He launches it over the water. Where's it going to land? Oh, we're not sure there. I hope he's not in more trouble. There we go. Just as you were saying there, Shiv, just using his feet just to try and feel what's happening with the ground underneath him. And the plum as well. Everything he's seen on YouTube, he's bringing it all into play here.
Leaving no stone unturned. No excuses now. Now the only thing is he has to get it started on the right line, hit it with the right speed, and make sure he's read it correctly.
Yeah. Khalid Samari, has he read it correctly? He just hasn't hit it enough. I think he had the line. Finishes off our penultimate group, group 17.
One hole to go after this.
I think that's the ball of Sohrab Nareini after his drop over the other side of the water, over the green with his next approach shot. And this could be a costly score, this one for him. Sunil Agarwal, his teammate though. Get some advice from his caddy. We're not allowed to do that, are we? In the professional game, you can't have your caddy come in and read a putt now?
You can, you just can't have your caddy line you up. If caddies weren't allowed to read putts, their wages would get cut significantly.
I wasn't aware you still paid them.
Not always.
Push that one, started right, stayed right for Sunil. Ryan Yeoman's here. He's been waiting a long time over this putt. He's probably second guessed himself and third guessed himself, which can be dangerous. And the shadow as well, right in his line. He's got everything working against him for this putt. But it is a big one for birdie. Oh, and his left is short. That's the crime, isn't it? You don't want to leave it short. Now, Sohrab. He's had a torrid time on this hole, and it's not over yet. He's Frustration getting the better of him, picks up, moves on. Now he's got to put that away in his mind and move on. Now we're back at the 9th, the final hole. This is our Bentley pairing of Mark Moody and Andrew Wood, up against 3 comma, Rahul Kitson and Hyung Jong. Frustrating finish. Now this is Yong. We've seen this putt a lot today.
Everyone seems to have missed it low and left.
Not Yong.
Always a nice feeling when you can knock a putt in of that length on the last hole.
And there you go. They're all done as well. 3 still to come in.
Another group goes smiling off the last. Hopefully that means their scores replicate that.
Beautiful skyline now here at Maidan. It looks almost like special effects, but no, that is real. Here in Dubai, a beautiful evening. And we've still got 3 groups to finish off their day of days here at Maidan, the track in this Eagle Corporate Invitational. What a beautiful view that is. Back on the tee at the last.
Ryan Newman's letting one rip here. He's not held back. Seems to be heading left though.
That could be in danger. Stop, stop.
He can get a club on it, but it's definitely going to be a layup, and a tricky one at that. He's got a couple of palm trees in front of him and the water to contend with. So Saurabh Narayan. Looks like a handy tee shot. Right down the middle.
And rolling on as well. Got a nice bounce, and that's perfect. Sunil, that one looks to be
headed left as
headed
well.
left as well. Okay, could have been worse. Oh, penultimate group there, walking down their final fairway.
Mixed fortunes there, 2 in trouble, 2 down the middle. Interesting to see what strategy they adopt.
All they're going to be able to see in front of them is water, really. That's going to be their main concern.
There's a lovely setting here though, with the light changing, coming down the last. What a great setting.
Yeah, look at that. December, playing golf. very nearly reaching the climax here at the track at Meydan. The wealth of wellness and Emirates NBD seem to be fighting it out for the title at this point, but still plenty of points to be earned over these final few teams coming in now. A birdie here or there and everything could change. And Rohit Gupta, he was our first player out this morning and he scored 21 points, and that may well be the best individual score of the day.
He has set the clubhouse target. 21 points over 9 holes is the equivalent of 42 points, which is no mean achievement.
Which is going to win most events, isn't it, that score?
This is our last group. There's Kabir Luthra walking up to the green, playing alongside Amit Sood and Anil Shivnana. I think we see Deepak Mandodi in the corner there. Just a touch shy of the, left himself a reasonable uphill chip. It's a tricky hole this, with the water guarding the front of the green. Everyone will favor the left side to try and stay away from the water. We have just 3 groups now left out on the course. And this is the last group on the penultimate green. We're very close to crowning our champion team and our most valuable player. The 8th is playing at 438 yards today. It's one of the tougher holes out on the course. The stroke index of 5, which for people that don't play golf or don't understand golf, the higher the number, the easier the hole, and the lower the number of stroke index, the harder the hole. So this is one of the 5 hardest holes on this course. We see a chip. Now we're on the 9th green, finishing up the group of Wayne Platts and Sabiq Baji and Jonathan Duggan and Craig Vance. Coming up a bit shy from the front of the green. This has been a very tricky pin position today for most. It's cut on the crest of a hill. If you miss it to the right, it's a fast putt. You miss it to the left, it's an extremely slow putt. This is Wayne with his downhill putt from left to right. Has to judge the speed to perfection. And what a great putt to finish. What a fantastic finish there for Wayne. +3 handicap and living up to his billing. He's just got a good read of Wayne's putt. He knows the line and the speed. Let's see if he can follow suit. Seems to have missed it just low. Steady 2-putt. Sabiq has left himself on the correct side of the hole. He's left himself uphill putt. This putt breaks from right to left. Everyone seems to have missed this putt low today. Let's see if he can read this one correctly. Must give it enough speed. Another one missed low. It's just a very tricky putt, that. Craig Vance finishing off, our lowest handicapper in the field at +5. Also misses low. Seems to be a trend today. A very tricky pin on the last. Another group in the books. That's group 16. It's completed their day. Now just 2 groups left on the course to decide the winner of this Eagle Corporate Series. It's really coming down to the wire. It's coming down to the top 2 or 3 teams now, and every point of utmost importance. Satoshi FX team members all out on the last green to congratulate their teammates. They seem quite confident, but we'll have to wait and see. So our last 2 groups, the last group has made its way to the 9th tee box. And there you see 560-yard par 5 playing to its full length today. Late in the day, the ball will be catching a bit of dew, not much run on the fairways. It's going to be a tough finishing hole for these players finishing now. You can see them just walking up to the tee now, and the group in front, some of them would have had to lay up. Beautiful dog leg to the left with water guarding the left side of this hole. Those who are willing to take it on must take the water on, but there's a bunker waiting to guard on the right side as well. Haven't seen too many players go for this green today. It's playing all of its length of 560 yards. And if you decide to lay up, you got to contend with those 2 palm trees in the middle of the fairway as well. There we have Kabir Luthra in the last group, ready to tee off on the 9th. If you can favor the left side of this fairway and get a good one down there, you'll have a chance of going for this green in 2. Otherwise, it's a layup for most. That's heading down the left side. Needs to catch a piece of the fairway. That does not look good, unfortunately. This is Anil Shivana. Looks like that's heading down the right side. Catch a piece of the fairway. Seems to have flared that one out a little bit to the right. It's going to be a layup for him for sure. This is Amit Sood. Nice to finish with a good tee shot now. Amit's a handy 4 handicapper. It's a good compact swing. Needs one last good swing for the day. Find this fairway and give himself a chance at going at this green in 2. Seems to be heading down the middle. Just catches the left side. He may have a chance. He might have some trees to contend with, but he's got a chance. And our last tee shot of the day, Deepak Mandodi. Looks like that's heading for the fairway as well. And just catches waist area on the right. Shouldn't be too much trouble from there. Ball seems to be lying okay. Might have a couple of trees to contend with, but he can get all the club on the ball there. So our last group is off, the 9th tee. We're getting very close to the end of this broadcast. And the penultimate group now walks onto the 9th green. Ryan Yeomans is walking up to the green now, followed by his teammate Khalid Samawi and Sunil Agarwal and Saurabh Narayan. That makes up this 4-ball. Seem to have a couple of balls on the green. Sunil left himself a putt that we've seen missed left all day. Hopefully he can read this one right. Or maybe one of his teammates should run up to him and tell him how this putt breaks after watching this on the broadcast all day. There will be some nerves trying to finish out the round. Last hole. This is Saurabh Narayan. He's electing to chip this one. Looks like a very handy chip as well. We saw that hold earlier today. Good effort that. Now Ryan Yeomans. This looks like a birdie putt. Has not given it enough. Left himself a tester for par. It's not in the hole yet. Sunil also looks like he has a birdie putt. The putt breaks significantly from right to left.
Oh, wow, what a putt!
I think Ryan just having a little bit of a giggle there. Second serve. Unfortunately, the wrong sport. Sunil getting some help from his caddy on the read. So Sunil for birdie now. Hopefully he can give this enough speed. Be a very nice way to finish the round. Not seen too many birdies here today. Seems to have hit it on a good line. Has he got enough speed? Oh, that was agonizingly close to a birdie there. But a good par nonetheless. Good way to finish. Valuable points for his team. Looks like Ryan Yeomans is going to go first. He's got a tricky right to left putt. Again, breaks a little more than you expect. Needs to give this his full attention. Yeah, fantastic. Saurabh to finish out after that very handy chip from just short of the green. Fantastic. Nice way to finish up. That is our penultimate group in the books. Now only one group left on the course to wrap up what's been a very, very exciting day of golf. 18 groups, 9 teams, and it all comes down to the last group to decide the winning team. Graham is ready with a guest. We're ready to join him now.
Thank you very much, Shiv. Now, we're just going to chat here with one of the stars of the day today. We saw you just finishing off there really nicely on the 9th hole. Just tell us about your general day here and how it was in front of live TV cameras, all the professional trimmings as well.
Yeah, it was most enjoyable. Really good day out, really well organised. We arrived on time. Our bags were there, ready in the driving range for when we needed them, and the course was in lovely condition. And it was nice to have that little experience where we've a caddy of our own in the buggy. So.
Tell us about your nerves on the first tee then. Obviously you'd normally get nerves playing in any event, but knowing the cameras are there, how much is that playing on your mind?
I tried to block them out, so I felt all right about it. I just thought concentrate on your tee shot and just hit what you can. Fortunately it worked out to be a nice tee shot, so yeah, I was happy enough with it.
And tell me, is your WhatsApp blowing up? Are people saying, we've seen you, just seen you hit that shot, hit this shot as well, and it's going to be repeated, and there's going to be little memes of you being sent to you for the rest of your life, really?
I'm not sure about that, but yes, I've had a few videos sent to me, and it was nice to finish strongly on the last hole, so that was definitely a highlight for me.
So talk about your team as well. You're playing with Satoshi FX. Yes. How did you get involved with them? Why are you playing for them?
It was really nice actually. I got invited to play with them by a friend of mine and got to meet Madhu, who's really, really nice guy. Made us feel really comfortable. Met him on Thursday at the night of the races, which was really, really nice. We had a couple of drinks and some nice food. So yes, it was most enjoyable, and he made us feel extremely welcome this morning when we arrived today as well.
So the whole event, Sudesh and the Eagle team, obviously been working hard to put all this on here. We've still got trophies to go. How confident are you that you're a part of the winning team?
I'm not sure. I think it's any man's game today, our ladies. So yeah, I don't know. I'd like to say we would be confident enough, but who's to know? Who's to know?
Who's to know? I think we're about to find out. The last couple of groups are coming in. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
We'll let you go and relax as we wait for the final results to come in. Thank you very much for your time here. I think we're going to have a few more guests as we wait for those final groups to finish off on the 9th hole. Hello, sir. How are you?
Very well. Mukesh, coach.
Mukesh, good to see you today. Just come here, join me here. Talk about your involvement with Eagle and how much today has meant to you.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for making this event so beautiful, and it's been just a wonderful experience. We never thought that we can get this kind of experience in any other part of the world. This is the first time where I played golf live, and the course is in beautiful shape. And when we started the game, everybody said a couple of holes are really tough. So the first one, what I played, par 5, I made a par, and other course and other holes were absolutely stunning. The course was playing beautiful, and the teams were also, the groups were fantastic. Everything from beginning to end was beautifully arranged and done.
There's two parts really to today. One is the golf, and it's live on TV, but also the corporate aspect for you to meet other contemporaries, business people, and have a bit of networking as well. How do the two work together on days like this?
This is probably one of the best experiences, like you've asked me. Meeting people from different walks of life, this only can happen in Dubai. I mean, I really thank the rulers in such a small city, and in a small vicinity you have so many golf courses, so many nationalities here, and when you have events like this, you meet people from all walks of life. It's wonderful. It helps in both ways, you know, socializing, coming out and enjoying the game in such beautiful weather conditions. And it does help meeting new people from different groups, like you meet bankers, you meet businessmen, you meet old friends. This is fantastic experience.
And we're still just waiting to find out who's won the final event. Are you confident for your team today?
I really don't know about the team, whether we'll win or we'll not win. I mean, we are here to have fun, enjoy the evening. I just know that I played well. I scored 18 points.
Very good.
Which, as per my handicap, is really good.
Excellent.
Though I messed up one or two holes, but it was really good and really enjoyable day.
Wonderful. We appreciate your time. We'll let you go back and enjoy your evening. We're going to bring some more guests.
And I just want to thank everybody who was involved in organizing this event, and especially the people who have, you know, done the course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nice words. Thank you very much. We're going to keep bringing people in here as we just wait for the final result to be announced. Welcome, another player, another star of the day. How are you? Tell us about your experience out there today. We saw you hit some terrific drives. You hold a few putts and chips as well. You must be really happy with your play today.
Yes, I was, because I had to play off the same tees as the guys. So I was like, at first, oh my God, how's that going to work out? But it was good. I think the greens really held up well, and I think that was the mainstay of my game. I managed to sink a few putts and keep the score going, as they say.
We're talking about the experience as well of the live cameras. It's being broadcast around the world and on YouTube as well. How much is that playing on your mind, or is that only on the first tee and then you start to forget about it?
Yeah, I think you do start to forget about it a little bit, because I think you have to perform at golf, you have to play the game, and you have to keep going, and you're also interacting with your playing partners. So you see how they're playing, you're looking for their ball sometimes, you're looking at their line, so you sort of forget about that. And I was lucky enough to play the first time. You know, the Invitational was held at the Fire course, so I kind of was a little bit prepared of what it was going to look like and feel like. But I have to say, Maidan is a great location. It's been a very nice day out. It's beautiful out here. It doesn't feel like Dubai in some ways. And I think it's been really nice to meet a lot of new corporates and new people today as well, compared to the last one as well.
That is the other side of it. We're asking a lot of people. It's not just about the golf and the live TV and that experience. It's also about the corporate side of it. And you have made new connections and networked just as you would have hoped today.
Yes, and I think I've also met people from different industries who've come down from Abu Dhabi to play. So it's been a really nice mix, and it's had a really nice team spirit. I mean, I played for Wealth of Wellness, Mr. Lal's team, and you know, we've bonded. We bonded on WhatsApp, and we bonded today. So that's been a nice feeling.
Wonderful. Jayshree, we appreciate your time today. We'll let you go and relax and enjoy your food as we're just waiting for the final result to come out to find out who's won the Eagle Corporate Invitational. Jayshree, thanks very much. I'm going to bring in another guest. We've got Gurbak Singh coming in here, our superstar. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How did you play today? Let's ask first of all, how was your game?
The game is very good, but as you know, that game of golf is always unpredictable. Every day is different round. I played generally well, but I think a couple of holes took me down and I left some putts out there. But I think above all, the environment, the festive environment created, the competition is wonderful. It's a different level. We play a lot of corporate tournaments, but this is different level. And before I forget, I would like to thank Sudesh Agarwal, the Eagle Tournament organization, and my sponsors, Sharupji Palonji, for inviting us. And I must say that this is a second edition. I played the first edition, and this is notch better than the previous, because now the corporates are involved. So I think more networking possibilities it comes to business environment. We have ENBD here, we have got other business houses here, so it gives you a lot more business environment. And I particularly enjoyed thoroughly the day with my team. I would like to thank everybody who was part of my team, and the organizers, the course, such a good conditions. We made the life difficult for ourselves by not hitting straight, but the course was in very good condition.
Thank you very much, Go-Backs. We're just going to hold on now because our final group is now on the 9th green, so we're going to join Shiv Kapoor just as our final group comes in here. When we come back, we'll have the final result.
Thank you, Graham. Lovely to hear from all the guests today. They seem to have a fantastic day. Some lovely comments there as well. And now to the business end of things, the last group on the last green. Is it going to come down to these putts? We're just going to wait to find out. The last group is Amit Sood and Anil Shivana for GRP Industries, and Kabir Luthra and Deepak Mandodi for 3 Capital Partners. They're taking their time over these putts. They know how important they are. All their teammates assembled around the 9th green. We told them the importance of these putts. Couldn't ask for a more exciting finish here. We saw Wayne Platts in the previous group knock one in from a similar distance. Putt does break left to right. As he hit it, it's on a good line. It's on a good line. Oh, what a fantastic putt. What a great way to finish. Could that be the deciding moment? Fantastic. And he's given his partner a read as well, on both on similar lines. See if he can have 2 for 2 here. That would be a great finish for GRP Industries. The captain Sunil Agarwal watching on. That one looks like on a good line as well. Oh, look at that. 2 for 2. It was worth the wait. Great finish. What a finish from GRP Industries. Could that be the deciding 2 putts? Deepak Mandodi for 3 Capital Partners here. Can he follow suit? Just a little short there. It's always hard when the 2 before you've just hold it. The hole looks just that little bit smaller. Now the final putt comes down to Kabir Luthra. This putt breaks right to left. He's got to give it with enough speed. I think he's planning to hit a pretty aggressive putt. He's taken the flagstick and put it back in. Don't expect this putt to be short. So Kabir can finish in style and sign off the Eagle Corporate Series. Looks a bit low. I think the pressure of the situation getting to him there. And that's the final putt. The last group is in, all 18 teams, all the scores in the book. Now it's going to be an agonizing wait for some of them once we tally all the scores officially to know which team has come out on top. I think those 2 putts from GRP Industries on the last could be very, very crucial. You see the teams gathering there, 3 Capital Partners. We'll need to wait for official word on the scores. And those are the lovely views we have here. Okay.
So that is it. Every player is now off the course here at the track at Meydan for the Eagle Corporate Invitational. I'm joined by another star of today, Marwan. How do you enjoy it out there? What was the course like? We saw the course conditions change as the day went on. The greens seemed to get a bit slower later on.
Yes, it was excellent actually. I think it was quite a lovely day, a great event. I thank the EAGL organizing committee for organizing such a wonderful day, and honestly there is no better weather, better time to play golf than in Dubai. The greens were absolutely perfect. It was nice along the day and we all had fun.
We're all waiting until the final scores come in. How do you think Emirates NBD have done? Are you feeling confident for a win here today?
Well, we seem to be in the fray, I heard, so yes, from rumors. So let's see. I hope our team were able to manage something remarkable.
Talk us about just outside of the golf itself, the opportunities for you to meet other business leaders, corporate leaders as well, at the same time as having a great day on live TV. It's a nice mix.
Of course, of course. Golf is all about the good mix. It's the only sport where individuals at different levels can play with each other. You can network, socialize with with great colleagues, business partners, and corporates as well, and build strong and lasting relationships.
What I haven't asked is about how your golf game was today. Did you feel as though you played well, or are you a bit unsure about some of your shots?
Well, first time on TV, right? It's always going to be difficult, but I guess we had a good few holes and quite a few horrible holes, but at the end we scored some points, and that's what matters.
Wonderful, Marwan. We'll let you go back and join your team as we're just waiting now for the final results. Hopefully, Shiv Kapoor is going to race down here from the commentary position, and he'll be able to tell us exactly what has happened here at the final event of the 2021 Eagle Corporate Series. We're going to wait and see. Emirates MBD, a little bit confident, I thought, about their chances. Rohit Sharma, one of the first players out today, he looks like he may have taken the individual trophy himself. Again, we're going to have to wait and see until the final results come in. Now, we're just seeing some of the last players coming off the 9th tee, and the final scores are now going to be adjudicated. Maybe I can show you just some of the prizes that we have on offer here. We're going to give away quite a few things tonight. We've firstly got the runner-up trophy. It's not the trophy you want to win, is it? We've also got the maximum value player. That's going to be interesting to see who actually provided the most points for their team. Remember, it's been Stableford today, and so all the players, every shot has counted, even 18 holes for every player, all the players, 72 players today, every shot has counted as well. We've also got the big trophy itself that's coming up later. We're just going to welcome Nick Tarrant in here because we haven't spoken to him today. He's been so busy on the tee, and then he had to have a little lie down later on this afternoon. Nick Tarrant.
Which camera
This is live. Well, on all the cameras at the same time. Just look at any of them. Nick Tarrant, golf veteran, mastermind of golf in the region. This is your home patch as well. Used to work here at Meydan back in the day. Just
Last century, Greg.
Last century, indeed, Nick. Just talk about your experience today. The second event for Eagle. We seem to have stepped up in quality and professionalism. Things are heading the right way.
Yeah, we've had a super day. Back in June, this afternoon felt as hot as June today. Very cold this morning. I think the great initiative this morning, which hopefully you picked up on with Shiv and the Shiv Kapoor, the Eagle ambassador and the Eagle Junior Championship. Great winner, 31 gross, by the way. I think Leaderboard beat Shiv and most of his friends, but that was a great start, a great new initiative. Ambitious, but it was delivered. So I'm always impressed with the Eagle chairman, Sadesh and Priya, and the team for their ambition. And this is certainly, as I said the last few days, this is amateur corporate golf at the next level, where really amateurs are receiving the experience of being a professional, with first tee starting, which must be horrible for people, TV live coverage for 5.5 hours, and still going on now, Graham. So you've earned your money today. I think that's what I've heard.
Now, you were starting the sides off today, the teams off today. When we did it back in June, there was a few teams. You had to set off 18 groups today. How did that go? Did the fatigue start to kick in about team 10?
32 players on June the 20th and 72 in 18 today. Today felt a lot longer, but we're all a bit older, Graham, but we had fun. It's a very difficult tee shot, the first tee at the track Meydan, and we saw the best and the worst. The best were good and the worst were, well, you probably saw some of them, Graham. So, but that's the experience of the red light on the camera, Nick Tarrant on the microphone, banners, and a real tournament setup that gives credit to the DP World Tour, the Asian Tour. It's the experience of a professional today, and the buzz I've had from all the players afterwards, they've loved it. A few people from the first time who didn't play in June, and they can't wait for the next initiative and whatever that is in the Eagle Series.
I want to point out the difference as well. We're at the fire course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates for the first event back in June. We're now here at Meydan, which is a very different prospect. As I said, you know this place very well. You basically started what we have here. This is a very different course from a lot of the other courses, and it's a it's essentially a pay and play, come and play. Anybody wants to play. Good place to start your golf game as well. It's a very different entity from most of the other courses in the country.
Yeah, I was here in 1993. I opened it when it was 9 holes, Dubai Golf and Racing Club in the middle of the racetrack, and the World Cup started. There were 12 hospitality boxes that we used to manage in our F&B department. Now it's a mile long, so it's a different environment together. But we then added another 9 outside the racetrack. And if this was anywhere else in the world, it would get credit and be talked about. But Dubai, the UAE, it's high expectations, it's got a big reputation. The world of golf come here, whether it's the DP World Tour or to Abu Dhabi, to Dubai, to Ras Al Khaimah, to Oman, the region. But this is an underrated golf course. Shiv said it the last few days, designed by Peter Harradine. It's worthy to be a very good golf course anywhere else in the world. Pay and play, accessible, affordable. It's a good mantra that complements the other championship courses that perhaps aren't of this value elsewhere in Dubai and the UAE.
Right, Nick, stay there with us. We're going to do the presentation now. I think the final results are in. So let's bring in all our presentation party. We've got Sadesh, we've got Shiv as well. They're going to come in here. And it's time to find out who is our champion here at Maidan. Priya's also here with us as well. So who has got the vital information on them? Who am I going to? Shiv, come here. We spent many a long hour together in a small box today. And now it's time for Shiv to reveal what's happened. What are we going to announce first, individual or the full team?
I think we're going to start with the MVP, the most valuable player today with 21 points. If you tuned into the commentary, everybody would know, was Rohit Gupta from Emirates NBD, 21 points, which is quite a remarkable achievement. So can we have Rohit Gupta up here?
He was the first off the tee this morning, actually, in Group 1 this morning, this afternoon. Teed off pretty much dead on 12 o'clock. And we saw him playing all during the day, and it was all very consistent. And we did say when he finished his opening round, he's going to have a real challenge to be beaten for the individual turf. And it turns out that Rohit is our individual winner. Rohit, come in here, stand next to Shiv, collect your trophy, take the applause of Wembley Stadium here. I'm going to get out of the way, nobody wants me in the photo. 21 points, which is not bad going, 42 over 18 holes. That's going to win any competition. Well played, Rohit, superb. Doesn't matter what his handicap is, it just matters what's recorded. Okay, let's find out then the big winner, Shiv.
We'll start with the runner-up team. And the runner-up team was Emirates NBD, led by Marwan Hadi, and their star players, Rohit Gupta, who scored 21 points. Can we have the whole team of Emirates NBD up here, please?
So Emirates NBD runners-up today. They just put some more money in the electricity meter for the lights. Oh no, it's gone off again. Here we go. Shiv, I want to get out of the way. You're supposed to be in those photos. And Sudesh, everybody else, I'm supposed to be well away from this. I'm just the hired help. I don't want any part of the corporate photos. As here we go, Emirates NBD runners-up today. Round of applause for our runners-up. Superb performance out there on the track. Photos that will be winging their way around the world now. Cameras this way, Posh. There we go. All done. Thank you, Emirates NBD. And now, I'm afraid, runners-up have to clear the way for the main event here. You've had your time. Right. Silence, please. Shiv, let's do this with grandeur.
So with all that went down today, 9 teams, 72 players, it came down to a very, very close fight. But the winning team is the WOW team.
Wow by name, wow by nature. Where are they?
We have them up here for
the Wealth of Wellness team. Come in here, take the applause, which is prematurely stopped here, but I'm sure it'll restart again where Nick Tarrant encourages people to applaud all over again. There we go. And it's magical stuff. Thank you, Earls Court. Here we go. Jackets are coming off and everything for this. It's all gone crazy. Cats marrying dogs. And there we are, our Eagle Business Series corporate event champions for 2021 here at the track at Meydan. Everyone's going to look at the cameras. We may well be off air now, but nobody knows. People watching on YouTube now having the time of their lives. And there are our champions. Look at that. Front page of the National at least. There's one more surprise.
The prize.
Oh, the prize. Let me come over here. I'm going to pass it over to Shiv because he's the professional golfer.
So the winning team wins a grand prize of a golfing holiday to Bulgaria at Lighthouse Golf and Spa. So it'll be fantastic if we get to see you all there. And of course, look out for your pictures and a half-page ad in the newspaper the next couple of days.
Wonderful stuff. Our huge congratulations to our winners here at Meydan. A final round of applause for our champions. Wow by name, wow by nature. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you in 2022 for our next Eagle event. For now, it's good night.